All right, hopefully that worked, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we got sound now through the Twitch. But for some reason, we're having difficulty hearing Max through his microphone. So we don't rightly know what's going on. But we can figure that out. Try saying something now, Max.
Yeah, you hear me? You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you, but there's still an echo.
Yeah. It's the sound of the computer.
You're not watching the video while talking to us, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you got to turn the video off.
I see you. I see you.
Okay. Yeah, sounds like we're working now. So, Max, I got everything right with you're from Montreux, Switzerland, and you're with the band Wormhole Death?
Yeah, all is okay. Thanks a lot for your invitation. And happy birthday for the channel, for the 13th birthday. And I'm living in Switzerland, but I'm French. And,
yeah.
Seen in the label Wormhole Death, and all is very very cool with this label.
Okay, so what inspired you to get into the music industry? What are your influences?
I have lots of influences. You hear my accent? Huh?
I hear the French accent.
Anathema, Catatonia, and Zimmer, of course, for the orchestral aspect, because I work on a double album. I have finished a double album called Far From Home, to be released June, the 9th June, and lots of influences and hits like Dream Theater, Pen of Salvation, Septic Flesh, or Enzymer, like I said to you. For example.
Okay. Now, what's one album you couldn't live without?
One album I can live without. My favorite artist is Devin Townsend. So my favorite album of all time for me is Devin Townsend, Ocean Machine. Ocean Machine is the best for me.
Okay. If you could sit down for dinner with anyone through history and pick their brain, who would you want to talk to?
If I want to talk with a special artist, it will be Devin Townsend. Devin Townsend.
Okay.
Or Enzymer.
Okay. How long have you been a musician?
I have begun the music when I have 16 years old. When I see a band called Rhapsody with Fabio Leon as a singer and Luca Torelli, the guitarist. And 3 years after that, I have begun the keyboards to play keyboards, and made more than thousands improvisations, more in a film music way, and yeah.
Okay. If
Now I have 37, so I have worked on an album precedently called Secret Garden, a good album, but now it's very very ambitious with the Budapest Symphony Orchestra and many famous guests known in the world in the metal sphere, and Far From Home to come is a mix of rock, metal, and film music, but lots of elements, different elements.
Okay. Now, being in this industry for 20 years now, what's the craziest thing you've seen? The one thing that made you look at your bandmate and say, dude, did that really just happen?
Um, I don't know exactly. Lots of things, but the bands who give me the need to make music is Rhapsody and David Townsend. For me, I've made some crazy stuff, and it will be the best for me.
Okay. Now, where can we find you on social media? Feel free to plug yourself.
It's Lina Roman who have given me your address, and I have heard of you before on some platforms, but it's especially on Facebook. I know you.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate you taking time to talk with us. Folks, I'm going to take a real quick break to step away from the desk real quick. Feel free while you guys, to chat around a little bit. When I get back, we're going to talk to Simon. I don't know where Rebecca or Heath went, but I'm going to get them back in the room too. I will be right back, folks. All right, sorry about that, folks. Simon from the band Pressure. You got to unmute your microphone, brother.
Well, do you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. Yeah. Hello from Sweden. Yes.
Simon from the band Pressure from Sweden. How the hell are you today, man? What's new and what's going on? You look cold up there.
Yeah, it's a lot of snow and ice and shit. I'm in the middle of the woods, but well, I'm traveling today between shows, but I couldn't miss this. So well, I had to reach out. Everything is going well. We are in a heavy production phase in Pressure right now, so things are looking very up and away.
Awesome. Yeah. So how long have you been in the music industry?
Oh, if I answer that, I will give away how old I am. That's a problem. No. I've been in the music industry professionally in 27 years or so, give or take. I started to play guitars when I was 6 years old, and I'm 45 today. Okay. So you do the math. I've been a musician all my life. That's yeah, I live by my strings, always will, until I die.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we've talked to Simon before, and he's always a good time. So Simon, any plans, any new music coming out for Pressure?
Yeah, we are finalizing a lot of new material right now. We are working on a new EP that will be released later on this year, with our first single dropping in, kind of 6 to 8 weeks or something like that. Pressure is going power metal now. So it will be a lot of demons and stuff coming out of us. It's a bit different than Pressure is usually do, but well, it has worked really well. So hard and heavy hitting power metal coming out.
Oh yeah. All right. So any plans for any tours?
When we release the EP, we will try to go out and tour the EP as much as possible. As we have no release date of it yet, so we have just started contact venues. So I have no dates, but we will go out and play live and tour the EP to get as much attention to it as possible. It will be great, actually. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all out on the roads again.
Oh yeah. So if you could sit down for dinner with any artist in the world and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to chat with?
Okay, that's a good question. I would say that I would say this, that it would be much more interesting to talk to someone that didn't exist yet. So I'll take the biggest rock artist that was ever born in 200 years from now.
Good one. Yeah.
Good one. Oh.
Yeah, I can pick their brain, get all the secrets what I should do. Yeah?
Yeah, there you
because
go.
They would tell me like in 3 years this will be big, and I would say, yeah, I will do that.
Right on.
Yeah.
So be,
what? They're broken up there.
yeah, you kind of broke up a little bit, Rebecca. And she froze up on us again.
Yeah.
It's okay. We know she's having difficulties. She will, if she freezes up, she will be right back with us. Simon,
perfect.
What's the craziest thing you've seen in this industry? The one thing that made you look at your bandmate and be like, dude, did that really just happen?
Okay, yeah, I got a story for you. I got a good story for you. I was playing in this hard rock heavy metal cover party band, right? And we were rehearsing at a Wednesday. And my phone called, and there was this half hysterical man. He was calling, "Oh, we are getting married this Saturday, and my band just jumped ship." So he was getting married without a band, and he was like, "Oh, can you please come?" And I was like, "Okay, where are you?" "Oh, well, it's a bit far. It's in the northern part of Sweden. It's like at least 1.5 days by car to that address." And I said, "Okay. Well, it's good pay, so please come." And I put down the phone, and I asked my bandmates, "What do you do the next 3-4 days?" And they said, "Okay, let's go." And we went up there to this, we didn't know anything what to expect. So we came up to this venue, and there was this fantastic venue, and long dresses and tuxedos, and in walked we were 5 guys in heavy metal clothing, and we were like, do we belong here? And we started like, we need to, how many soft songs do we know? And we scraped barely one set up, and we played the soft set, they danced a bit, and we went back into the back room, and we was like, what the fuck? We don't know any more songs that are soft. What shall we do? And then in walked a couple of bridesmaids, and they said, you guys, do you know any heavy metal songs? And we said like, we do. No problem. So we went out on the second set, and we started we entered the stage on with Run to the Hills with Maiden, and it was a scene changer. You know, the girls, they kicked off their high heels, the guys ripped off the shirts and start jumping around. So I actually we continued with playing Walk by Pantera, and here comes the crazy part. They formed a mosh pit. So I've actually seen guys in tuxedos and evening dresses doing a mosh in front of me at the wedding. That was like we looked at each other and said, "What the fuck just happened?"
I remember you telling that story the last time. The Penguin Mosh Pit.
Yeah, it was so nice. I know I told you that before, but it's actually the craziest thing I ever seen. It was like, okay, what the fuck?
I mean, that would just be awesome. I don't care who you are. I mean, I'm an ordained minister, and I became an ordained minister so a friend of mine could have the wedding they wanted because they couldn't find a preacher to do it for them. And I think there's nothing more badass than a heavy metal wedding, a Harley Davidson wedding, a haunted cemetery wedding. I mean, to have a badass themed wedding and then top it off with a metal band and a penguin mosh pit, that's just, I mean,
it was so fun. It was, yeah.
Say what, Rebecca?
I said one of my people are doing a theme wedding here in one of our castles, Thorn Castle, which was Rose Red movie set, is doing a vampire wedding at that.
Ooh.
That is awesome. That. And hey,
so if we're gonna have some metal bands at it for an event.
If they need a minister to dress up for it and perform the ceremony, I've done we did a haunted cemetery wedding on Halloween, and I dressed full vampire get up, and it was pretty badass.
Yeah. Like, well, you watch that movie, Steven Spielberg, Stephen King wrote it. It's called Rose Red, and it was filmed here in Seattle, Washington, actually Tacoma, and we have a big mansion that is actually authenticated to be actually haunted.
Yes, and I think that's like one of 3 or 4 Stephen King movies that wasn't filmed in Maine.
Yeah, we all love Stephen King.
Oh, you know what? Me and my wife, we went through a list of everything he's ever written, and I think I've read almost half of his works. But it's all the older stuff up to The Green Mile.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's still writing new stuff constantly. And if you're a film student, Stephen King will actually sell you the rights to his work for $1 if you're a film student with the intentions of making a movie out of it.
Cool.
So, yeah, all around cool guy. One of these days, I'd like to meet him.
That would be awesome.
I've told Heathen many times, he lives up in the great state of Maine. One of these days, I'm going to go up there and visit him just so we can go over to Bangor and knock on Stephen King's door.
Count me in.
Hey.
Yeah, that gives me a good reason to come to Maine. I forgot that Stephen King lives in Maine.
Hey, I tell people all the time, man, if I know where you live, don't be surprised if I come knocking on your door.
No problem. You're always welcome if you're in Sweden anytime.
Hell yeah. Yeah. It's on the bucket list, Norway and Sweden.
Yeah.
Mine too. My mother-in-law was Sweden.
My wife don't want to go because it's too cold, but my ancestors were from Norway and Sweden and Ireland and Northern European, Scandinavian.
Well, we have a very warm house and a good fireplace, so we can heat you up.
All right. So
just come here and I'll give you some drinks.
So what I'm curious, I'm curious. Stepping back a few moments, Max, you're originally from France, but you moved to Switzerland.
Yeah.
What prompted that move? I mean, that's a big culture change there.
The good questions. Because of some mentalities in France, but with my girlfriend is Switzerland, and I live with her in Switzerland, and I'm very happy of this country. It's a very very good country, very very different from France. France has a very beautiful landscapes, beautiful things, but the mentalities are very closed-minded. Um, so it's another reason to go in Switzerland. But the first is with my girlfriend.
Okay, and I'm
She's
sure
in the-
there's
she's in the bed. She's in the bed now, but maybe she can come.
okay, and I'm sure it's a lot bigger of a scene music wise up there in Switzerland.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
you hear of the sporadic French metal band, not too many, but up there in Switzerland, it's got to be a whole nother environment, a whole nother scene.
yeah. Yeah. The more well-known French band is Gojira. Gojira is well-known in the US and other countries, but not really in France because of the media. Were more in the rap music and variety music, and not very on the metal side in France. So in Switzerland, it's more open-minded, more in the German side. Here I'm in the French side of the Switzerland, but there's a lot of them here and good festivals, but it's more in the German Switzerland were very
Okay.
with events. Yeah.
And I know they got a form of Hellfest going on this year in France, and I would love to go, only because the Hollywood Vampires are playing.
Yeah.
And I'm honestly a huge Hollywood Vampires fan.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. I love Alice Cooper and Johnny Depp.
Yes.
Great people. Really. And hopefully they'll pop in as guests of. I'm trying to get.
That would be awesome. I've said it once. I'll say it a million times. I would love to sit down and talk to Johnny Depp. I mean, amazing actor, very talented musician. But honestly, if I got to talk to Johnny Depp, I don't want to talk about Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't want to talk about Amber Heard. I want to talk about Hollywood Vampires and his time spent with Hunter Thompson.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
No need to talk about Amber Heard.
Huh? Oh,
no need.
well,
He's very nice. He's a
Hey,
very
the
nice
only
man,
thing I
very
gotta
sweet.
say, about the whole Amber Heard thing is, congratulations, Johnny Depp, to be the first man to win an argument with a woman on record.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so many. I respect all the women, but there are some bitches who are very very crazy.
Good morning, Giselle, Miss Fatal Butterfly, and how are we today?
Good morning. I'm finally up and going.
Thank you, honey. Sorry about their little confusion. We kind of got too excited and started earlier. Yeah.
I'm functioning on 4 hours of sleep. I was too excited last night. I was up till midnight doing sound checks, making sure everything was perfect, putting posts out there, making sure everybody knew what was going on. And then I laid down and I just couldn't sleep. And I'm like, come on, I got to get to sleep. And then, of course, sure enough, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, the cats want to start pawing at my pillow. And, hey, you going to wake up and feed us? No.
That's what cats do. They wake people up.
I'm like, no, leave me alone till 7:30 at least.
It's Sunday. We slept in. We don't get to do that very often.
Guys, I have to leave now because my ride is coming and I will be getting into Radio Shadow. But it was a great time to be here for a while.
Yes, always a blast talking to you, Simon. Real quick before you go, where can we find you on social media and where can we hear your music?
You will find us under the tag Pressure Sweden on any social media. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, YouTube. And on pressure.band you will find all the links for the music. And I hope to chat with you again when we release our new singles and EP.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime. Reach out to Chris, put you back on an hour show.
Yeah.
The Monday show with Jim Slider. One of us will make sure that happens.
Yeah, anytime, man. With anybody out there, we always look forward to talking to everybody and anybody. Whether, like I said, whether you're the tour bus driver for the Slap Happy Skinny Dippers or you're playing guitar for Ozzy up there, I don't care. We want to talk to you.
Perfect. Take care now, guys. It was a great pleasure to talk to you all.
All right. Yes. Thanks again, Simon.
Yeah. Take care. Bye.
Take care.
Nice meeting you, Simon.
All right, we're still in 3 different parts of the world right now, ladies and gentlemen. I am in the central United States. We got Max is over there in Switzerland, and then we got Rebecca Kelly Hart and Giselle the Fatal Butterfly coming from the West Coast. Rebecca's in the state of Washington, and Giselle, you're in Idaho.
Gosh,
She's in Washington.
Oh, she's in Washington as well. Okay.
I'm in Washington, man. I'm like 45 minutes from Rebecca.
Okay, I know we have a few different people from Idaho coming in later. I'm just I like I said, me and Jim were actually talking the other day, and he had totally forgotten that 6 years ago, before he was even famous, before you even heard of him, Jim interviewed Jelly Roll while he still had short hair and didn't have any tattoos on his face or anything like that. And I'm like, I understand, dude. We've talked to so many people in the last year. I can't remember who all we've talked to. But when you start talking about the interview or bring up an aspect, like Simon from Pressure, I knew we had talked to him. I just couldn't remember the interview, but when he started talking about the metal wedding, I was like, yep, okay, I remember this now. But Giselle, we just talked to a couple weeks ago, and she's got all kinds of stuff going on for Fatal Butterfly.
Yeah.
So if you want to recap and refresh, what all is in the works right now?
So I'm converting it over to my solo project. And embracing all the aspects of my performing abilities. And I have backtracks done. Yay!
Woohoo!
So those are done, and I tested them out on stage for last weekend for a little show, local. So it worked out pretty good. And the next is adding in the other aspects, which is like costume changes, and I have to find someone to build me a floor to tap dance on, so that's a thing. So that's like where the next big step is getting a portable tap dance floor that has the quality and sound that I need to be really consistent at every show. So
Okay.
yeah.
Hey, tap dancing ain't easy, folks. And to get to be able to find a set of pickups for tap dancing, even harder.
I have floor mics. Floor mics will work just fine. It's more a matter of having a floor that is the right wood quality, so
Right.
that's gonna transmit the sound properly.
That's what I meant by pickups, floor mics,
Yeah.
drum mics, anything that picks up the sound.
Yeah, I have. Well, the little table mics are actually fairly good at this. It's more because we're not in a bass sound, so it's more about having like a consistent wood sound.
See now, all of a sudden in my head, I'm thinking using floor mics. I would almost be half tempted to find a way to build a little, like a mini drum riser that's just a little area for your tap dancing that has microphones built in underneath it, picking up the sounds.
That's kind of what I think is going to end up happening.
Okay.
I mean, it has to be portable enough that I can carry it around, but...
Because I do actually, yes, I do watch people do tap dancing, and a lot of them have like a little piece of wood they carry with them that they can lay down anywhere and just start tapping it out.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't think of her name. This girl, she does tap dancing while playing the fiddle while singing. Which is, if you ask me, that's called doing too much at once. But she's killing it.
It's really it's a fun activity if you could figure out how to do it. It's a blast.
Hold on, her name just popped into my head, and you can see her on Instagram. Her name is Hillary Klug.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's a fun aerobic activity.
Yeah, I'm sure that's quite the cardio workout.
I have like 3 songs in me, and that's it.
You know,
and I'm like, okay, now we're just playing guitar and singing.
And it's funny because I like to learn about different musical styles and different stuff, and I never knew that every step you make in tap dancing has a different term for it, from a shuffle to a step to a clap to a tap. I mean, every foot move has a different name for it, and it's almost unbelievable how much technique there has to be for tap dancing.
Oh yeah, but all dance is like that. All dance has a lot of technique involved, so.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking, especially like with your footwork, to make sure that all your steps and all your sounds. I mean, because with regular dancing, I mean, you don't necessarily have the sound with it, but with tap dancing and clogging and even stomp, I mean, you got to have it perfect with the sound.
Well, yeah. You have to be synchronized. But part of the reason it's like I can't do this with a full band is because I have to have a very solid, reliable tempo that never changes, so that my feet can be like, this is what we're doing, and my hand can be like, this is what we're doing, and we're all working off of the same thing, and there can't be any wavering around. It's not something it would be very hard to do this with a full band, for me to synchronize my hands, my mouth, and my feet, and have any kind of waver that normally happens with musicians. Like, I can't, honestly, I don't know how to do it. It's taken a lot of work just to get my hand, my feet, and my mouth to work together. Enough for me to sit down and work with a drummer to get the backtracks together.
Right, because then all of a sudden, I mean, one off note and your whole thing is...
Yeah, so, and it's easy to go off sync even with myself, so...
Right, and I understand, like, when I'm doing my Asgard show, I have to turn my headphones down when I hit the microphone, or else I'm hearing myself talk in my ear, and then I just start tripping over my words, and it's like, learn to talk, Chris.
Right, yeah, so, you know, when you're trying to walk and chew gum and pat the top of your head at the same time, you need to have whatever you're doing it to that be exactly the same every time.
I can walk and chew gum easier than I can strum a chord and sing a note at the same time.
I know, why is that?
I have no idea. And my one buddy, he actually tried to say, well, if you're doing a song, sing the chord you're playing in the tune of the song you're supposed to be singing for a couple, and then try to switch over to the lyrics. So I tried that. The minute I switched over to the lyrics, my fingers started going in the wrong places, and everything got messed up.
I feel you.
So
I know.
And
You're gonna like covering it up. Nobody in the audience ever notices like that. We had a really horrible sound guy for her show, but she is such the literally the queen of improv. She just there's like nothing wrong and just makes it an awesome show regardless. And that show that they did for her birthday show last
on
on
stage.
the 25th was really fun.
On stage, it wasn't off because I could hear my backtracks and I could hear the lead guitar coming in and out, and my vocals were fine. So on stage, I thought, it must be fine out there. It's probably just like the lead guitar on stage is having issues. I didn't know until you sent me the video that I was like, oh, wait a minute, what happened to lead guitar?
and see.
There was nothing. I mean, she just did her. She just kept singing her little. And it all came out. You did a great job. She always does a good job. She's on my board of directors, just for everybody to know as well. We do many projects together. She's always great to jump in and help me with any project I can, and she's literally my main person that I go to when I'm having meltdowns and need support for ideas, or okay, Rebecca, here, just go look at it this way, and she's excellent that way. She's really helpful. And so she does. You're multi-purpose. You do so many things. You're a trainer, and you're a musician. You're a dog walker, and what else do you do? Oh yeah, you were on Band Wars. I sent her on Band Wars audition.
Yeah. Band Wars was a lot of fun. I can't wait to do more Band Wars stuff.
Oh yeah, from all the clips and videos I've seen, it looks like it would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, you never know what's going to happen with those two, so.
Right? All right.
Yesterday, we could have had some real funny, interesting April Fool's jokes from them.
Feel free to keep chatting away. I got to step away for just a moment. We got all kinds of people coming in this afternoon. We got Crystal Teague and Frank Slifka from the Almas coming in. Peter Sermon will be here after a little bit. We're going to be going all day long, people, trying to get as many interviews in as we can today. So stick around. Like I said, I'm going to step away, but Rebecca, Giselle, Max, feel free to keep the conversation going.
Yeah,
So Max, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself since I think she might have missed that.
Yeah, I missed it.
I don't understand exactly, sorry. Can you repeat, please?
I said, go ahead, Giselle.
Just go ahead and let me know who you are, because I missed that part.
I'm from France, but I live in Switzerland, actually. So I have finished a double album of more than 2 hours with the Budapest Symphony Orchestra and many famous guests in the rock and metal world. And this project called Far From Home is a fusion of rock, metal, film music, and many different genres of music. And this album will be released June 9. The first clip will be here May 4th. And it's for fans of Devin Townsend, Hans Zimmer, and many other artists. Symphonic, but in a new way. It's a new way, it's a new genre, and it's unique. Oh.
I'm excited to hear it.
Yeah. So, I have to go, and I wish you all the best to all. And thanks, Chris, for the invitation. And see ya.
Oh hell yeah! And Max, I am the dude. He's got Alf with him the whole time. That's my homie, dude, from the planet Melmac. Dude, hell yeah!
Nice
Max, we are definitely gonna hit you up to chat with you again, brother. Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, bro.
All right, later, brother. All right. Oh, we got a lot going on today, ladies and gentlemen. Like I've said many, many times, we are going for the world record of most artists interviewed today. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So far, we've got 12 artists interviewed. It's been slow going, but I have a feeling come this afternoon, it's gonna pick up real quick, and we're just going to end up getting slammed and bombarded, and it's going to be a damn good time. Like I said, the Almas are going to be joining us, Raven Black's going to be joining us, Peter Sermon, Steve Unger from Metal Church, Prison City Brigade, Spamicidal Jelly, all kinds of people. So stay tuned. I'm hoping. I just messaged Florin, the manager for Liliac. Let's.
Did we lose Gustave?
Oh no, I'm here.
No, she's still here.
I was just looking at something on my phone.
Well, that's okay. I only see I get some of the screens, so I wasn't sure. I've been having technical difficulties where my internet wants to disconnect and inconnect and doing weird freeze up things, so I don't know what the problem is. I've had the internet people out here several times, but I'm bringing them back out this next week.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just looking at my phone real quick, so...
Fine, you're fine, honey. So go more into what you're currently working on.
So
I know your album, but you've got your album, and you could go ahead and talk about all your merch and what you're creating there too.
Yeah, so album-wise, I already have 4 songs up on DistroKid that got distributed that way. So they're like on Spotify and Amazon and all the the 25 usual suspects. So you can definitely search for Fatal Butterfly on there, and you'll find 4 songs. And then I'm still working on releasing 4 more songs. Mostly I'm working with the backtracks and trying to finalize what I want to do with lead guitar. And then I have to make an appointment with my studio. So that's kind of where that is. At some point probably this year I'll be releasing 4 more songs. And yeah, getting back on stage, and then merch wise, it's just I'm trying to I'm switching over to this logo, the red and black and the red and white logo that Tony Gilisio did for me. I'll be switching the merch mostly over to that logo. So
nice.
That's what that is. Yeah.
Do you have a out there too?
Huh?
Don't you have a calendar out there that we could buy from you that's fabulous?
Oh yeah. I have a pinup calendar up on my my Etsy page. It's Fatal Butterfly Swag. If you do a search on Etsy for Fatal Butterfly Swag, you'll find my page, and there's a calendar on there, and there's a couple of mugs with pictures from the calendar, and I think no, I don't have shirts up there yet. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what's up on that page.
Always revolving and adding to everything we do, so that's understandable. I know you're upgrading all your sites and all your platforms, so that's understandable that you have to add more things on there.
Yeah. So yeah, and you can find me on Facebook under Fatal Butterfly, or under Giselle Lopresti on Facebook. You can find me. So good old Facebook. I don't really do Twitter at all. There might be a profile associated, but it's like never on there. I'm hardly ever on TikTok.
I'm not that familiar with those platforms. I'm so much occupied with Facebook and what we're doing for Legacy Entertainment Bands for Bands International that I really haven't dove into really learning all the tools and what we need to do with the TikToks or the Instagram. I only do it if an artist engages me to do a specific project with them, like we're doing on Bandwars, with the TikTok mini challenges. Or Instagram, I literally did a Kickstarter fundraiser for a band called Cloverdale that's in Nashville, that's a country band, and they needed like 40 grand in 30 days. We managed to gain the goal, so that was good.
Yeah, I haven't done any of that kind of fundraising yet. I started working at LA Fitness as a trainer, and so I've been getting used to that schedule and all of that, so But yeah, that's kind of where things are at with my performance stuff. I mean, if I find like a photo shoot or something, I think we have some potential photo shoots coming up with certain photographers in the area and things like that.
We have a Bandwars event on May 12th, by the way.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what I mean. I think we have a few things coming up.
We have so much, it's like I have to constantly look at the calendar so I don't forget anything. Thank God I have notifications and reminders that I would forget like 90% of that stuff. Thank goodness that, that hopefully they could collaborate and we could get one project together, but often they put like the same night 5 different projects. So it makes it difficult when we go and are asked to be a featured extra like we were for the Kill Hall, no buffer. Her and I were pirates on an actual pirate ship in Lake Union in Washington State, and it was really a great day. It was so much fun. And that was called the video turned out really well. They might pop in, I don't know if Brian and Samantha and them, they're going to try to pop in. Some of the people had such strict schedules, or they were just, tired, and like Chris said, some of them were scheduled earlier, but I think because they had shows overslept, or it's not their time slot. Like you kind of confused you by sending you the link. You're like, oh no, am I supposed to jump on now? And then we got messages going. So thank you for coming.
Yeah. Well, I was like, I let everybody sleep in this morning, and I know people had shows last night too, so that's why some of them might have slept in.
Do you have any dog walks today?
No, not today. Today I have off.
No dog walk.
Any work at all today?
Oh, that's nice. Well, this is kind of work related, sort of, but it's fun.
Right. Well, that. I don't have anything that other people are making me do today.
Oh, that's good.
I see somebody who's joined us, but it's just the eyes. Got eyes.
The band Repent.
And like the top of a car, something. Oh,
wait, no, come back. Eve was told 5 p.m. Just wondering if that's her time or not.
It is. Want to jump on anytime if that's more convenient for them. It's fine for me. You're the co-host. If any of these artists want to jump on different than their scheduled time, that's fine with me. It's whatever works better for you, Chris, and the flow.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it is. But if you want to jump in anytime, feel free.
Well, I'm gonna stay on, but I need to go see if there's any pancakes available.
Pancakes! Ladies and gentlemen, from Pee Wee Herman, she said the word of the day: pancakes!
Did she win tickets or something? No, that's on a different show we do. We give out tickets for Sonic Temple, isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's strictly for Asgard. You actually have to listen to the station for your chance to win the Sonic Temple tickets. I don't know who that was that just popped in. I know we're supposed to have Victor Miguel from Merciful Fate. I thought he was going to jump in at any moment.
Maybe can get a good connection, and they're going to reattempt here in a minute.
That's always a good possibility. Yeah, for those of you who don't know Merciful Fate, that's King Diamond's band, and I'm hoping we're supposed to have his guitarist in here, and I'm also working on one of the many, many guitars for Green Jelly. So, and for the band wars and all the people out there that we're talking to today, like I said, they can feel free to jump in at any time. Hold on, let me do this here real quick. Oh no, I turned myself off. Oh well.
Don't do that.
Yeah, well, no, I just turned off the backup. Kind of slow going this morning, but I know momentum's going to pick up later. So, like I said, if anyone wants to jump in, feel free.
Well, I asked the kids, my triplet sons, I asked them if they wanted to jump on Asgard Radio. I said, that's a cool name for a radio station. And they continued to eat pancakes with peanut butter on them.
Well, of course, it's where the gods go to rock, man.
I asked them. I can't guarantee that they'll come and say hi. They might. They might not.
So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, AsgardRadio.com turns 13 years old today. And the legend goes that Jim was trying to figure out what to name his radio station. He came back from Operation Desert Storm and got tired of listening to the radio, hearing all the crappy, shitty bands that are played 200 times a day, and wanted to make something for the bands that don't get the radio airplay, that you don't hear on your local rock station. So he started AsgardRadio.com. He was trying to come up with a name for the station. He was given a choice between two different names from a friend of his, and he heard the first one and meh. And then he heard the second choice was Asgard Radio, and Jim piped up with yes, because that's where the gods go to rock. And you can't tell by the screen behind me, AsgardRadio.com, where the gods go to rock. The rest is rock legend lore, we'll call it.
Hey.
Pauline and Ryan Cox. Why do those names sound familiar?
Ryan Cox, if it's the same Ryan Cox as Raven's husband, the drummer, isn't it?
Is that why I'm thinking of Muppet?
Muppet is Ryan Cox, but it could be more than one Ryan Cox.
There could be more than one Ryan Cox.
I don't know. We have so many. But it could be the time he could come in, and he's coming in at a different time. I don't know. That's the only Ryan Cox that's coming to my brain.
Well, that would be the correct Ryan Cox, because that sure does look like Miss Raven.
Maybe they're jumping in early, or he's coming in at a different time. That's awesome. He's an excellent drummer.
He is. And I recommend they come up with
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry about that. I haven't done Zoom in quite a bit, so hi.
That's okay.
I was like, I don't want to miss it. I was like, I promised I'd be here, so I had to take care of some stuff, but I still have a ton of things to do today, but I wanted to drop in. What is going on? Are you guys gonna hit your marker or what today?
We're hoping for it. Like I said, so far we've been kind of slow going, but I got a lot going on in the emails and in the messenger. I have a feeling, since we started early and it is Sunday and a lot of people it's Sunday. You're either in church or you're recovering from last night. So I'm hoping this afternoon's momentum will really pick up and we will be able to hit the mark.
So now, are you getting people to call in? Is this the mark that you're getting? It's 200 people calling in?
No. We're going for the world record of most interviews. Since we're on Twitch TV and YouTube TV, we're going for the most interviews on TV. And the record to beat is 49. And right now, Raven, you make number 13.
Oh, yay!
Ain't that like the coincidence of coinkydinks?
Yeah, 13 special to me, so that might be the reason.
Does that mean I was number 12?
Yes. Wait.
Now, who's on the call? Introductions.
Hi, I'm Giselle. I have
Hi,
beautiful
Giselle.
butterfly. You know me through Rebecca.
Oh, very cool. Hi, Giselle.
And
Hello.
and Rebecca's here right
You
now.
finally.
Of course, Rebecca's here. Rebecca's always there for us.
Yes,
Oh, I love
she
Like your
is.
hair, Rebecca. What do you have in your hair?
I have the little bows on being my little heart character that you created for me, and of course my ring.
I'm actually wearing my face on myself, which is really weird.
Oh,
I
that's
love-
awesome.
It's just my eyeball, so it's okay. But like I don't like to wear stuff with my face on.
Well,
You know,
well,
it's
hey,
weird.
you can
But,
say
but
you
then,
you can tell people you're looking at them with your third eye.
right. Usually it's here, but yeah, it's on my shirt now. No, but I mean, you know, I have sometimes I order samples of products that we launch so that I can see the quality and, you know, see what it looks like and feels like. So I did that on this one, but I was like, wait a second, I'm probably never gonna wear this though. But then I can wear it at home. I just won't wear it in public, you know, but I'll wear it at home. But then I'm just kind of like,
Now
Yeah,
you're
'cause it's
not on a
weird.
Zoom meeting.
But you know, it's one of those things. If I wear it in public and people recognize that it's me on my shirt, it's weird, right? So I don't like to wear my stuff.
That's
Now
almost.
the brand's okay because there's like a bunch of people or cartoons or whatever. But just my face, like my photographic face, I don't like to wear it in public at all. So it's weird.
Well, I'm constantly wearing Raven black right now because I'm, you know, doctor's order says I got to wear this neck collar, and I couldn't just wear a white collar with nothing on it, so I wrapped it in black, and I got the Raven black pin here.
Aw, very
So,
nice.
Got
Thank you.
Got
for all
to
the love,
metal
you
it
guys.
up some. Can't just have
Thank-
like.
Just thank you for all the love, you guys. Seriously, I don't even know how I can express how much. Like, I still get kind of shocked with the amount of support. Like, even this thing I'm doing right now, I have a bunch of interview calls for a roadie today, and I know everybody's anxiously awaiting my calls, but I have to like group myself and like organize myself to make sure I don't miss calling anybody. So I'm gonna do that after this. But
No, I'm gonna see you though. I might come into your show that's in Seattle.
yay! Is that what the tickets look like?
I got
You
my
bought
VIP ticket.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I've never seen a printout. I've never seen a printout of our tickets. It's so weird.
Well, I have to print it out and put it on the wall because I'm a dummy and I forget shit.
But you gotta bring it so I can sign it too if you're gonna put it on your wall.
I will.
The whole band will
No.
sign it and then we can like frame it up.
Ooh,
No.
that'll be fun.
Now, I do have a lot to catch up with Raven on because it seems like every time she does a Rejects live string, I'm caught up in the middle of something, and I just feel so bad. So she started the Reject Street team, which is amazing, getting the Rejects all over the United States to just promote her shows. And how's this all going to work out?
Okay, so Rebecca, I have to give all the credit to Rebecca because Rebecca and Betty. So Betty serves as a street team in what is that company called? It's for these huge bands. I forget what it is, but she told me, you know, one day you should do this, and Rebecca has said the same thing to me for years, which is because she does that over in Washington. So it's like Rebecca's kind of been the forefront street team leader anyway since 4 years ago, since she's met me. So, but she covers Washington, obviously. So, and my world has always been, you know, Michigan, Midwest, and East Coast. So now we need to start bringing that over to the West Coast. Now that I live in California again. So Rebecca and I have been on countless calls back and forth trying to launch this thing, and unfortunately, I have all these tours. We're finally coming back out. So we've got this one first West Coast tour with Little Miss Nancy, which we're excited about. But because it's their tour, Rebecca and I have been trying to hammer out some way for us to do something in Washington that's exclusive to Rebecca and all of her people, right? Because there's been so much love and support over the years, especially during COVID. that Rebecca's been rallying. And so everybody wants to do something with us, and we really, really want to do it, but we've just got to find the right timing that doesn't interfere with the rest of the stuff that we're doing. So it may or may not happen this year. We're trying to figure out one-off date, and the other opportunities keep coming up that is all the way on the other side of the world. So it's like, man, how do I get to Washington while I'm doing this over here? So we'll figure it out, though, because she's extremely persistent, very dedicated, very determined. So I'm not worried about us getting a Washington like full-on show with everybody out there. There's a lot of bands that have been supporting Raven Black over the years, and I want to play a show with them, so we're gonna do it. We just have to figure out the timing for everyone, because everyone's doing tours, everyone's doing shows. But it's good. It's a good problem to have, that we're this busy, right? To where we have to figure out a date or a weekend. So, but because of the street team, Rebecca, she's kind of seen what she does. And so I said, well, why don't we make official reps in every state, in every regional area? Because Rejects automatically, you guys always support us and, promote us and share our videos and share our stuff and sport our gear, wear our shirts and our beanies and everything. So people do recognize Rejects when they're out and about at shows or events.
Yes, so, and I drove 12 hours to see Raven, and I didn't drive. I didn't drive the farthest to see Raven that day.
It's true. Now you're talking about the show in Michigan.
Yes.
Yeah. And people are flying, and like right now, Michigan Metal Fest, which is our big festival this summer, and the reason why we do Michigan Metal, I mean, the founder of Michigan Metal Fest, which is Steve Maple, and he's got his band New Skin, and the people, the bands in Michigan, just the metal community in Michigan is very similar to Washington. You guys all kind of stick together, and it's very much so like that. That's what I learned living in Michigan. There's a lot of great freaking metal bands coming out of Michigan, and they all kind of know each other, and they all play the same kind of venues, and it's the same circuit, and I feel that's the same in Washington. So I also feel that that's a duplicate in many different states, even the smaller areas, like Alabama, for instance. We're going to go there the first time this year. No one ever tours in Alabama, it's rare. Or Mississippi, and people are like, when are you ever coming out? I'm like, well, as long as I'm on support tours, I have no control. But my headliner tours, we're going to make a stop. So this is the first time we're going to Bozeman. This is the first time we're going to Mississippi, to Alabama. We're going to be going to Virginia, like we hardly ever stop in Virginia. It's always the same places, which what I call the metropolitan areas, right? So now that I have control over my headliners, and it has to make sense, obviously, on the drive, right? The routing, it has to make sense. But that's the problem we're running into with Washington. So I figured whatever tours we're on, if we're remotely anywhere close to a certain area, I want a ambassador of the Rejects, that already does it, that has been in it, that understands, our whole creed, which is, brotherhood, kindness, and fun. That's what we stand for, and no judgment. We're a community, we're a family, we have each other's backs, and I want somebody on the street level to really promote it when they're going to those shows or hanging out at that bar that weekend that we're coming in, and really letting people know, hey, this band's coming in. We really want you to check them out. So, of course, Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff works great, and we've been all doing that. But Rebecca gave me this wonderful idea because, of course, Fran, her husband, does printing. They both do some really cool shit, which they didn't do 3 years ago, but now they do. So Rebecca was like, well, I'm going to a show tonight, so I want to promote the fact that you're coming in town in Seattle at El Corazon. So she and Fran printed some flyers that night. And, we mocked it up right away after our phone call, and there she goes. She just flies and goes, and does her thing. So I ended up making postcards, 5x7s here, of the exact same thing that Rebecca and Fran and I came together with. And she helped me come up with the idea of maybe a free meet and greet to really promote pre-sales for the tour. Because a lot of people, from my understanding, is in Washington, there are certain venues that have, the areas, the neighborhoods, the parking, whatever it is, the situation. But, Northern Washington and like Everett, or I forgot the other city back up, but, we want to promote every tour, every chance that we get into a certain area. We want to make sure that, people know that we're coming out, that we're going to be there, so they can come see us and meet us and hang out. So I did this, Rebecca. I printed some postcards. I had a coupon code. So I went ahead and did this because, remember, with the street teams are all over the country, I didn't want you and Fran to be responsible for printing many. So I did 1,000 of these. So they're all in little groups, you can see. So I'm going to be sending these out to the street team ambassadors to just pass out to their local venues right now. And of course, the reason why I haven't sent them out yet is because I need to get their shirts, and I'm choosing them today. Rebecca, I already know you're one. Betty's one in PA. So I have my people already that I've had for years. So I don't really need to interview anyone for Washington because I already know who my girl is. It's Hart. Hart covers Washington, but Hart also has a team. She also has a team of people that already do this street teaming stuff for us. So we're kind of rock solid in Washington. We're pretty rock solid in PA. We're probably pretty rock solid in Ohio, Michigan as well. So, but there's a lot of other states and a lot of areas. And again, it's only for this year because I want many people.
And I done said I got you covered Western Kentucky from Evansville, Indiana to Nashville, Tennessee.
I don't have anybody in Kentucky. So when you sent me the text, I was like, okay, done, because it's you. I mean, that's the thing is I told people on the live feed, what you were saying you missed was I kind of got into a little bit more of like what the street team ambassadors are, and if there was like a John Smith who's brand new, although very important to us as a fan, and a new reject, although they want to do this, I probably would choose you, Chris, in Kentucky over somebody new because I have a relationship. I've known you. I know what you do. I know you get our creed. I know you understand the importance of it. Some people will just apply just because they want a free shirt,
hey,
and not going to do anything.
Any band out there can have a fan club. Only Raven can have the rejects.
Yeah, well, no, the rejects have me. That's the deal. The rejects control me because I don't think there's anything I do without like checking with you guys, going, you guys like this idea?
In a sense, we have each other.
We do. So like, and a lot of them, Rebecca can speak for me. I do bounce off ideas with certain rejects because they've been around a long time, and I say, what do you think of this? Or do you think that's too expensive? Or because, what is one of the number one or top complaints that fans have with bands is, dude, they don't listen to their fans. Their fans are saying, we don't like this, and they're not paying attention. And and in their defense though, it's not always their call because again, bands that are on labels and stuff, they answer to those labels, they answer to those people. I, as a DIY, and why so proudly I stay in the DIY circuit amongst my other DIY friends, is because we get to do what the fuck we want. And so nobody fucking tells me.
Fuck yeah!
No one tells me what to do except me and my fans. So my fans have the power. So I don't have to answer to a label. See, I don't have to go, oh, well, can we do this? Or no, you've got to price your tickets at your VIP at $200 because we need to make money. We forked up a bunch of money for you to go on tour, so now we need to charge this much to make up for that money that we're spending. I don't have that. I get to grovel and hustle mystery bags and raffle tickets to you guys and tell you straight up, I need to fucking pay $4,000 for an RV. I need your guys' help. Buy merch. Do this. Help me come out.
And that's another thing I love about the mystery bags from Raven is you never know what's going to be in it. And I have so much stuff from mystery bags. I know I have 2 copies of The Key, one signed, one not signed. The one that's not signed is probably going to be given away at some point because, it's another way to get it out there. I have so much Raven stuff. I'm actually... I got a couple of T-shirts I'm sending to JJ.
That's awesome. So, and she's getting bigger, you know, the princess. So, like, she's just gonna start fitting all of the smalls. Like, she's getting bigger.
I got 3 small T-shirts that are earmarked for JJ.
Do you know why? Do you know why we had so many smalls? It's experience. You know, when we started ordering merch earlier in the days, we were buying. You know, we wanted to make sure we were covered. So we bought so many of the smalls, so many quantities of the meat. And what I've learned in the last 3 or 4 years from touring is our rejects are not tiny people. You know, our rejects, most popular sizes for the rejects is extra large, 2X, 3X. That is it. So, you know, I have to take care of my fans. I have to order enough sizes. So what happens is all those smalls just keep piling up and piling up and piling up. And I'm just like, what the hell do I do with all these smalls, you know? Now, so what do? Mystery bags, giveaways. I mean, I was doing prizes for like 3 years straight, you know, and I calmed down on that because I've just been busy with life and changing and moving home and a lot of big changes for us, for Ryan and I, just on a personal level. Just, you know, I just got my shingle shot yesterday, and my arm, I can't raise my arm today. So I'm like, ow, 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 because I guess they shoot it in the muscle, right? So now my muscle's just like hating life right now. So today I've been trying to do some physical therapy to get my muscle relaxed. But, you know, I'm over 50, and my friends that all had got shingles because they had chicken pox when they were a kid were like, dude, it's fucking painful. It feels like you're on fire. So I was like, yeah, I don't want that, so I'm going to go get my shot. No, there's supposed to be no side effects except the arm sore. So far, so good. But it knocked me the fuck out yesterday. It knocked me out on my ass. And I was like, well, I guess my body's just saying, chill out. You know, you need some rest. You got a new something going on through your blood system or whatever. So, but today, it's all about interviews for the street team. I've got a whole notebook. I've got a list of everybody in different areas from every single submission. So I'm going to be calling a bunch of people today, kind of just getting their information. Like, for instance, with Washington, Rebecca already knows she's the ambassador, but she already has a team. So, but there's a few people who offered for Washington, so I'm still going to call them and I'm still going to write their name down in case they can help.
Okay, let me know if they aren't.
Well, they can help you down there. What if they're further out? Or, you know, so you never know. It's always good to have a list of different people in different areas. So we're gonna have really great coverage. Put it that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then I also am interviewing the roadies today that all submitted their information. So there's some really good submissions. So I'm gonna have a tough. You know, but at the end of the day, it will come down to, I mean, reality is, can I afford them? You know what I mean?
You know what? Honestly, Raven, I wanted to submit to be a roadie, and I'd even say I'd do it for free.
I'd love to have you a roadie.
I'd do it for free for you, but unfortunately, the day job, 401k, and dental plan don't really work out for it.
That's what happens. So you know, and we also want somebody with experience, touring some experience, because you know, you hear bands say it all the time, you're either cut out for the road or you're not. And the road is not easy. It is not easy. It is tiring. There's heightened emotion. You know, like, imagine if you go out with me and I have a bitch moment because I'm just fucking exhausted. You know what I mean? And I'm just grouchy.
And on the tour bus, it's not like you can go to somewhere else.
Exactly. So you're going to feel this shitty mood I'm in. Right? And you're going to be like, well, a reject's a fan, you know, at heart. And they're going to be like, wow, Raven was really snappy today. You know, like, she was a fucking bitch today. And it's like, I don't want you to see that side of me. I don't want you to see that side of me. Well, but there's a remedy.
Unfortunately, everybody has that side to them. Sometimes you just have that day.
Exactly. And sometimes you just can tolerate a lot of things, and sometimes you can't. And it's okay. You're human. And, you know, like, even one of the girls that I did interview, I told her, you know what? When you see the resting bitch face in the morning and you can tell I'm just a little off, just bring me this. Just go, you know, here's coffee. And I'll be like, and you know what that's going to do to me? It's going to break me from my mood. I'm going to laugh because, you know, that's her signal telling me you've got a really scary bitch face right now, so I don't know. And that will prompt me to go, hey, take a fucking chill pill.
And it's not just any coffee, ladies and gentlemen. It's Raven's Special Blend Love Potion number 13.
Hey, I want to say hi to Alma's. Nice of you to join us.
Yes.
I'm here.
Frank and Crystal, I've been meaning to say hi. We've just been going with Raven, and
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Pharmacy day.
Like, I'll chime in.
Where are you guys out of? I like this. Houston?
Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin.
And funny story, I met Crystal and Frank for the first time in the exact same place I met Raven for the first time, which was the Top Fuel Saloon in Braidwood, Illinois, where I happened to be cooking.
Do you guys love that place? Yeah. I love Top Fuel.
It's such a good place.
Hey, that place is a second home to me. That I've been to Disney World, and Top Fuel Saloon is my Disney World.
Yeah. Well, now Freak. Everybody that works there, everybody down to the cook, everybody is like a family.
Yes.
There. And that's why. I mean, everyone's like, why don't you play somewhere else? I'm like, no. If I'm gonna go to Illinois, I'm going to stop at Top Fuel. And Freak's always told me, even if you're not playing a show, stop by and eat. We'll feed you.
Yes.
You can stay here, and that's just something I will forever remember with that.
I've seen many people sit at that bar and strum out a song on the guitar for their lunch bill.
You know what?
That's awesome.
It's that kind of a place. It's that kind of a place.
It is, and it's always a very personal feel with the band when they're there. I'm supposed to say hi to all three of you from Debbie.
Yeah, we miss Debbie.
The lights Debbie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
We miss her so much.
Yeah, we got to get back
Debbie
to Top Fuel
wasn't there
Saloon.
when we met. Debbie wasn't there. I don't know Debbie. It was a gentleman.
Yeah, it was Pancakes, but Pancakes was showing Debbie the ropes when you were there.
Okay.
Because Pancakes is actually now down in Florida working for Universal.
Oh, that's awesome.
Holy crap.
I guess this is where we go.
Yes. But Crystal and Frank, I see you guys are just burning up the highway.
Yes, we are.
Just a little bit.
Touring all over the place.
Yep.
And I know you just released some new music a while back and then started the tour. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, we released Cage in January, and then we didn't hit the road until March.
Yeah.
Just how everything panned out. But we're going to be hitting the road again in just 2 short weeks, and then we probably won't be home until September. So that's going to be real fun.
Yeah.
How do you guys afford? How do you guys afford to be out that long?
We don't.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well,
I'm like, I can't barely go out for 3 weeks. What the fuck?
I got like 2 nights. That's it.
Wow. Yeah. Well, my only bills are the band's bills, so.
That's good.
Yeah, so that works out. In the band, we have like microwavable meals in the van, so the band pays for our food, and then we just make sure we get comped meals at venues, and we shower Planet Fitnesses, and that's how we do it.
Yeah, we don't get hotel rooms because that's a waste of money.
Yeah.
So
I don't do that either.
Frank and I built bunk beds in the van, so we've got beds.
See, that's what I need
in
to
the
fucking
van.
do. That's where all my money's going, is in the transportation.
Yeah, so all we pay for is gas and food while we're out on the road, and energy drinks and coffee.
Yeah.
Basically.
Fortunately for us too, our jobs allow us to leave for as long as we want, whenever we want. So we'll come back. We always have our jobs.
You got it dialed in.
That supplemental income.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I can never stress enough that while you're on the road, Asgard Radio, we like to help out bands. Go to asgardradio.com, click on Connect, and we have a list of people all over the United States that we've done background checks, and they're vetted. So we're not sending you with Sam Superfan or Joe Crazy, or we're not sending you to I want to see the manager Karen's house. these people are checked, and so you guys can have a place to stay for the night, clean bed, clean sheets, nice meal, shower, all the comforts of home while on the road, and not having to fork out for a hotel. Like it's what me and Jim like to call the rock star bed and breakfast.
I love it.
I remember that. I'll definitely remember that when I start doing like a tour. I can leave the house for more than 2 days.
Yes.
Yeah. We don't really see much of a profit in going out for any less than like 3 weeks. That's when we finally start to see something. Because otherwise, it's just we're spending the money in gas to get to the destination. So we have to make that income back, and then make money after that.
Yeah, and we all know. And when we got in the conversation, we were talking about merch, and it costs a lot of money to have a sizable amount of shirts that last you a decent amount of time. So
I just sent my half deposit of my merch bill for this tour, and all I put to a couple of my friends was, "It hurts."
Yeah,
it really does.
And the reality is, we're not making a bunch of money on shirts.
Yeah.
The reality is, we're not making much.
Great markup.
We're barely making 200% over cost. So it's just like, if that, and so.
And the thing is, it doesn't go in our pocket. It goes straight to gas. It goes straight to gas, to food.
Yeah. All your expenses on your road. And that's why I always say, if you're at a show, if you're at a local venue, half the time the band's going to be sitting at the merch table. So, go buy some merch, put some gas in their tank, and toss them an extra couple bucks and ask them to sign it for you. Half of them will do it for free, but it's like getting a meal at a restaurant. Always tip.
Yeah. Because Lord knows we're not making money off of our music, which is really sad.
Yeah.
But
that's the thing, is we should be able to make money off of our music sales as well. But.
It is sad because, all of you have great music. The Almas, Casual Encounters, Anti-Everything, the old stuff. Even, you just had your new song, and I got my list of music right in front of me to pull up.
I want to hear
Cage.
I want to hear their music. And I want to know the meaning behind pharmacy as well too, because I have my initial thoughts from your band name, but I want to know. I want to know the history of that.
Well, pharmacy. That little square has been there since we started this morning, but we haven't been able to get a visual on them or any sound from them.
Now, what's your band, Crystal?
The Almas. So Frank actually is the founding member, and he's the reason for the name. So I'll just let him describe that.
Okay, so describe.
The Almas means soul in Spanish. So I was in another band, and I'm an alcoholic, and I was struggling with my alcoholism back then. So I wanted to refine my life, kind of refine my soul. So I started a new band, hence the Almas. So.
That's awesome.
That's freaking cool.
And
I wish I knew. See, this is why I love these. This is why I wanted to participate in it, because I do enjoy meeting other DIY bands, because I feel we don't know of each other enough to build a community.
Right. And Frank, if you don't mind, because I'll admit, people, I do go, once in a blue moon to celebrate recovery meetings, because we've all had our struggles in life, and to maintain sobriety, especially in this industry, Frank, my hat is off to you, brother.
Oh, well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. In the beginning, it was tough, but I'm in the bars and the scene for a different reason. I'm here to share my art.
Right.
So that's how I separate it. Otherwise, I would never find myself in a bar ever. I'd go to a music venue or a bar that's got music, and I'd go check out the band, but I'm there for a different reason.
Right.
So as long as you what is it?
Compartmentalize.
Thank you. Yeah. If you
separate,
whatever that word is, you do that, it helps. At least for me.
Right.
I've had enough coffee in me to say that word.
Yeah, I need my rest.
There's an amount of caffeine intake that needs to.
Just like Raven was saying, I have not had my caffeine, and I'm kind of grumpy. So
I'm on cup 1, so I need number 2. I need chocolate.
I finished mine already.
that's my vice. If I've got one vice in life, it's caffeine, specifically coffee and or Red Bull.
Yeah.
Well, I can't do Red Bull. I can't. It's coffee or chocolate.
No.
Chocolate's good too.
Red Bull, my heart gets going too fast. It's not a good thing. No, but on the topic of sobriety, just to introduce myself, I'm Giselle, and my music is under Fatal Butterfly. I used to have a full band, and I'm switching over to just doing a solo project.
Okay.
Oh, very cool.
Part of my project is I tap dance and sing and play guitar at the same time.
Oh, that's badass.
Awesome.
I only have 3 songs choreographed because it's like this super aerobic activity. But I have to do it sober. I can't have any alcohol in my system. I have to be
I've
sober.
got to see you do this. I have got to see you do this. That is
Yeah,
I have a lot alone just remembering my lyrics sometimes because I'm so in the fucking moment sometimes that I'm like, oh shit, what's the second verse? How does it start? Newer songs, you're like, you're so into it and the adrenaline and you're like, the people are in front of your face and you're just like, oh shit, where's the second verse? Where's the lyrics for the second verse in my head? Yeah. And then you just wing it somehow and you get caught up somehow in that moment and then you're like relieved and then you walk off stage and you're like, fuck, I can't believe I fucking drew a blank on that fucking song. But you survive it. They don't know it, you survive it, but to do tap dancing and play guitar and fucking sing, I don't know, that would be for me a formula for a fuck up, seriously.
If I'm sober, it goes together just fine. I did a show, I tried it out. Well, no, I didn't totally try it out this time, but I tried it out a couple of years ago. I did a couple of shows, and it went great. I just had to go through and deal with a lot of other technical things, mostly sound related. But I did do it, and then I went back and I recorded backtracks, and I have a very solid backtrack that I have to re-practice because I also have to like do some other technical stage stuff to get the tap shoes back on stage. But it does happen. There's a few of us out there that do it.
And that's why I like to say at work, I like to claim I'm the king of the multitaskers. I can have 3 projects going on at once and keep track of all 3 of them. But then I watch a musician on stage and you're singing, dancing, playing the guitars, kicking stuff around, doing your thing on stage, and you're doing so much at once. It's like, oh my God, how are they keeping everything in line? Especially when you got, you're up there singing and you might be playing the guitar while you're singing, and then you got another guitarist, a bass player, a drummer, and everyone's doing their thing, but they're all in sync, and it's just what you guys do. It amazes me.
It's so weird though when we're performing. I always feel like I'm on cruise control. Like my body, it's just taking over, and when I start to think about it, that's when I screw up.
Oh yeah.
It's like my soul and my body knows what to do.
Yes.
I just gotta be there and enjoy it,
as soon as you start worrying about, like, oh, I can't hear myself in the monitor or whatever, that's where you fuck up, and you just have to go with it.
But you know how it feels. You know when you're singing right, you know how that feels inside. You're like, yep, that feels right.
Yeah. One time it was even funny. There was like a fan that was just really into the music, and we reworked our set to put one song in because it's his favorite song. Yeah. And so him and his girlfriend were front of stage, just dancing, singing along, and instead of like just the normal, autopilot of the performance that I usually do, I was like singing to him, and I changed one thing up, and then immediately I'm singing to him. He's singing the proper words back to me. I am not at all singing the correct words. I'm just freestyling until the chorus. At that point, I'm like, and it's always the second verse. It's always the second verse. Every time there's gonna be a mess up of something, it's the second verse. I swear.
I know. I skipped second verse. That's me.
The second verse. It's the second verse.
Yeah, we just go to the first.
Yeah,
we just fucking made up something, you guys.
We made up a song. We did.
Fucking it. That's it.
Oh, don't you love it when your fans call you out? You got the words wrong.
Like, I know.
No, I immediately go up to them and I'm like, hey, I know you were singing the right words. I was not, so good on you. I'll give you the mic next time.
So I'm practicing just with my instrumentals right now at home. You know, just kind of like so I can remember the lyrics because we're playing. So in Mexico, my Mexico tour, which is in June, which is right around the corner, we're doing an hour and a half set. They want an hour and a half.
Wow.
So, dude, that's all 3 albums. And I go, I haven't sang the first album in over 5 years. I don't remember the lyrics. So I'm doing this now. So lately I've been doing these behind the scenes for the fan club, and I'm just singing over instrumentals, right? An instrumental track in my room. And literally 3 of the songs I was like, fuck, I don't know the fucking lyrics. Shit. You know, I'm going to have to listen to the full song for a little bit. And they were laughing. So now I think I'm preparing the rejects when we go on tour that I'm probably going to fuck up the first album. You know what I mean? Until it becomes second nature again. Because I only have a month. I don't know if it's going to become second nature on the first
You'll get it. You'll get it. It'll come together. You get it. Trust me. It will.
I was like, shit. It's not just the second verse chorus. It's all of the fucking songs.
It's all of the songers.
See, and now,
you guys know my pain. You know my pain.
now you got me thinking about the article Don McLean wrote a few years back. Everybody loves Weird Al parodies. And he did the a parody for American Pie using Star Wars. And Don McLean loves it so much. When he does a show, he'll revert to the Weird Al version of American Pie while doing the song.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Well, you know, I've been in the back of my mind brainstorming, like, I made it a point to say this year, I'm going to get to know, or I'm going to try to meet as many DIY bands as possible this year. Because I want to brew something and where we do a full DIY festival.
That sounds fun.
Hell yeah.
That would be awesome.
Hey,
Sweet.
I think it'd be pretty awesome to see Raven Black, the Almas, and Fatal Butterfly on the same day on the same stage.
Let's do
Let's
it.
go.
Exactly, and it takes me back to like it takes me back to the old school festivals in the 70s and 80s where it wasn't genre specific. You know, it was just the love of fucking music and art,
Right.
and everybody was there just
And-
you know, in the moment of just accepting each other, being one, like unified as people who love music and art, and like, you know, just having that tolerance. Like I imagine that, and I'm in my 50s now, so I'm like, I want to experience that. You know, I want to experience that Lollapalooza. I want to experience that in my lifetime. And there's plenty of fucking DIYs like us that would love to be a part of something like that, and we wouldn't even have to fucking make money. You know,
And when
we could sell tickets
Yeah.
just to put the fucking festival on. You know,
and when
I'll
Raven
leave
said
it
go
on
back to
here
like
of
the
the song.
60s or 70s with it, my first thought with that was, can we find some small fairground in the Midwest to hold it at?
yeah, we can. Or
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'll need a volunteer for one of my songs, so I'll need someone to do some spoken word. Rebecca knows what I'm talking about on one of my songs.
I mean, so there's these fairgrounds, but again, remember, fairgrounds are commercial. They need to make money. They have a lot of regulations.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's that. But
Logistics.
I have been as you know about my summer camp that I'm trying to plan. And that's pretty much, I've already spoken to the owners of the property. It's 40 acres in Michigan, upstate Michigan. They run a haunted horror attraction. But they have plenty of parking, plenty of space, plenty of generators that can fucking, you know, power an entire fucking 4 blocks. They're set up for it. So I've been like thinking about it. And so what I wanted to do is test it out and do my summer camp with just my fans, you know, and a small show, where we were just gonna freaking, you know, put a big rug on the fucking lawn and let's go, you know, and then do a bunch of different activities for an overnight summer camp.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's kind of like, what do they call it? What's that creepy movie? It is summer camp, right?
Yeah. You're talking about the one
Sleepaway
for
camp?
the
Sleepaway
hippies.
Camp. Raven Black Sleepaway Camp. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I'll do the Halloween haunt with them and terrorize my fans, right? And just have fun. So we're gonna do that as a test run, but I'm gonna talk to the owners more about holding a festival. And this is something that's been brewing in the back of my mind, going, okay, when we test it, can we play music? Is it loud enough? Is it set up for us to do what we want to do? And then, go ahead.
There is we do this event every year. It's called Acoustics in Ohio, and it's a super DIY. They actually bring out a full-blown PA out in the middle of the woods, and they just moved it to a big farm field and everything.
That's perfect.
So we've been doing this for 5-6 years.
Since the inception.
You guys already know how to use it.
Yeah,
so
it's called Acoustics.
We just got to come together, all the DIYs that really and not but DIYs that are really into this like community thing, and it's not about making money. It's not about making money. It's about making sure the festival is successful and that we all get to share in it.
Rebecca,
you know,
this is impossible. You totally know how to pull this off, Rebecca.
Oh, I've talked to her about shit like this in Washington. We're gonna do one in Washington, right?
Oh yeah. I'll be there.
So because not everybody can afford to go to Ohio, or not everybody can afford to go to Washington, and it's because we're not making money to put this festival on. We're actually just doing it for the experience. But that's the thing, is like, you can't go commercial because they want ticket sales and they want to fucking make money.
Oh, yeah.
They turn it into a business. Yeah. And as musicians, we have that. We deal with that all the time. But we also want something that's just organic, that's just music.
Right.
It's just,
makes sense.
It's for us. It's our fucking festival. It's for our music. It's a platform to share our fucking music and our like kinship amongst other musicians that understand and have been through the exact same struggle. And I know a lot of people always think, oh, well, you've done this and you've done with these big bands and you're like, and Raven Black's done these huge things. I'm like, yeah, but what people don't know is that I'm okay with admitting those were buy-on tours. Anybody.
Oh yeah.
And give myself some fucking pat on the back. I mean, you can't just have money and a big band will take you out. You still have to qualify. You still have to have the numbers. You still have to have the fucking experience and shit like that. They don't just pick anybody who has the fucking money, the cash. We've earned it, but at the same time, I'm not going to take too much credit that we're all of a sudden this big band because we've been out with big bands. No, we're still fucking DIY and struggling with the shit, just like you, just like everyone.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I also stress to you the do-it-yourself bands, the independent bands. Check out the Danny Wimmer Space Zebra stage, and it's basically a band's chance to audition for an opening at one of the Danny Wimmer festivals, whether it be Sonic Temple, Louder Than Life, Incarceration. He's you get the chance to be one of the bands on them stages, and I think it's an amazing opportunity for a lot of the independents and DIYs.
Yeah, I mean, you do get a chance to be playing in front of a lot more people than we're accustomed to. I mean, the festivals we do, but it's a long journey of growing, and then there's opportunities where you make money, opportunities you don't make money, opportunities where you're battle bands or auditioning or whatever, things like that. We don't do those competitions, and Rebecca knows. I don't, because, for instance, let's just say the Amas, right? To compete, or Giselle, to compete against me for polls and votes online on Facebook, I have way more followers than you guys. Like, it wouldn't be fair, right? And I don't want to take an opportunity from another DIY band that is smaller, more localized, more regional, that hasn't been out nationally or internationally like me. I don't want to take that spot from them because it's not fair. I don't think it's an even playing field, because I have done a lot of big things. You know what I mean? So my following changed because I did these big buy-on tours. Doesn't make me any better than you or any bigger than you. I've just been exposed to more than you.
Right. Well, at the end of the day, for anything, it's a numbers game.
It is a numbers game.
People don't give a damn. You go ahead and you pay for media base, you spend your $20,000 to get on the top 40, now you can brag and big deal.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean...
I've never had a Billboard top 40 or anything. You know why? Because that's paid for. I'd rather spend my money on the fucking road and see my fans and perform, which is what I love to do.
My biggest thing is I need to be able to translate my advertising, my radio campaigns, all that money into putting people in a venue. That's what matters. Like, I don't give a shit. You can have a million fucking streams, but if you only bring 10 people in the venue, you're no good to the community.
And right now, I'm booking headliners, right? And you've been on the road. These venues, buyers, and people don't get it on the business side. A buyer for a local music venue that holds 200 people, they have to pay the bills. They have to answer to the owner. So they can't pay you these gigantic guarantees. This is why they have smaller bands. And we all take door deals, and we all take 200 or 300 just to get gas in the fucking tank because we love to see our fans and play fucking music. And what people don't understand is just because I'm doing a headliner tour doesn't mean I'm making bank. You know, what I'm doing is I'm trying to just keep making music, and they don't fucking do it because being in front of your fans is the ultimate thing that is worth every fucking sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's all that, and it's not about being a fucking rock star. You know, if we wanted to be really full on money making rock stars or whatever, we'd probably do a different genre. We would probably go into a different.
We'd be pop artists.
Yeah. No, I literally have friends that do pop artist production, like music producers in LA, and one of them, his name is Eric, but I won't give you his last name, but he works with some big pop artists, and last thing he said to me on the phone when I was about to tour back then with Mushroom Head, 2016, he said to me, well, let me know when you want to make real money and come see me in the studio. That's why he jokes with me, you know, like, because he's like, you can sing pop, you could dance, you could do that. Why don't you go make real money? And I'm like, because if you look at my lyrics, they're pretty dark and fucked up, and I don't think pop music instrumentally is gonna deliver my message. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what people don't understand about the art of music. What?
Raven, I wanted to tell you real quickly, not to interrupt you, I apologize. Eve Clark is with the Trip the Wire. He's the one that did the Barbie doll photo shoot for me.
Yes,
so she's in the chat.
I was just getting ready to introduce Eve Clark, ladies and gentlemen, from Trip the Wire.
Yes, hello.
We've been gabbing over here.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Hi.
Everybody out there, all our viewers on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, you know how it goes. We get to talking, and I'm not one that's big on interrupting other people when they're in the middle of.
You got DIY bands together, we start talking.
Yes.
Start bitching.
So Eve.
Cool to meet you guys. It's really cool to meet you guys. You guys are gonna have to hit me up.
So Eve, how did you get started in the music industry, and what's your inspiration?
You guys can hear me, you said?
Yep, we can hear you perfect.
Okay, cool. I was confused when I got on here because it kept saying that I was muted, and then it said my video was off, and I was going from page to page. But anyway, I'm here, yay. What is my experience? Well, I've been playing guitar since I was 15 years old, and I've been in bands since I was about, well, let's just say 23 years I've been in bands. And my inspiration, I don't know, I've just always loved music. Even before I was born, my mom said I would kick to the beat of the music, or her heart, like when I was in the womb.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. I always tell that, like, it's kind of crazy. The doctor couldn't hear her heartbeat at one of the sonograms because I was kicking to it, or couldn't hear my heartbeat because I was kicking to hers. But ever since a little kid, I just loved music. I was always dancing and singing around the house and performing for my family, oldies and disco. And, you know, I grew up I was born in 74, so I was, you know, 70s, 80s kid. And yeah, when I was a teenager, I started getting into rock. I went from like Run DMC, I liked rap and stuff like that, to Aerosmith because of the Walk This Way video. And, you know, that opened up a whole new world for me, even though I had my brothers had listened to rock and stuff, but I just wasn't into it until I saw that video. And then that was the beginning of the end. And in the 80s, late 80s, I started getting into bands like Bon Jovi and Poison and Motley Crue, you know, all the hair bands, and Metallica. I started getting, you know, the heavier stuff. And yeah, those bands made me want to be in a band, like Skid Row and Extreme, and like those were like my biggest influences. And so I got a guitar when I was 15, and yeah, when I was about early 20s, I started my first rock band. And yeah, just been going ever since. Then I moved out from New York to the West Coast, Oregon, Seattle area, and that's when I started my bands. My first band was up in the Seattle area.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Well, we need to connect with you next time we're out in the West Coast area.
Yeah, it's been a while since we made it out that way, so.
Yeah, I haven't been there since 2019, so.
Yeah, we're looking at going there, hopefully in September, August. July, I guess.
And where are you guys?
We're based out of Wisconsin.
Oh, cool. Right
Yes. If I remember correctly, if you need to know an Alma's tour date, just ask Crystal. She has it down.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm the booking person. He is the management side of it, and so
the band, yeah.
then we come back together and we're like, okay, so what's going on?
What are we doing now? Yeah.
You'll have to let me know when you're in Seattle as well, when we all get together.
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Now,
And Giselle, you're in Seattle here.
Yeah, Seattle based.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to meet.
Probably
for some reason I thought Giselle was DC,
we just started being aliens and we didn't say hi to each other.
I'm sure we've been to many shows together.
I'm pretty sure, man.
She's my right-hand girl for Bands International. Legacy Entertainment Bands International. She's been on my board of directors from day one.
Nice.
Awesome.
And she comes in with me for Eve's information.
Now, Eve, if there was one person throughout history that you could sit down and have dinner with and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Wow. I've seen that question come across social media.
That's one of my favorite questions to ask people.
I know. It's like I'd like to think it would be somebody like deep and like not necessarily a musician, like somebody who has whatever, but honestly it would probably be a musician. 'Cause I'm just like obsessed with music and rock and wow. It might be Steven Tyler. Not like he's got a whole lot of information or like what's the word insight, but I think he'd just be cool to hang out with, and I just yeah, I don't know. That's the first thing that comes to my head.
Okay. Now, one more question I gotta ask you to make this official here. What's the weirdest thing you've seen in the music industry? The one thing that made you turn your head and look at your buddy and be like, dude, did that really just happen?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I mean, not necessarily a weird thing, but just kind of an unexpected thing that my previous band, Rev 3, was set to open for Don Dokken at Tony V's Garage, and I was never a huge Dokken fan. I love George Lynch. George Lynch is amazing, but like Dokken music, their songs, like I just never really was into them that much. But I was excited. I'm like, holy crap, we're opening for Don Dokken! Like that's a big name, And the night that we were there, after sound check and stuff, about an hour before we're supposed to go on, we were told that Don did not want to be up late. He wanted to go on before us. So we were closing that night. So it's like I kind of tell people, yeah, Don Dokken opened for me. So it's like kind of my story, like, yeah, Don Dokken opened for us. But yeah, I just found that kind of strange that he would, want to do that. But
all right.
That's the only thing I could think of. It wasn't like outrageous or anything, but that's just kind of a quirky story.
Hey, that's still pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now, what's one album you could not live without?
Ooh. I always put Appetite for Destruction as my number one. If somebody says, "What's your favorite album?" It's that one.
Hell yeah.
As far as not living without, though, it might be "And Justice for All" by Metallica.
I believe that's the second Appetite for Destruction we've heard today.
Oh yeah.
Nice. One of the guys earlier couldn't live without Appetite.
Dude, I mean, I don't name Guns N' Roses. Like, when I name my favorite bands, I often forget to name them because, honestly, I don't really care for the other albums. But that album, like, I got goosebumps just thinking about it. Like, dude, like, life-changing.
Right on. Mm-hmm. Raven,
I think that's actually what we're all in it for, is that the legacy side of it. Part where we have something that people remember our voice and our works and our art. And that's what it is. Like, for me, it's not about money or even having sold out shows or having like playing at an enormous venue or whatever. It's more about like having that record that I existed as an artist.
Yeah. And having that connection with the audience, you know, like Raven was saying.
I don't like large shows. I mean, it would be awesome as an ego thing, but I bet you when I got up there, I would hate the part where I don't get to party with my fans. I want to go smoke weed with my fans. I want, you know what I mean? Like, I want to hang out with my fans, and like, I don't want to be in a situation where they are not allowed to interact with me, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, really organic, kind of down to earth performer. And as much as I would love to be on stage in front of 500 or 1,000 or 3,000 people, I did that once when I was a kid. And for me, it's like, you know, did those fans that said they were going to come actually show up? So what if it's only 10 people here?
Right. All right. Well, let me go around the room with this one because I love people's answers, and I'm curious to hear Raven's. What's one album you can't live without?
That's a different question because I love so many. I can't live without. Shit. You guys are gonna be shocked because it's not a metal band.
You know what? I'm actually prepared for Raven to say like Frank Sinatra or Dean Martin or something obscure like that.
I love that shit.
An ABBA album.
Oh
yeah. Good shit. I'm going back. The one that I listen to still to this day. My playlist, the songs. God, if you guys are gonna be shocked.
Do it.
It's the Eagles.
Shit. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his voice. It's the instrumentation.
His voice.
It's classic. It's just goddamn fucking good music, and it's melodic, and it's got a story. It's got all the things I love about songwriting. You know what I mean? And it's not metal, but I think it's the root of it all. You know what I mean? I think metal music derives from classical music, and I don't play an instrument, but it's just inaudibly. I hear emotions instrumentally. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think of classic rock. That was the turning point of anything. Like, and as a dancer, it's all about what I call the music's, like a beat's effect on your body.
Well, and I gotta say, with the Eagles, it's the one band that I believe all of their members had a really successful solo career. Every other band that breaks up and tries to go off on a solo career, it's one or two members make it. The Eagles, all four of them had a really successful solo career.
Yeah, well, because they just, I mean, and I have to say, like, Foo Fighters is up there in that list too, because Foo Fighters is the new Eagles to me at the time, a certain time in the eras. You know, there's just, it's good music. Like, it's not meant to be heavy. It's not meant to be trendy. It's not meant to be, you know what I mean? It's not meant to do anything. It's goddamn good music.
Yeah, it's music for feelings.
You know what I'm saying? Like I could never compare our music to something like that. That to me is the epiphany of like legendary music that lasts forever through the ages.
Right on.
Yeah, it's like because they're tapped in. They're not like not conjuring up music or fabricating music. They're just a vessel for what's coming through, what's natural, what's already in there. Just telling a story. That's what music should be about.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. It's a story. It's a story. It's an emotion.
Crystal, what's an album you can't live without?
Oh gosh. Probably Queen album for sure.
Yes.
Like there's something about any song that comes on as soon as I hear Freddie Mercury's voice, like that. Like it's always weird when somebody talks about like, oh, female fronted, band, who's your inspiration? Like, obviously I've got like a list of female artists that people are expecting me to say, and I'm just gonna come out and I'm like Freddie Mercury. Like it's
all male.
Yeah, it's just everything about like I can't probably pick one album off the top of my head.
The Queen greatest hits.
Like, yeah, greatest hits. With the entire catalog. Oh. Yeah, no, definitely Queen though.
All right.
That's in my top list too.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
broke the ceiling. That's it.
Frank, what's an album you can't live without, brother?
Oh, the one and the only album I probably could never live without would probably be AC/DC's Back in Black.
Yeah.
That album, for me, was the reason I picked up the guitar. Like, I caught myself one day, I was just discovering music on the dial-up internet, or whatever. And I came across, AC/DC's Back in Black, and instantly I caught myself, like, rocking out in this very basement. And I like, the way it made me feel, I wanted that forever. And so that's why I picked up the guitar and everything. And plus the simplicity behind AC/DC and the way they can make you feel in literally 2 notes blows my mind. And it's from a guitarist standpoint, it's like the power behind the simplistic guitar. There's nothing to it. It's just, here it is. It's about the soul and attitude that's put into the music. Because there's not much there. It's really simple.
All right.
And they still can project this. They can project this power and attitude through simplicity. Is awesome.
And I'll tell you what, I've had this case empty for many, many years. It's AC/DC Back in Black, and it actually was part of a border around my room because I didn't have the record. A couple weeks ago, a buddy of mine hit me up, said, "Hey man, I'm about to go to the pawn shop with a whole bunch of records if you don't want them first." I'm like, "Bring them, dude, I'll take them." In that collection in that collection, without the sleeve, was AC/DC's Back in Black. And I said, dude, this was meant to be. Meant to be.
That is awesome.
Yes. Giselle, what's an album you can't live without?
Well, I'm gonna say it's Smashing Pumpkins' Infinite Sadness.
Nice.
Nice.
Box set. Yeah, I just got really obsessed with the Pumpkins in the 90s in my teen years, and that's kind of just stuck. Like, I love the way the music, it is extremely classical. The classical writing is so pervasive, and yet it's good, solid punk grunge,
See,
angry people but happy people, kind of. I don't know, it reminds me of the 90s too. That was just like a really fun time in my life. So
see, and now the minute you said that, all of a sudden Disarm popped into my head, and now it's gonna be stuck there for the rest of the day, but that's okay.
Yeah. Poor guy.
That's okay, I don't mind the song.
I have a question for everybody. What's everybody's favorite pop artist?
Pop artist?
Or pop song. Because
Lady Gaga.
Because people always assume metalheads don't ever freaking listen to, very cool, don't ever listen to pop, but we do. It's
I share a birthday with Lady Gaga. I'm plus or minus.
What song from Gaga?
Oh shit.
Oh, I think
The
Poker Face is one of my favorites, but
Edge of Glory.
Yeah, Edge of Glory, You and I.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, You and I is so good.
I have
I love
Born This
Shallow,
Way.
even though it's from a movie,
Yeah.
but I love that.
Yeah, it's a
Hold
good
on.
one too.
Eve, what's that tattoo?
Born This Way. It's a
Oh yeah.
Okay.
a trouble.
I love
trouble
that
stuff
song,
in a
too.
bass clef and a guitar.
I'm not the only metal artist that listens to pop every so often.
Or some Kesha.
Oh,
I can
yeah,
get down with some
Kesha.
Kesha.
Gold
Oh,
Trans
yeah.
Am. Dirty.
Whitney Houston is one of my
Yep.
biggest vocal idols. You know, all my vocal idols are males in the rock world, but then when I think of a female, it's Whitney Houston. So I grew up on pop. I love pop.
Ooh.
Mine's Madonna.
Oh yeah, she's
There you go.
I'm gonna confess I am one of those people who loves a lot of artists, so it's easier to ask me who I don't like.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
Bye.
Well, I'd have to say Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill was like
Oh, yeah.
a very big mantra for me. And
Mm.
when it
Yeah.
Okay.
as far as female, like female empowering, don't
Yes.
give a fuck what, this is just an expression of me. I loved
Yeah.
it. I
I
loved
saw
it.
that tour in '95, Jones Beach in New York on Long Island. It was amazing.
Wow.
Saw that concert.
My wife is
Taylor
in love
Hawkins.
with that album.
It's one of my I still sing to a couple of her songs from my warm-ups.
Mm-hmm. You do a good job on them too, Raven.
The what?
Yeah, I said you do a great job on all those warm-up songs that are out of your type of style. It's
Yeah.
great for.
Technique.
Speaking
Yeah.
of warm-ups, I warm up to Broadway show tunes. From
I love that.
Is that for belting or nasal?
Huh?
Do you do that for belting or nasal?
I just do it to get my range
Opening up.
locked in, so I sing
Right?
Annie.
Yeah, because that's all that belting.
It's just to get the range locked in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I do these sessions and I do the same thing. I go through a couple of different songs just for opening up range, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Don't judge me." You know, like
Yeah.
Somewhere Over
This
the
is-
Rainbow is like perfect.
Yeah,
I
I do Misty.
You do
Misty
with
by
what?
I do Misty by Sarah Vaughan.
Oh shit! Okay.
Jazz. Yeah.
Nice.
That's one of my warm-up songs. But Alanis is one of mine too. And I call it the shower song. I don't remember what that hidden track was titled at the end of Jagged Little Pill, but
Oh.
you know the I went to your house.
Oh yeah.
Up the stairs. Yeah, love
Yep,
that.
I love that
Yeah.
song. Oh, I love that song. That's like, yeah. That's
I call it the shower song. I don't remember what the title was.
Hold on a second. Honey! I know someone that will know right here. I'll be right back.
Come on, Rebecca, number one, help us out. Interesting
Honey.
story though. Kristen, Rebecca, she's Rebecca number one from Rebecca.
Is there a cat on top of that chair?
There
No, I
is.
think it's the
No,
ground.
I
like
think
a
there
monkey.
was a cat on top of the chair.
There's
I
definitely
thought it was
a
a
cat.
monkey. I thought it was a monkey for some reason.
Oh,
I think it's a cat. I think it's a gray cat.
There's a black cat that's called Raven. And he
Oh,
does
that's
have a-
right.
He does. He has a black cat. He can get you Raven.
Raven, where are you from? Where do you live?
I'm originally from LA, and then I moved to Michigan for 5 years, and then I just got back to LA now in January, so I'm back home.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so I've just made so many friends and connections in the Midwest now and the East Coast and now I feel so far away from them. It's crazy
What?
with the time
I
difference.
bet.
Your house?
What? What about my house?
Your House was the name of the song at the end of the
Oh,
Alanis
your
Morissette.
house.
Oh yeah,
That's
your
right.
house.
Now,
That's right.
I do want to back up just a moment because I'm wondering something. And last Tuesday, me and Jim did an interview with someone, and we went around and said, what band do you absolutely not like? What band can you absolutely not stand? And they went through theirs, and then they asked me, and I can't understand how anyone can find a band they absolutely do not like. Granted, I'll sit there and I'll talk shit about Nickel Suck and Five Finger Donkey Slap and all that other stuff, but at the end of the day, every band has that one song. I don't care if you hate the band. You listen to the album, you will always find that one song that just grabs you emotionally, catches a place in your heart, has some kind of connection to you. You know, so I mean, I can't think of any band out there that just I don't like anything they've ever done. Every band has that one song.
Yeah. I don't hate any bands.
That's just, I don't have the energy to put into that.
I think there's.
So if I don't like a band, I just don't go.
Exactly.
But I don't have the energy to put into that. Like, I have limited resources.
But
I think there's bands that I appreciate, or I can appreciate, but they rub me the wrong way.
Okay.
Same here.
Like an example would be like Greta Van Fleet.
Yeah.
I listen to them and I like it, but every time I hear it, I'm just aggravated.
It sounds like I'm listening to Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, I don't want to get on this topic too much, but it just bothers me. Like I can't enjoy it. But I do. But I'll play their song. They're on my playlist. I'm like, sweet, but.
The first time I heard that very first Greta Van Fleet song, I'll never forget it. I was in the car with my husband, and we're flipping around, or we just turned it on. It wasn't the beginning of the song. It just was. I remember just coming into the middle of the song, and I looked at him, and he had a confused look on his face. And then as I asked, he's like, I was just thinking the same thing. I go, I've never heard this Led Zeppelin song before, have you? and then I heard the singer hit a certain note and did that gravelly thing, and I was like, oh wait, that's not Plant. Like, who the hell is this? And then,
the singer yodels. It's
crazy.
rock yodeling.
Yes.
It's rock yodeling.
But they're very talented, so it's like I can give them that, but it's like I don't know.
I know, like, I appreciate it, but it bothers me.
Yeah, it's like I don't not like it. Like, I don't turn them off.
Not shitting
on it. It's good music.
Like what? It's just confusing my brain.
Well, and that's my thought when I first heard them was, who's trying to rip off Led Zeppelin? And then I realized that's not even what they were trying to do. That's just how they sounded.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yep.
I have a different take on it. I felt everything you guys felt, but then I got I don't even know if it's just rumored, but whatever, if it's fact or rumor, but I got like the behind the scenes take on it, that it was manufactured to dip into the sound of Led Zeppelin with a new
that 100% agree.
That bothers me.
I know of that too.
Yeah. And then the other thing with their new album, I know it's very manufactured. They're trying to do like more Pink Floyd.
Yep.
So they're like specifically targeting certain bands.
And that in itself bothers me because being a writer. Yeah. And have you not ever heard anybody say, look, just listen to an old song, rip it off, and change it a little bit and make it your own? And I'm like, that's not writing.
Right, that's the exact opposite of what we were just discussing earlier about things just coming out organically and tapping into and being a vessel as an artist. So it's the completely opposite thing.
Well, and see, that's why I love bands like all of you. I mean, I know you guys all write your own music and you're collaborate with your band to get songs written, whereas music you hear top 40 are written by 6 different people and the song's just stupid.
Yeah, like the sad thing,
it's all rips.
Yeah, the sad thing we learned, actually while we were recording in Nashville just last summer, was just what you said. It's all these different writers, not even the artists writing their own stuff.
Yeah.
But fun fact, one of the very few remaining true rock bands in the top 40 is Nickelback.
Yep.
Chad Kroeger writes all his own stuff.
Produces it all himself.
He is that's the only band that still does it at that level.
Yeah.
They get a lot of shit, but I never understood why they get so much shit. They're a badass band.
Yeah.
I mean,
I respect Nickelback all day now.
It's jealousy breeds contempt.
Yep.
Whenever a really successful artist gets a lot of shit, is jealousy breeds contempt. We all know what happens.
Do you guys experience what I experienced? Like, so like I'm coming out with this album, and it's a ballad album because I went through a lot of shit last year, and I just basically poured it into songwriting, my depression and sadness. So, but you know, I listen back and I'm rehearsing it, and I'm going, fuck, this is so out there, and it's so different from like my metal music, and it doesn't sound like anybody else or anything, but isn't that the music I love? So just fucking don't be afraid and just fucking put it out because it came from like your soul. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, it's not mainstream. Yeah, it's fucking very different. And Rebecca, you've heard this, my music.
Yes. Well, yes,
And
exactly.
it
It's just like what you did with the in the silence song.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, I want to hear a different thing. Hey, Rebecca, I need somebody to collaborate with me. Can you write a song together? And I still love my in the silence song.
Yeah,
It's
no.
the best thing
As musicians and writers, original writers, you guys, do you feel the same way where I'm like so afraid to put it out, but then I'm just like, I have to put it out because this song might mean something to someone,
And
and
that's
it
so
means something to me. I just don't
Steve
be afraid.
Vai talks about that. I don't know if you guys know a lot about Steve Vai other than him being an instrumental guitar player. He's incredibly tapped in spiritual person, and he's very into the esoteric and the metaphysical, and he does talks about these things on YouTube. It's called Underneath It All or something like that. Look it up on YouTube, Steve Vai Underneath It All or something. But he talks about when he did his, I think it was Passion and Warfare album, or it might have been a different album, but he did it all himself down in his basement, and he locked himself away for months and months, and he had all of those doubts. He talks about this on YouTube, and like how he felt like, who the hell is going to care about this? Who is going to like this? Like, nobody. And he's like, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. I'm going to do this for myself.
Yes.
And when you feel that strongly and that passionate about something, it has to come out. It does. So you just have to shed all that doubt and just do it. And chances are, if something moves you, if you love something so much, chances are it's going to move tons of people.
Well, Rebecca's seen sneak peeks of it when I was doing some writing sessions. I just went live on Messenger to my fan group, private group, and let them listen in to three songs?
How special.
3 or 4, I think so, yes.
I know I've been excited. I've been excited for the White Album for a long time now.
Have you heard any of the songs, Chris? Did you go to any of those sessions?
I think I heard one of them.
Was it Gone?
I can't remember. It was a while back. And I caught you were on a live feed, and I jumped in, and you were singing, and then it was just a couple of minutes I got to watch, and then something happened. I had to run out again, and too much going on at once. But I've always said, I'm a fan of the softer side of metal.
Yeah. I mean, it's rock, so it's rock power ballads, which is what I grew up on. I mean, fucking Leonard Skinner, Styx, fucking Journey, fucking all that classic rock shit. And I was like, you know what? This album's just shit I went through after losing my dad. This is a dedication to my dad.
Yeah.
This is the shit I used to sing with him, when I was a kid, and that started my whole rock vocals, and so I'm just doing it, and I'm terrified.
Hey. With music, as much as you want to let out the excitement and the dance and the rock, sometimes you gotta let out the sadness and the hurt with it too.
Yeah.
I know.
It's okay to cry while you're writing a song. Nobody's gonna get upset if you
It's
cry.
so fucking vulnerable. You know what I mean? It's just so.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
I can totally relate to that. I after being in bands for 19 years or so, rock bands, hard rock bands, I decided, and always joining bands, established bands, I didn't start anything from scratch. I stripped down completely to just me and an acoustic guitar, and I put out a 7-song acoustic album, and it was extremely vulnerable, but I'm really proud of it, and I love it. And then after that, I finally said, you know what, no more joining bands. I'm starting a motherfucking band. And so that's what Trip the Wire is. I started from the ground up. I'm like, no more, I want to do what I want to do, and I want to find the people that I want to find. So, but that helps to strip down every now and then and just like see what comes out. And I was surprised what came out because I always wanted to be like Sebastian Bach and Slash, like rolled into one. And what came out was Carole fucking King. Like that's who I
Yeah,
turned
but
into.
it's so good. Carole King is not a bad thing to come out, you know.
Not at all, but it was just surprising to me that, oh, okay, that's what's in there.
Well, what's funny is even my vocal coach and my producer way back, 10, 15 years ago, just vocal lessons. And I remember my coach saying, well, let's see what your range is. And my high range, my low range. And of course he was like, your highest note is a G. And I go, yeah, but I hate going that high. I probably will never write up to that level, And he's like, yeah, but that might be your money maker. That's like every unique voice has that one note or that one timbre or that one thing that makes theirs. And that's what the legends have, that people go, oh man, like that's, Ozzy's voice, or that's fucking Freddie Mercury's voice. Nobody, as soon as you hear the fucking song, you're like, that's his voice. And he's like, and you have a very unique voice, so you're just gotta find that thing that you do, that's all you, that as soon as anybody puts your song on, they're like, that's Raven's voice, you know what I mean? So I'm like, okay. So I figured it out, but like this ballady thing, like you're talking about vulnerable, and Becca, Chris, you can kind of, I used to be told, God, you sound like Pat Benatar or Stevie Nicks.
You do, that's what my husband says.
And I'm like, no, don't even fucking say that to me, because no, I don't want, I'm trying to find my own unique voice, don't say that to me. So it wasn't that I don't love these legends. I mean, I love both of them. I idolize both of them. But I don't want to sound like them because I'm trying to find my own unique voice. But then recently with this album, my producer said, well, you're just gonna have to get over yourself because you have that voice. You know what I mean? Like, get over it, and just, you have a natural rasp even when you fucking speak. You have a froggy voice. It's just your voice. So just live with it. Just embrace it. So it's vulnerable. It's just feeling so vulnerable about it.
Going back to, the vulnerability and about writing for yourself and things like that, it depends on what you're in it for, I mean, there's times where, hey, I need to write this song for me and I don't give a damn. And there's other times we set out to write a song, I need to write a banger today, And one thing we learned in the studio is we wrote our EP that we're releasing in 2 weeks in the studio, in the moment. Each song was written in a day or two. And what's interesting is when you're put under that type of pressure, you have nothing but your thoughts in the moment to go with. That's it. Yeah, and it's like, that's it. That's all I got is what I wrote, and that's true emotion, And the thing is, no matter what you do, it's always gonna be you. Yeah. The only way our sound is based off all the past that we've listened to. We've wanted, in our minds, we put it all together, and we take what we like out of it. Yeah. And that's us. We're just copying. We're copycats of the past. That's all we are.
It's all of our input. That's the way to be unique with it.
Yeah.
Be individual.
And no matter what you do, it will always beat you. So it's like, don't worry about that ever.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's hard no matter what you do. You just, that vulnerability always gets you.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me move around the room because I know Repent has been trying to get in for a while, and I think we got him this time.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going there, brother?
Real good, man. We're happy to be here.
All right, where are you guys at in the world?
We are in between Denver and Casper, Wyoming, in a little town called Wheatland, headed back home from a show last night in Denver.
Okay, I was gonna say, it looks like you guys are in the tour bus.
Yeah.
There you go. So how'd you guys get started in the music business? What's your influences?
It's a long story.
Yeah. originally it was System of a Down for me. I started fucking learning all their stuff, and then I got some tabs for Laid to Rest by Lamb of God and Six by All That Remains, and I just fell in love with metal after that. Yeah, I'd say my biggest influences at this point is probably After the Burial.
Okay.
Love those guys.
I'm old, so Guns N' Roses and Megadeth way back then.
Hell yeah.
Sean, you're up.
For what?
What are your influences?
My influences?
Yeah, shit, I've got to answer 5 questions to qualify for an interview. For the whole thing.
Yep. Each one of you.
All
5
right.
questions.
Each one of us has to do 5 questions?
Well, then that gives us more numbers.
Yes.
You don't have to.
Hold on. Let me get everybody's name here for Repent.
Let me switch you back to here so everybody can kind of fit in.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, Sean might have to jump in on me. There we go. So, I'm Jeremy. That's Steve.
Sean.
Sean right here. And Joe and Dominic up front.
Nice.
So, Dominic's driving.
I'm Jelly. I want to be in a van right now on the road. I know, but that's the dream. This is what people don't understand.
Yeah.
I'd much always rather be in that van with them, going to go play music or coming back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's weird.
Travel, meet new people, and fucking trip their faces off.
Oh yeah. So let me go around the van real quick and ask, what's one album you can't live without?
Rest in peace.
Ooh, that's a fucking
Oh, yes.
That's a good one. There's so many.
So good.
But I have to go and say Ashes of the Wake by Lamb of God. Probably one of my all-time favorites. It was a huge influence on me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Memory is no fun.
That's a good one.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, that's so tough. Either Slipknot's second record or Motionless in White, Disguise.
Hell yeah. I like these guys already.
Yeah.
That's Bubba.
Joe said Master of Puppets.
Oh, yeah.
Master of Puppets, hell yeah. And real quick, I got to get off track here because you said Ashes of the Wake, and I got a funny story about that album. Years ago, I was hanging out with some friends of mine, and my one friend says, "Hey, Chris, do you got any good Christian music I can listen to?" I said, "I don't know. Go through my book of CDs." Back when everyone had a giant book of CDs. She's flipping through, says, "Oh, Lamb of God, that sounds good." I said, "Go ahead and play it." She puts it in. First track, all of 10 seconds, she starts screaming, "This is not the Lamb of God." Yes, it is.
Hilarious.
A Christian like coffee cup company just ripped off the logo. It's just all like this religious, and this is Lamb of God logo.
Yes.
Too bad you didn't have Striper in that book.
Ooh, right? If you guys could sit down and have dinner with anyone throughout history and pick their brains, who would you want to talk to?
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, Wally is really good.
He's a madman.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite composers. That's a good one too. Fuck.
I'm gonna go with Jesse James, the old outlaw.
Oh, hell yeah, that's cool.
Hell yeah.
I would like to talk to Mitch Lucker once. Fuck this whole violence. He died in 2012.
That's a good one too.
Seemed like an awesome dude.
Okay.
Beethoven, nice.
I was saying, did I get a Beethoven in there? Hell yeah.
Yeah. A lot of us like classical too. So.
Well, with the
my all-time favorite genres.
hey, if you look at his sheet music, Beethoven was a metalhead.
They
Yeah.
just played metal. They just didn't have metal instruments to play it on.
Yes.
As we were talking about earlier, metal is the closest to classical music. Just in arrangement, composition, everything.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
Best
with
metal bands today from a classical point of view.
Mm-hmm.
One second.
I'm gonna go with a different opinion on that. I'm gonna go with Michael Jordan because I don't think anybody more driven than that dude was.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Who?
Michael Jordan. I don't think there was anybody more determined than him.
Cool, yeah. That's
So,
Good
just
one.
drive, determination.
The Gallic.
I gotta take a shower first, though.
Okay.
But I'm starving.
Oh, sorry about that. Moving on. What is one album you can't live without?
We did that one.
We did that one.
Oh wait, we did that one. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, my bad. We got Ashes of the Wake and yeah, Rust in Peace. My bad. Oh. Oh. Being in a band together, what's the craziest thing you've seen on the road? The one thing that made you look at your other bandmates and be like, dude, did that really just happen?
Last night was fucking interesting.
We got shot.
Yeah, we got shot at.
Our band got shot, and when we went to we were in Denver going to the show, and when we got to the venue, we opened up the back door, and there was a bullet hole in the back door and a bullet lodged in the door.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Hold on a second. Have we talked to you guys before?
What did you guys do?
We haven't talked to you guys before.
No.
Well, then you're the second band we've talked to that's been shot at.
Oh, it's crazy.
While going to do a show.
Yeah.
I didn't think we've ever talked to you before, but I you know, I don't, like I said, I don't remember everyone we've ever talked to, but certain things in band interviews, stories, things that have happened, stuff clicks in my brain. And I remember a while back we had talked to a band that they were on their way to a venue. They were loading in, and someone did a drive-by.
Holy crap.
Yeah. I still have the bullet. I pulled the bullet out of the door and put it in a special weird shit.
Hey, honestly, I'd put it in a little vial and wear it in a chain around my neck.
Dude, yeah.
Write a song about it.
Yeah.
Nonpoint wrote it for you. Bullet with your name on it.
That's right. That song actually came into my mind as soon as she said that.
Oh, hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Repent. And they just did a show last night in Denver. So, I mean, is there a tour going on for you guys right now?
We were direct support for one of our buddies in Denver. They just got back off of tour, and this was their homecoming show. Our friends Celestial Wizard, they totally killed it last night.
Oh, okay.
And we went down there and hung out for their homecoming show and played with them.
Hell yeah, I need to get back to Denver. I love the Green Mile, and I'm not talking the Stephen King book.
Well, now I know some people I can hang out with in Colorado.
Yeah, you got that.
You guys live in Denver?
We're in Casper, Wyoming, but we come down to Denver a lot. It's only 4 hours.
That's
Oh, right on.
You gotta travel a lot to play.
Where'd you guys play it last night?
A venue called the Seventh Circle. It's
I've heard that. In Denver?
Yeah,
It's a little DIY venue.
yeah, it's an old venue. Has a real punk rock feel to it, and it's been around Denver for a long time. Kind of a historic thing.
Hell yeah.
That's cool.
Okay.
We lost Danny.
Yeah, oh, darn it. Danny, come back. Yeah.
He's in Iceland, right? So maybe he's having connection problems too. I thought it was me for a minute. Danny Six is a prodigy in music. He's, what is he, like 23, Chris?
Something like that. Yeah, he's a young. Yeah, I love Denver, and as much as I love Denver, I can never remember what I did while I was there.
It doesn't have that effect on people.
It does.
Because you were smoking weed?
Denver has a very good smell to it.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
you don't understand. We whenever we tour, we're like, okay, certain areas where weed is legal. Oh, there's where.
Danny came back.
Yay.
I had some audio issues, so I had to kind of fix that.
I was going to say, that's got to be difficult for a band, especially if you're a band that does have members that smoke. Certain drummers out there I know like to indulge, and it's got to be tough on tour trying to figure out what state you're in, and is it legal here or not?
Well, they should just fucking legalize it everywhere.
Yeah, we're all potheads.
They should. It ain't never hurt nobody. Maybe
How
could
many
have.
of you are patients? How many of you are actual patients and patients?
Depending on what state I'm in.
Well, in my state, I'm a patient.
I have a theory.
So in every place that I'm at, I'm a patient. My body determines that, not laws.
Well, I'm patient when I'm waiting for the guy to call me back.
My theory is that they're going to make it federally legal as soon as they figure out how much money they can charge in taxes on it.
Washington State's made bank because we were one of the first states that were legalized. They're just like really all of the people out here doing very well. One of my relatives actually has her own dispensary and creates her own product.
I know a number of people who have businesses out here, and I go to some of them.
See, and Danny, I think it would be big over in Ireland because you're all about green over there.
Usually, it kind of depends on what your outlook on it is, because 9 times out of 10, there was actually like a protest like 2 months ago for people that wanted to legalize weed within the country because, like, the same reasons. They're saying it's not harming anybody, it's literally a plant, so it's like, it's probably the cleanest thing you can fucking get. And, they're just kind of like, there's a lot of people for it, but there's just as many people against it. But I'm just like, dude, it doesn't hurt anybody. It puts everybody in a good mood by the end of the night. So why not?
We got our doctors on board. We had our doctors and our police department on board.
I'll tell you what, if everybody in the world sat down and smoked a joint at the same time, we'd have about 30 minutes of world peace before they decided, before the argument started, Domino's or Pizza Hut.
It'd be way more than 30 minutes. Like with some of the stuff I've had, it'd be like way more than 30 minutes.
No, it's going to take 30 minutes, and then they're going to start fighting over Pizza Hut or Domino's.
That's not what happens. Y'all just buy a whole lot. Share.
Yeah. I'll have to bring you some gummies, Raven, when I see you at the show. You'll love our gummies.
I can't. I can't do it because I don't know. I don't know how the metabolism is yet anymore with my body weight. So like last time I did a gummy,
I totally forgot.
Fucked up.
It's okay. I'm not saying names, but she does have a guinea pig that will test it.
Oh yeah, see, Ryan doesn't give a fuck. He'll fucking take your gummy.
Okay, I didn't want to call him out and put him out there. But...
Oh no, everybody knows we're both 420 friendly, but I'm like the hybrid, help me sleep at night kind of girl. But he's like, let's get fucking lit. That's Ryan's like, what?
See,
Rebecca knows how I feel about gummies and when I have to have them.
See,
and airplanes and ships and
I wish I would have known that in Michigan before I talked to you guys, because I actually stopped at the dispensary before the show.
Oh no, Ryan was taking care of before we left. So
okay.
So the whole thing that I joke about Ryan is he's got his superpower. So when he lived in Colorado, because he's from Colorado, right? And so it became legal there, right? Then he moved to California, and it became legal in California. Then we moved to Michigan, and like months later, it became legal. So we're like, dude, wherever we fucking Ryan moves to, it becomes legal. So I said, well, dude, it's gonna happen federally. We've been touring, and this is 2019. We've been touring all over the fucking country. So you've been living all over the fucking place this year, so maybe it'll go better.
So it sounds like I need to convince Raven and Ryan to move to Kentucky for a little bit.
Yeah, I bet you it'll finally become legal in Kentucky. But that's just what it is. Like, that's exactly what happened. So I was like, dude, I think that's your superpower. Wherever you live, it's so bad.
Legalization happens.
That's great.
So Danny, what is going on over there in Ireland? Any projects going on for you?
I have started recording the second record. The second album cycle has started 2 weeks ago.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you're making a 3-part compilation album?
I am. Oh, you remember?
Yay! My brain's working today.
To follow the story. There's kids in the story.
I don't know why this is a complete fluke, people. My brain is firing on all cylinders today.
But yeah, no, we actually got the story finished for the second album last night, and we're starting the visuals of it next week. So I'm kind of gone to the recording studio and just trying to get all the fucking songs down and kind of rewriting what I can, and I'll probably have a song out within a month, probably.
Hell yeah.
Something like
that. Hell yeah. So, let me ask you, Danny, what's one album you couldn't live without?
Oh, fuck.
I was like, don't fucking put me on the freaking shit.
One album I couldn't live without. For me, it would be Slipknot's first record, the self-titled.
Okay.
Because
now their first studio album released or their first album released?
The first studio, so the self-titled record.
Okay.
Their first Roadrunner release, I'll say that.
Okay, because before they did that, they did have an independent album that's not easy to find.
That's Meat, Kill, Fever, Feet or something like that, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. No, so it was the first Roadrunner Slipknot album was kind of one that got me into a lot of the heavier style of music, especially with the singing as well. Like Corey's singing style and stuff like that is just fucking amazing on that record, and it's kind of stuck with me ever since.
And I
all these years later.
I gotta say, I've always said, being from Iowa, being from the Midwest, I understand their anger.
Yeah. They sound like very angry men. They sound like they didn't have a great time sometimes.
Well, I mean, in the Midwest, growing up back in the day, even before technology and social media, there really wasn't a whole lot. So
not a whole lot to do.
Yeah. Now, Danny, if you could sit down and pick anyone's brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Ozzy Osbourne.
Ozzy!
Because I just love to know, like, where he got the inspiration, especially from, like, the early Sabbath years with, like, Masters of Reality and Sabbath Bloody Sabbath and Paranoid and all this kind of stuff, like how they were able to write these kind of songs and lyrics and stuff like that. And also, what are most of the drugs like afterwards? Right. He's still alive after all these years.
Yeah, he's an anomaly, and he did retire from touring, but he's still doing the sporadic shows, and they have the Power Trip Festival happening in October. He's going to be up there with AC/DC and all of them. And you were talking about his songwriting for Master of Reality and his Black Sabbath days, he also wrote Hey Stupid for Alice Cooper and Hellraiser for Motorhead, and just some of the people he's talked to and had worked with over the years. I mean, it's just, he's got an amazing story. I've read I Am Ozzy 9 times, and
that is one of my favorite biographies that I've read is I Am Ozzy, honestly.
Yes. When he released the book, he did a book signing, and I sat down and read it for the first time while waiting for him to sign it.
You get it signed?
Yes, I got it signed, and it's sitting on the. It's in my collection of prized possessions.
Yeah.
But
Amazing.
I mean, it was really cool being able to meet him, even if it was for the 30 seconds until the handlers and security started pushing me through, and I turned around and seen my son sitting on Ozzy's lap playing air guitar with him, and I said, "Hold on, no, you're not pushing me through, because that's my son right there." And so it was pretty awesome, turning around, seeing my son sitting there with Ozzy playing air guitar, and got to take the picture. My kid's throwing up the horns, and Ozzy's got a peace sign. So yeah.
Well, I hate to be the one to leave the party, but unfortunately we gotta go. But it was great meeting all of you guys.
Yes, yeah. Crystal, Frank, thank you for hanging out with us today. And yeah, we always look forward to talking to you guys again.
Yes, absolutely. It was great hearing you guys all talk about your lives and music, and look forward to checking you guys all out. So.
Matter of fact, right now we're off to upload our new single that's going to be released.
Hell yeah.
So.
Share the link.
So that's what we're doing right now.
Yes, I was going to say, feel free to share it to Asgard, and we'll put it in the rotation for you.
Perfect.
You know you're going to get it.
Hell yeah. All right. We love you guys. Thank you for joining us.
All right.
Yes,
take care, guys.
All right.
Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna get going too. I've got a lot of calls to make, but thanks for having me. It was really cool meeting you guys.
Yes, thank you, Raven.
Be safe getting home. I'm still jealous. Giselle, I can't wait to see you fucking tap dance and fucking play guitar and sing. That's insane.
Well, also,
you know I love you, Danny. Danny, one of these days I'm gonna get to Ireland.
Hopefully, that would be cool.
Working on Europe next year, so
that would be cool.
We are working.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Raven.
Nice to meet you. All right, Chris.
All right. Thank you, Raven. We love you.
Thank you.
Yes,
right,
thank you.
All right, have fun. Good luck.
All right.
The numbers. Good luck.
Hell yeah,
right,
thank you.
Thanks, Raven.
I'll
talk to you a little later, Raven.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am Chronic Chris from AsgardRadio.com. We are going for the world record of most artists interviewed in a day, musicians, band members. Like I said, I don't care if you're the tour bus driver for the Slap Happy Slippery Nipple Band, or if you're the roadie for Motley Crue, or if you're playing guitar for Ozzy nowadays. I don't care who you are. We want to talk to you at AsgardRadio.com. Moving around the room, Thomas. He's got his microphone muted, and I don't know if he can hear me.
We got to go too, Chris. How many more questions do you need from us?
I asked you guys 5 questions. I think we're good.
We think it's really cool what you're doing, man.
Yes, thank you, Repent. Safe travels getting back home, and we look forward to talking to you guys again.
Thank you so much. We'll be looking forward to seeing the results from today.
Yes, and like I said, we are going to hit you guys up again to get a full interview with you guys. Have a 30-minute to an hour-long special with you guys.
That's perfect.
Good.
Yes, everybody. We are going to be hitting everybody up that we are talking to today at a later date for other interviews and stuff. We are going for the world record of most artists and band members talked to today. So if you guys want to continue the conversation for a moment, Repent, thank you for joining us. I got to step away for just a moment to talk to the wife real quick if everyone wants to keep the conversation going for a moment.
Thank you, Chris.
Nice to meet you, Repent.
Thank you.
No, I'm not allowed to say we're going for the Guinness World
So Dominic,
You're talking.
you're new. How are you?
Well, I'm old, so not very new, but I'm good. How you guys doing?
We all are.
None of us are new, like in that way new.
I used to have everybody's dad here, so that's a...
Doubt it.
Really?
I'll be 50 next year, so.
No. Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
some of us are younger looking than we really are. It's just our
Exactly.
great the truth.
What you guys are doing, it's working, and just send it my way.
I'm 58 myself, so yeah, I know how that is. I'm always getting there myself.
Well, you're making me very good about myself, then, all of you. Then. Thank you.
You're in with the right cat people here. We're all the same age.
Besides me, I'll probably be the youngest guy here.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You're 23, aren't you, Danny? How old are you, Danny?
I am 23 in a month.
Yeah, I
And
can
I'm
hear that.
Baby.
My
You
son's
started doing your music. When did you all start doing your music? I know pretty much when Danny did, but when did you start doing your music?
Me?
Dominic.
It's like 14 or
Yeah,
15.
what age did you start doing your music?
Yeah, 14 or 15.
14 or 15?
Yeah, I've been doing this a long time, yeah.
Who was it that inspired you to do your music?
My dad was a musician in the 70s, so he was a guitar player and singer for a bunch of bands, and he got me into it, and I started singing in the
And what
clubs.
type of music do you play again?
It's just a heavy rock. I don't know what you would... There's so many genres these days, I can't even keep track. You know, just a heavy rock band that I do right now. So, I was in I put out a couple of records in the early 90s, and then I took time off in the early 2000s when my kids were born. And then I got back into it a few years ago, about 11 years ago, out here in Las Vegas. I was in a band called Wicked Garden, did a couple of records, and then I went solo last year, so I did a solo record, and I'm actually going to start recording my next one in 2 weeks, actually.
Awesome. So then that means there's going to be a tour coming up too, huh?
I would like to say yes. It's kind of hard to say because it's just so expensive to tour these days, and again, playing the age card. Me and the guys that I have in my band, we're all middle-aged, and we have mortgages and kids and stuff like that, and sometimes it's just not worth it to go out for an extended period of time and come back broke.
Right.
But we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, and I'll say this many times throughout today, AsgardRadio.com, we want to help the independent and the DIY musicians. While you're on tour, feel free to go to AsgardRadio.com, click on Asgard Connect, and we have a whole list of people that are background checked and vetted, places for you to stay, get a good home-cooked meal, a warm bed to stay in, place to shower, do your laundry, the Rockstar Bed and Breakfast, courtesy of AsgardRadio.com, to help bands save a couple bucks while on tour.
That's fantastic. That's a great idea. Thank you for letting me know about that.
Yeah, no problem, brother. I try to encourage all independent bands. Save yourself a couple of bucks and just go to our website. Plus, any of our DJs, you can ask them. Because we're trying to help independent and DIY bands as much as we can.
Yeah, that's great.
That used to be a really big thing. I remember when I first started meeting bands, like under age 10, my parents would let musicians come through and stay in our basement, and that was the thing.
And I know it was a big thing back in the 60s, 70s, even into the 80s, just rock stars crashing on a friend's couch while they're in town on tour for a night. And
I did it back in the 90s too. I'm too old, my back hurts too much to sleep in a van. So
right.
My fiber won't let me do it.
But
My fibromyalgia won't let me do that.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, and that's like I said, that's one way we try to help you guys out. We got people all over the United States helping us do this. So
I think it's awesome. It's really cool to see a network grow up like that.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's one of the things. The biggest difference now than from when I started back in the 90s is you don't really have the camaraderie that we used to have back then. Back then it was us against the world, and you would just hook up with other bands and they'd help you out. And now it's you kind of on an island most of the time. So it's good to hear that people are doing that again.
There's not as much of a stigma on hard rock and heavy metal and stuff like that, because you can imagine back in the 80s and back in the 90s, a lot of people were more or less against that because there was the whole stigma that was connected to people being like satanic worshippers, or they didn't want to let them in because they feel like they would like damage the city that they were in, damage the fucking venues that they're in, or anything like that. But now, I think everybody has kind of, well, I'm not going to say they have a completely open mind because that would be kind of bullshit. But they have an open enough mind that it's like they're not afraid to open the scene up to people that are more independent and not signed to a major label or not signed to any kind of independent label.
Right.
Because like a lot of independent people won't get the same opportunities the same way as someone at a major label would do. That they're hard working themselves and trying to get it to like a professional standard though, but because it's so much music going out every fucking day, it's just so difficult to even try reach a certain fucking level, you know?
Right.
Absolutely right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me move around the room real quick. Peter Sermon, I know he's pressed for time, coming in from sunny Central California, and he's got Iced LA with him. Peter, how are you, brother?
Hey, Chris. Hey, everybody. How you guys doing? Saying hello from Los Angeles, California. Yes, it's sunny today. It was a really bad season, raining. We never had so much rain, but we needed water in Southern California because we had drought going on for years and years. So today is really nice weather and sunny, and we are here in my recording studio, Sarah Music 3, with Iced LA, my son's Justin Sermon. Say hello.
Hey,
The
little
drummer.
buddy. How's it going? Good.
And then his twin brother, my other son, Johan Sermon. He's also bassist.
Nice.
So 11-year-old
Nice.
twin, already rock stars.
Yes. Real quick before I ask the kids a couple of questions, Peter, you're gearing up for NAMM. How's that? How do you think that's going to be for you this year? Is what I'm trying to say.
What? I'm so excited, for this year because I'm gonna be actually. Obviously, I am a member of the NAMM, my recording studio, Sarah Music 3, and so I'm gonna have my badge, and then I'm gonna be representing Manuel Rodriguez, who makes my signature handmade guitars for classical and flamenco, handmade in Toledo in Spain, and I'm gonna be representing him as an artist. And also Justin Sermon, my son, he's gonna be representing Manuel Rodriguez as an artist also at the NAMM show, as a percussionist. Cajon that he's sitting on, I don't know if you guys can see it, so we're gonna be doing clinics at the NAMM show. I'm gonna be representing guitars, classical and flamenco, and my son Justin is gonna be showcasing and doing clinics for cajones. So we are very excited because it's first time for Justin, and I've been at the NAMM show for past 15 years, so it's not my first time. I'm like old timer, so I'm used to it. But that's briefly what we're doing this year. And Manuel Rodriguez, booth 6121. We're sharing booths with Jiva, USA, and Ovation, and Manuel Rodriguez. So please come and join us if you are at the NAMM show, and we'll be happy to see you guys out there, whoever can make it to the NAMM show, and chat a little bit and maybe check out some great products that we have.
Right on.
Nice.
Now, Peter, you've been in the music industry for quite some time. Who's been the biggest influence on you?
Me, people always ask me that, like, if I was gonna go to real influence, I would say, like, probably Mozart, Bach, Beethoven, Vivaldi, Niccolo Paganini. Actually, I should mention him first. So all the old classical composers, that would be my biggest influence. But in modern world, I would say probably Vangelis. Great composer for movies and stuff. My big influence. Unfortunately, we lost him last year. And then I could go with names like Yngwie Malmsteen.
That's the one I was waiting to hear from you.
Yeah. as far as guitar and stuff, and as far as what we do and we'll get to that Iced LA band, when I was 12, 14, 16 years old, Slayer, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Black Sabbath was actually first, I'm sorry, so these are kind of like a modern, composers or bands and artists, that I would mention. And the biggest one, of course, the biggest one is Britney Spears.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Britney Spears, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just cannot wait to get on tour with her and put some double kick, like thrash metal double kick, with blast beat. Justin is looking forward to do it, and me playing some crazy solo leads on her new tour.
Oh, yeah.
Just go.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. I just had to laugh.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I got 5 questions each for the kids, but first I got 2 more for Peter. If you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone's brain through history, who would you want to sit down and talk to?
In history, somebody who is not with us anymore, or somebody who is still with us?
Just anybody throughout history.
Anybody. Niccolo Paganini.
Okay.
The greatest virtuoso on violin that nobody in the world, in modern world, didn't get 100% exactly his scores and composition he wrote to play it exactly from A to Z. That guy was just like a genius. So I would love to sit with Niccolo Paganini and have a dinner with him and show me some crazy stuff on violin so I can transfer it to guitar. Like Ingrid was doing, for instance.
Oh, what was it? I seen a girl the other day, and this just kind of blew me away. She perfectly did the Freebird solo on violin, and I'm just, wow, amazed by it. Some stuff like that on the violin. There's talent all over in the music industry. Peter, what's one album you can't live without?
What's going on with what?
What's one album you couldn't live without?
One album I couldn't live without. Oh my god, that's a good question.
Yeah, we're pulling out the big guns for this show.
Yeah.
That's a hard question for everybody.
You know what? Okay, so from modern, I would say like Trilogy Suite by Ingrid Malmsteen.
Okay. Oh, awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Sermon, all around just world-renowned guitarist, and he's got his sons with us. Who wants to go first, Justin or Johan?
I would say Johan. No, Johan, no. It's your turn. No, you
Okay, you go first.
Johan, what's your influences in the music industry?
I don't know.
Come on. What is your shirt saying?
Metallica.
No.
Metallica.
Slayer.
And who else?
Slipknot.
Slipknot.
I listen to Slipknot.
Hold on, it's gonna be your turn, Justin. So, Metallica, Slayer, Slipknot, right? Don't be shy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like Britney Spears?
No.
Okay, not Britney Spears.
No Britney Spears, no Lady Gaga, no Christina Aguilera.
There's bad singers.
If you could play at any venue in the world, where would you want to play?
Slayer.
With Slayer? Say it loud.
Slayer.
Any venue you're playing with Slayer? There you go. What's one album you can't live without? What's your favorite album? We'll make this a little easier for the kids. What's your favorite album right now?
Music. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Hey, come on, not on TV.
Sorry.
So, you like Slayer,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which one is your favorite album that we always play every night?
Repentless? No. Well, yeah, that's one of their new albums. I think. I forgot the name.
Tram, 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 tram. Seasons.
Season of the Abyss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, if you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone's brain, who would you want to talk to?
I don't know.
Come on, think about it. You mentioned Metallica, Slipknot, Slayer.
There's
Hold on, Justin. Let you.
you like playing bass, right? Cliff Burton was on his basses.
Is your brother reading my mind in there? Did I hear Cliff Burton?
Yes, you did.
Well, or you could. I know you like screaming, and there's Jason as well. Who's Jason? You listen to. You should be answering these questions.
You guys, you're funny.
Oh, Johan, thank you very much. Justin.
Thank you for having me. And now, can we go to Justin now, please?
Yes, we're putting Justin in the hot seat now. Justin, same questions. Who's your biggest influence?
Slipknot.
Slipknot.
Joey Jordison. I just love the double kick on the
Yes.
self-type.
Oh, you got to watch his solo from Disaster Pieces. That is just, I got to say, I think that's one of the best drum solos ever, in my personal opinion. If you could play any venue in the world, where would you want to play?
I honestly don't know because I don't know any names of the venues.
If you could play any city in the world, where would you want to play? Make it a little easier.
That's
Wacken. Yeah. He would like to play in Wacken, in Germany.
Oh, Wacken. Yes, there you go. If you could sit down through history and pick anyone, or if you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone's brain, who would you want to talk to?
You know that one guy, that guy that did a thing and then did a thing? You know that guy?
I know that guy, because he also did that other thing.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Okay. You know what? We'll take that as an answer, because everybody knows that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
All right, what's your favorite album?
Oops, I did it again.
I don't want to say that. No. If I say Slipknot, then I like Slayer. Can I say 2 albums?
Sure.
Seasons in the Abyss by Slayer and Slipknot's self-titled album.
Awesome. And if you had a chance to play with anyone on stage, who would you want to play with?
Come on.
There's 2 people in my...
Okay, well, just say
them both.
Okay, Joe, Slipknot, and Dave. Yeah.
Dave Mustaine?
Dave Lombardo from Slayer.
Oh, Dave Lombardo. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, child prodigies Johan and Justin Sermon with their dad Peter hanging out with us today. And I know you guys are busy. I know you guys got a lot going on. You said you were pressed for time, so we appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. Peter, everything you do for musicians in the industry, we appreciate everything you do, man.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. And I want to give room to other people because I know we are breaking a world record here, and I don't want to talk too much, so I'm sure we're going to be doing a lot more about shows like this, so we can talk a little bit more about today. All the rock stars around the world, whatever they name themselves, pop stars, metalheads, let's give them a chance to talk and answer the question. Thank you very much, guys, for having me, and have a nice and blessed and good day. Rest of the day who are in the world.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate you. We're
Yes.
all coming to down here, I promise.
All right.
Yes,
Peace out.
Peter. Yeah, thanks, brother. We always look forward to talking to you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Peter. Bye, kids.
Bye.
Going back because I did have to step away for a minute. Dominic, you're a solo artist?
I am now, yes, sir.
Okay, and you're down in Florida.
No, Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. My bad. I'm sorry. My brain must have misfired somewhere in there. Who's your biggest influence in the music industry?
Right now, for the past 12 years or whatever, it's probably Jerry Cantrell.
Who?
Jerry Cantrell.
Oh, okay. I want to say Soundgarden, but I know that's not right.
Alice in Chains.
Alice in Chains. I was in the right genre.
Yeah, you're right.
What's one album you couldn't live without?
Oh, man, I don't think I could live without Bloodletting by Concrete Blonde or The Cover of the Tape by Foo Fighters. Probably two of my favorite albums of all time.
Okay. And if you could sit down through history and pick anyone's brain throughout dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Douglas.
Who?
Douglas Adams.
I gotta ask who that is.
He wrote. Oh my goodness! I just completely brain farted. Somebody help me out here.
I can't help you. I'm asking who it is.
Alex, that series of books.
So what?
He wrote the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh.
Yeah, I just think he's brilliant. Always thought he's brilliant. Probably my favorite books of all time. I don't know how many times I've read them, and I would just love to just kind of have a beer with that guy if it was possible.
42, man.
That's right. There's the universe and everything.
Oh man, I actually just made a random post on Facebook one day. Just said 42, and I had so many people like, what is 42? What is 42? Finally, after a couple hours, someone posted, "That's the answer."
Yeah, yes, I know about a year and a half ago, and I wore a shirt that said "Don't Panic" on it. And I've never had that many people come up to me after a show that didn't care about the music. They wanted to talk about the books.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to move around the room. Thank you for answering the questions and joining us today, brother. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I do have to get off here, but it's nice talking to everybody, and I appreciate the opportunity, man. Thank you so much.
Right on. Thank you, man.
Nice meeting you.
You too. I hope to see you guys soon on the road.
Hell yeah. Thanks, brother. Rock and roll, man.
Nice meeting you. When I drop in Vegas, I'll say hi.
Yeah, please do. Hit me up.
Hell yeah.
Just said anytime you want.
Do we have an audio from Thomas yet? I'm wondering if that's who I think it is.
Okay.
Talk to Silva.
Okay, let's talk to Pilva. Pilva.
Hey.
Oh!
Here's some. There he comes in now.
He comes in now. Okay, Pilva, hold on just a moment. I know Thomas has been in the room waiting, and I'm sorry. We're trying to get to people as they come. I know some people are pressed for time.
Yeah, no worries.
So Thomas from Swan Song. Okay.
Hello.
How the hell are you, man?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
Pretty snowy in Finland, yeah.
Thomas, how did you get into the music industry? What influenced you?
Maybe it was like Iron Maiden and Steve Vai.
All right. If you could sit down to dinner and pick anyone through history's brain, who would you want to talk to?
Right now I would say Steve Vai, but tomorrow it can't be some other name, but I've said Steve.
Okay. What's one album you can't live without?
Let's keep the same way. Steve Vai, Passion and Warfare.
All right. Being in this industry, what's the craziest thing you've witnessed? The one thing that made you look at your bandmate and say, dude, did that really just happen?
Maybe those times when we played in Cuba. That was pretty awesome.
The country of Cuba?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
I need to know more. Okay, how did that come about?
We did a 2-week tour there. So one guy who's from France lives at Cuba, so he organizes the touring. But I think the year was 2016. Yeah, we basically toured the whole Cuba around in 2 weeks. That was awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And what's one venue in the world that you would love to play?
Madison Square Garden.
Where?
Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Hell yeah. And when you first started playing music, what inspired you to start playing music?
My dad is a singer, and my sister got a pretty crappy acoustic guitar, and so I kind of stole it, and started to play some Iron Maiden riffs with it, and yeah, like that.
Oh, right on, right on. Well, Thomas, thank you for answering the questions. We appreciate you hanging out. Let's move around the room here. Pilva, you've been sitting here for a minute. Who do you play with?
I'm with In Theaters Friday.
Say what?
Our band is called In Theaters Friday. We're actually here in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
I'm the Vegas guy.
Okay. What inspired you? What inspires you? What's your influences?
Influences? It kind of varies. Like one day it'll be like Foo Fighters or Blink-182, and then like the Strokes. It just kind of jumps around kind of a lot. We're definitely more on like the punk side. Like we've been like compared to like Green Day a lot, for sure.
Just depends on how you guys feel that day.
Literally.
If you could sit down and pick anyone's brain throughout history, who would you want to talk to?
I want to talk to Albert Einstein and just hear what that dude's like day to day would be like. You're like, what's that?
Right on.
Why's your hair like that?
What's one album you can't live without?
I would have to say, "Is This It" by the Strokes, their very first album.
Oh, awesome. Now, what's being in this industry? What's the craziest thing you've seen? The one thing that made you look at your bandmates and be like, "Dude, did that really just happen?"
Easy. One day we were playing this like motorcycle thing, like event that was like outside, and it was on like the Arts District here in Las Vegas, and it was on like the street pretty much, and we were finishing up like a 3-hour thing, and on our last set, some dude crashed into a pole, like probably drunk, and the pole came down and caused a blackout. And then this guy just like veered off, like with like his tires like spinning and like causing like sparks and stuff to fly everywhere. And like this dude just did like a hit and run. And then like seconds later, a transformer behind us explodes and it catches on fire. And we're just like, what the hell? Like, Jesus Christ.
Now, were you guys already done with the show for the night, or were you getting ready to start?
We were because we were doing a 3-hour event, and this was like right towards the end. We were going to do our last set, which is funny because we were kind of unprepared. We're gonna play some songs over again, but that car crash saved us. So we got pretty lucky. I was like, oh okay, thanks God.
Yeah, glad no one was hurt or nothing.
No, I don't think anybody was hurt, but
Maybe some egos were hurt.
Yeah, it was just wild. Like,
oh, all right. Well, you know what? We're gonna open up and just sit here and chat for a minute. Cause yeah, right now, let me do a quick count. How many interviews we've done so far today?
I got 21, but I don't know. I might have missed one or two, or I miscounted.
I'm at 27.
What's the goal?
Okay.
Repent, everybody in that van. I counted them individually. We talked to each of them,
Okay.
and they all answered the questions. They all, so that was each one of them was an individual.
We're trying to beat 56 to answer your question. 56, but we like to get as many. And let's set a really high bar for Chris here, so nobody else can beat it.
Yeah, my goal today is at least 70 interviews by the end of the day. I know we're at 2:30 in the afternoon. It should hopefully it's going to start picking up really soon here.
I can go see if my boys will come and talk, but I can't guarantee anything from 17-year-old triplet boys. I can go see if they'll come and say hi.
That's okay.
17-year-old triplet boys.
We'll be right
That's
back.
gonna be so much fun.
And like I said, we'll talk to anyone. If you were a tour bus driver, if you sewed a patch on Zach Wilde's vest back in the day, I want to know how you got to be able to sew that patch on his vest. We will talk to anyone. And now everyone just got really quiet.
I think somebody was waiting for a question, probably, or something.
Oh, well.
Or a topic.
Now,
I was trying to pin down Marlene, so I apologize.
That's okay. I'm trying to talk to you guys while I just got food delivered.
Ooh. DoorDashes are great. That company really boomed after the frickin' pandemic. Talk about companies that really prospered during the frickin' pandemic. Or all those delivery companies just bang.
I don't know. I got trouble trusting other people with my food. My wife went and grabbed it real quick.
Oh, there you go. That's so nice of Rebecca.
So it was delivered to the studio by the wife. If she delivered it and a slice of pizza was missing, I wouldn't be mad. But that one time Domino's came through and there was a slice missing. I mean, come on, driver.
Got hungry on the way, did he? Or they? Could be a girl.
That's his tip.
Or...
Yeah.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, that was his tip. He got a slice of pizza. But I understand. He was wearing a very earthy cologne.
Right. So what clubs do you usually normally play at in Vegas? I have some bands here in Washington State that really want to get into some bands that would love to come and do some shows, probably. I'm hoping they're going to jump on here later on, too. That would be the Crossroads band. Brian Bach actually has 3 different bands. Crossroads, Adverse Effect, and No Buffer. And so that maybe I can hook you guys all up later on for a show. Or you can come up here to Washington State and we'll get you a booking. I have lots of bookings available right now. I just have to create you a show.
Great. Yeah, like what? Because we're like what part of Washington?
I'm up north part of Washington. I'm north of Seattle about an hour. I live in Marysville, Washington, where I live. But so it's like about an 8-hour drive to Reno. When I went to go to Reno. So I don't know how far it would be for Vegas.
It'd be like a 16-hour. If you're 8 hours from Reno, it's gonna be like about 16 to Vegas. So like we'd have to like fly there.
Yeah, usually it's a quick flight though.
Now
it's like an hour.
Let me move around here, because Swan Song, you guys got a song that is blowing up your charts over there in Finland, I believe.
Yeah, we just released a new song called Awakening. last Friday.
And isn't that like already hitting #1 on your charts over there?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it's doing very well.
So what was the inspiration behind the music?
Actually, Topi won't answer this better because he brought the song, but life itself, let's say it like that.
Okay.
But yeah, guys, go check our band if you don't know yet.
Yes, you got to check out Swan Song. I mean, very talented musicians, amazing music coming out of Finland, blowing up all over the place over there.
Yeah.
I think it's starting to take off here in America too. I've been mass sharing it and getting really good reviews and people getting good comments for you guys. So
that's what I'm saying. We need
for when you can make it here.
It's blowing up over there in Finland. Let's blow it up over here too.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
And not just Swan Song. Everybody that's been in the group today, you know, we want to hear your music. We want to get an audience for it.
I mean, you definitely helped me with all that. You know, when the first record came out, I just sent you as many songs as I possibly could from the first record as a single we're dropping.
Yeah, those are all awesome songs, Danny. I love each and every one. I'm watching the story so I can see how it plays out.
Well, we actually started shooting the music video last week.
Oh, that's so exciting. I can't wait to see it. Maxwell is going to come on later. You're one of your favorite podcast people. She'll be popping into at some point.
I'm actually back with those two guys on the day of my birthday, actually.
Oh, you are? Great. I'll come on that
interview with them.
Awesome.
I'm going to have to mute for a little bit. Hang on.
Oh, you're good.
Hey, so I'm going to have to get going. It was wonderful talking to everybody. But,
yeah, I gotta have myself because I gotta go to the studio.
All right.
Thank you.
See you later, Rebecca.
Yes.
We'll be talking, sweetheart. Thank you, honey.
All right. Yes. Thank you for joining in.
Oh, I gotta head too because I got some work to do, but it's been awesome as always, as usual.
Thank you, Danny.
I'm sure we'll organize some kind of interview down the line for the summertime or something like that.
Whenever you want to do it, you reach out to myself or Chris, and we'll make sure it happens.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, brother.
Thank you, Danny. Can't wait till you come to Washington State.
I'm looking forward to it.
Got a plan for you.
I look forward. See you guys later.
In a weird way, but we do. We're gonna have a great time when you get here.
I'm looking forward to it. All right, see you guys later.
All right,
Bye,
thank you, brother. We'll talk at you later. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I was actually hoping we could get. We're supposed to be getting. Victor Miguel from Merciful Fate. King Diamond's band was supposed to be joining in us today, and I'm still waiting to hear from him.
We don't have anybody in the waiting room to join us.
No, I got nobody right now. We're just waiting for more people to click on the Zoom link. Let me.
Yeah, some of them might be doing lunch or still waking up from their shows. Here in Washington State, it's only 12:30, and some of them don't get up until like 1 or 2 after they've done a show.
Right. Yeah, that's understandable.
Right. So I'll keep pushing for some more people here. I think that they got a little confused on the format. And once we opened it up, then that helped, I think, quite a bit. But some of them are probably just literally going to be available for their time slot that we gave them.
Right.
And we still weren't able to get, we can't still link into pharmacy, huh?
And I don't know what's going on with that.
Weird.
So, Thomas, what's your biggest inspirations?
Right now, I listen all kind of music, not especially in metal, but right now do you know the YouTuber called Rick Beato?
The what?
Rick Beato. He's a YouTuber who talking lots of like music theory. So let's say he's my biggest influence right now.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I like his style, how he tell the like he's doing the teaching sound interesting. Let's say like that.
Okay, so now let me ask, what's the metal scene like over there in Finland?
It has been always pretty good, and like locally, I'm going to see next week a Soilwork and Cataclysm. They play at Kuopio next Thursday.
Okay.
So really waiting for that show.
Oh yeah. So you're doing shows all around Europe and Finland right now, I take it then.
With Swansong, we at least doing shows in Finland this year, but let's see what happens next year. I was playing. My last show was in Budapest, Hungary, with Blooded Hourglass last month. I was filling in for them, their guitar player, and I jumped in for a week to the tour. They were playing with Turmion Kätilöt.
Okay, so Hellfest, that had to be fun.
Sorry?
You said you played Hellfest?
No, in Budapest, Hungary, city in Hungary.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
No worries.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get other people in here and share the links and whatnot. Hey brother, whenever you're ready and want to join us, feel free to click the link. Yeah, I thought I had this day all organized and everything, and everyone lined up for time slots, but I don't know. People they're not coming in the time slots, and but we're gonna make this happen by the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
We still got lots of hours, Chris. We still have like quite a few hours we could do this, and we're over.
Oh yeah,
halfway there.
We still got 6 hours to go, and like I said, we're already halfway there.
Yeah.
So like I said, it'll probably start to pick up in the afternoon, in the evening. The band Repent was a big help. All 5 of them. Huh?
I have a few people coming on at 2. And I did just again re-message all of them, DM, tell them that if they're available, they're welcome to jump on earlier if they want, but they're welcome to keep their time slot that they coordinated in.
Okay. Yeah, and see that's another problem I have, like with tagging people and putting stuff in chats. I just randomly start clicking things, and I've had so many people come back at me, hey, can you not tag me in this? Like, okay, I'm sorry.
I know, it's okay. You're doing great. We're doing good.
Well, sometimes it really sucks because like I'll tag a bunch of people, hey, we're going on air and this is the show we're doing tonight, and then someone in a band will tag me or will message me and like, hey, please don't tag me in this anymore, and it's like, you're kind of asking me, please don't play our music anymore. And I mean I do understand, sometimes social media gets blown up, but I don't know. I don't know
figured
why.
out a way where I silence my pings. I just literally get bubbles. I literally have about 70 of them I haven't really even got through yet. But I don't get the ping, ping, ping. I get bubbles instead. But if you're doing like specific things, it literally stops your recording. If you're doing a video at some point, it kind of, even the lack of ping, so that they might just be stepped away for when they're doing their projects, and then they'll come and join us.
Right. And we still have viewers out there. Dee Dee's still here listening. Let's
Queen of Asgard! Yes!
Let's check on our viewers here and see who we got.
Yeah,
we got
the
alien that's always in there but never really says much. Sherry, how's it going, Sherry? A bunch of people in the Twitch stream, and we got a couple viewers over on Facebook too. All right.
Great.
Well, hey, we appreciate everyone joining us today. Yeah, everyone that's joined in, everyone that's jumped in, it's been a blast hanging out with all of you guys today. Ooh, hold on, what's going on?
Yeah, I've been marking down all the countries. We need to go to Asgard, and all of us need to go tour and do a great big cool tour event.
Yes. Now what I'm wondering.
And Asgard's now 13, and Jim Slider's idea is we're going to do an awards show with all these artists, and there's going to be like a poll vote, right? And we're going to do like a poll vote, and then the top certain amount of numbers will come to the actual physical award show where they get their awards. Is that how it's going to be done? And we're still discussing that, but there is going to be an awards show coming up in the future.
We are working on making an Asgard Awards show happen. We want it to happen. You want it to happen. We're working on it. Oh, okay. There we are. But why is it... It's not... Okay, well, we're live on Facebook, but for some reason...
We still have Peeves, and we still have somebody in here that's chatting with us.
Yeah, we still have Thomas from Swan Song and Pilva's from Coming Next Friday. I got that right. Is that right?
In theaters Friday.
In theaters Friday.
That's right.
You know, and I knew that was wrong when I was writing it down. I just
in theaters Friday.
When I hit Vegas, I gotta hit my most dreamed place. I want to go down to Fremont Street. That looks like so cool. Do you know Greg Fox by any chance? The composer Greg Fox. He's in Vegas. He'll be on later today.
Now,
he's got a Fox Studios. He's got a recording studio called Fox Studios.
I have heard of him. Yes.
Now, are you in Vegas? Are you in Vegas or are you in Henderson?
Vegas.
Okay, an actual Vegas person, because you know, and most people are surprised when I say, "Are you in Vegas or are you in Henderson?" I'm in Henderson. How did you know that? Because most people that say they're in Vegas, they're actually in Henderson.
Mm-hmm. That's funny you know that.
Oh.
You say Vegas, Nevada, they're like, I don't know where the hell you're talking about. Like, no, it's Vegas.
well, I spent a little bit of time out in Nevada, out in the desert near a little town called Rachel, where two black SUVs stopped me in the middle of the desert and told me I needed to turn around and go back the way I came from.
Oh, Area 51?
We cut through Rachel, Nevada, and we tried going out to Area 51, and we got about 5 or 6 miles outside of Rachel when we got stopped and told to turn around.
That's scary.
Well, the messed up thing is the actual base was probably still 15 miles away from where we got stopped at.
Oh yeah, they don't play around.
No, they do not. There's motion sensors out there. There's trail cams. If you get within 20 miles of that base, they know you're there and they're coming to tell you you need to turn around or never be heard from again. Two choices. I chose to turn around.
You're like, okay.
I enjoy living. But hey, I'll tell you what. I always have a good time out in Vegas. I love. I mean, just the strip itself. I remember the first time I ever went there years and years ago. We were in Vegas for 3 days, and I was not on drugs, but for that 3 days, I did not sleep a wink. It was just basically the atmosphere, everything, taking in everything. Free food, free drinks, free this, here you go. And, I mean, Vegas is a very fun place.
They say they pump like pure oxygen into the casinos
To keep you awake. Yeah, so you'll keep gambling.
Yeah. And the floor is built like a labyrinth. You know, you can't get out. It's hard to find the exit.
Yeah, they do that on purpose. And there's also no windows and no clocks.
Mm-hmm.
But see, also, the thing I love about Vegas, you know, is everyone says, oh, you're just going to gamble. I mean, we rode the rides on top of the Stratosphere. If you want an adrenaline rush, go to the top of the Stratosphere. They got the tilt that just slides out over the side, and you're like holding your breath, trying to push yourself back onto the building, but you can't move. Oh, it's great. Some of the shows too. Oh yeah, always a good time in Vegas.
Yeah, for sure.
So are you a Vegas native, or did you just move there?
Born and raised, man. Born and raised.
Vegas native. All right.
Yeah, it's rare to find like somebody born and raised in Vegas though.
Yeah, because like I got a cousin that actually does live in Henderson, and
cool.
You know, I don't think I've ever met. I think you might be the second or third actual Vegas native that I've actually met. Like going out there, going to the casinos. You know, most of the pit bosses, most of the dealers, even the valet guys. None of them are from Vegas.
Yeah, dude, it's super rare. Everybody comes here. Everyone from California, they're coming out here. It's expensive, man. And then the prices here are getting almost as as expensive because so many people are moving here.
Right. Well, and if you do Vegas just right, you can actually get paid to drink.
Yeah.
It is a fun town.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it down there eventually. I haven't, like I said, I haven't been to Vegas, but I really like Reno a lot. But I'd love to come down to Vegas, and I'm gonna visit Greg. And I have some clubs down there that I've been booking with that are great. And like I said, I have artists up here that really want to tour down there. So hopefully we could coordinate some of you artists that are down there in Vegas to come and do some shows with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, plus Nevada, I mean, Nevada's just a beautiful state anyways. You got Lake Tahoe, you got the Hoover Dam, Silver City, Reno. And just everywhere you go, there's something cool in Nevada. As long as the government will let you see it.
Yeah. Yeah, you almost got your legs broke.
Oh, I think I almost disappeared without a trace.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't Nevada isn't that where Area 51 is in Nevada?
Yeah, just outside of Rachel, Nevada. And I found it funny a couple years ago when all them kids on the internet thought they were going to storm Area 51, and I'm good luck with that, buddy.
Yeah, if you go to Band Wars, there's actually a skit on there. I can't remember which episode. I want to say it's third or fourth episode on Band Wars on Amazon Prime. They actually do go to Area 51.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's really
funny. You're talking about making people disappear. I just heard that the term 86 like 86 of them.
Yep.
Like, that's a Vegas term.
It is strictly for the Vegas casinos.
No. But here's why. It's back in the day when it was just like like the Fremont area or whatever. They're like, oh, you know what? Take them 8 miles out and 6 feet under. 86 of them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I knew that phrase was like exclusive to kick him out of the casino, but I never knew where it came from.
That's where it comes from.
That is good to know.
8 miles out, 6 feet under.
So, ladies and gentlemen, when you're in Las Vegas, if you hear someone say 86, run as fast as you can. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we got LJ from the band Rat Rod popping in. LJ, can you see us, hear us? I know we had visual just a minute ago.
Oh wait, if you had a man, I'm at a WrestleMania party right now.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so jelly. I love those. Those are so fun.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I said it a couple days ago on Asgard. I was talking to someone while on air, and part of the conversation was on air, and I says, I'm getting tired of the high cost of living. Rents due, electric's due, water bills due. I'm running for president under the Hulk Hogan platform. Because remember way back in the day, in the 80s, into the 90s, Hulkamania, what was his entrance music?
It was Jimi Hendrix.
No. It was I am a real American. Yes. Yes, I am running for president, and that is my platform. Oh, Rey Mysterio!
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
What's going on, guys?
Cool.
Mark got tied up. Yeah, our guitar player got tied up, and he asked me to jump on with you guys, and they're about to start the matches, because a buddy of ours down here throws this big WrestleMania party for 2 days, and there's a ring, they bring in wrestlers, there's bounce houses pretty good. It's a blast.
Oh, dude, I am jealous now. So, so let me get through this with you real quick. Then, how did Rat Rod come about?
Well, it started out as kind of a project between our singer Mike Smith. Here, let me take this off. There we go. It started as a project. Mark had left his AC/DC tribute band, which is our guitar player, and our singer had been wanting to write and do some stuff, and he kind of has the voice that kind of sounds like Bon Scott. So they got together and they did a bunch of songs that they were going to just so they had, and they started liking what was going on. And Mike ran into me. I was playing in a Pat Benatar tribute, and he came up to me and he's like, "Dude, I want you." And I was like, "Whoa, what do you mean?" He's like, "We're putting a band together." I'm like, "Dude, I don't play originals." And he's like, "Let me send you some stuff." And he sent me this stuff, and he turned my mind. It sounded like Dirty Looks, and I'm like, I'm in. And from there, we just put the rest of the band together, and we've been chugging along 5 years now.
Oh, hell yeah. Now, I can imagine with the band, with the name like Rat Rod, it's got to be some rockabilly music with a big, giant, upright bass. Oh, you can't
Absolutely not.
No?
Absolutely not. No, that's the funny, that's the oxymoron about the whole thing. We started out, our first album, which Mike and Mark wrote, sounded like AC/DC 1976. And it progressed to now, it's like the Maryland sound from 1980s. You got a little Dirty Looks, a little Kicks, a little, Hardcore Superstar, a little bit of Hanoi Rocks in there. The tie that brings us all together is everybody's into Kiss. So that's the thread that keeps the whole thing together.
Okay, right on. Who's your biggest influences?
Well, for them guys, of course, AC/DC, The Angels, Rose Tattoo, stuff like that. Bands from Australia. Myself, I went a different direction. Mine's always been bands like Hanoi Rocks, Hardcore Superstar, Backyard Babies, The Wild Hearts. I was a glam punk kid. We have a couple of bands around here that, of course, some of you might know. Cinderella, Britney Fox. Like, that's what I grew up watching. We had a band when I was a kid called the Dead End Kids that is my whole influence. So, it's stuff like that. But, we have a lot, like, everybody's got their own little outtake, but we all have the same kind of in the middle.
Awesome. If you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone throughout history's brain, who would you want to talk to?
Phil Lynott.
Who?
Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy.
Okay, hell yeah. I got a funny Thin Lizzy story. 3 times in my life, I got out of jail, and the first song I heard on the radio was Thin Lizzy's Jailbreak.
There you go.
And the third time it ever happened, it kind of sent goosebumps down me. I'm like, dude, this is just too weird.
Maybe you should stay out of jail.
Hey, you know what? I have since. I learned my lesson.
Well, it's really funny. Like, that's one of my favorite all-time bands. And I don't know if you remember in '96 when they did the Tribute to Phil tour. They did about 80 shows or something. I think I've seen them like 5 times. By the end, we were all friends with the, one of my really good friends is in a band in Germany called Doro. And he was over here, and we went the first night, and his roadies for Doro happened to be,
we lost him. Oh. Darn it. Oh, okay. Technology sucks, people. Oh, moving around the room. Welcome, Andy. Rockin' Andy.
Hi.
And we're doing awesome, brother. How are you doing today?
Doing great.
Wait, he might be back.
I'm back. Sorry.
All right.
It's okay. Get his questions in quick.
I was on my phone, and someone made a phone call. I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Come on.
I said, we're down to the last question to ask him to make his interview official and count, and we keep losing him. But it's okay.
Well, he'll come back. We could go to the next person, and then when he pops in, we'll get his last question.
Yep. Zero King Andy, who are you with?
Zero King.
Zero King.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second.
Are you kidding? Someone keeps calling me. It's like, dude, can't you tell I'm not answering?
Well, I'll tell you what, LJ, we got one more question to ask you to make it official, and I know you got a wrestling party to go to and all that. So, real quick, last question is, what is the one album you can't live without?
Oh, Jesus. The first Wild Hearts album. I don't know if you know who the Wild Hearts are, but the first Wild Hearts album, Earth vs. Wild Hearts.
Okay. Hell yeah. Awesome. Well, LJ, we appreciate you talking with us today.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, dude, and we'll be hitting you up to chat with you later at a later on date.
Please do.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Yes, and enjoy your wrestling party, man. I am jealous.
To wrestle now.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. So you're with a band called Zero King.
Yes.
Awesome. Now, what got you started in the music industry? What's your influences?
Earliest influences, probably bands like Kiss. I like seeing them visually when I was a little kid, like on TV shows and things like that. I remember seeing them on like 321 Contact. Like I was probably like 5 or 6. They did like a whole it was on the Dynasty tour. They did like a whole you know, like behind the scenes kind of look at the lights and the PA and all the effects and that kind of thing. And that really like kind of enthralled me. And I remember seeing like Hee Haw was an early influence as far as just music, you know. And when I first started getting into bands, probably like Quiet Riot, Motley Crue, Ozzy, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, you know, 80s stuff. Guns N' Roses, of course, with Appetite was a big one. You know, Metallica, Pantera, White Zombie, and on into the 90s. And started bands, you know, probably when I was about 18, and, you know, been doing it ever since.
Oh, yeah. What's your dream venue? The one venue that if you got to play today, you would be able to die a happy man.
Oh, man. Wembley.
Wembley.
Yeah, that's a big one, right?
Yeah. Hey, it's a venue, yes. There you go.
Yeah. Madison Square Garden would be amazing. You know, the what's the big outdoor place out in LA? Was it a Hollywood Bowl or something? That'd be cool.
Oh, the Rose Bowl. Yeah, Hollywood Bowl. Oh yeah. If you could sit down for dinner and talk to anyone, pick their brain, who would you want to talk to?
I think John Lennon would be the answer there.
That's a good one.
He was fan growing up.
That's a good one. I would love to. I got a few questions I'd like to ask him. What's Did I see a hand in the air? Do you have a question?
No, I was gonna say goodbye.
Oh,
I gotta head out.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for chatting with us, brother, and we appreciate you hanging out.
We just joined. Where are you on Facebook? I'm trying to follow all of you new artists.
Who said that?
I got Zero King Andy. I just followed you, and then the one who's leaving. What's yours?
Pamela Dean and her photographer.
Oh, Pilva's with In Theaters Friday.
Silva's just my alias. Like my last name's Silva, and I don't know. I just thought it was funny to just have everything in Pilva.
Okay.
So you do my band Facebook or?
I got yours. I just found you and followed you.
Okay, yeah, it's facebook.com/ZeroKingFans if anyone wants to follow out there. So.
Okay.
Right on. And what's one album you can't live without?
Let's see here. Jellyfish Spilt Milk is a great one. Love that album. Are you familiar with Jellyfish?
Jellyfish.
Yeah. Yeah, early 90s, sort of power pop, a little bit prog maybe. I think they only put out 2 records, but they're just immaculate as far as the production and, you know, the songs and the concept and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and it's sort of a left turn kind of
I got a bell going off somewhere, but I don't know where the ringing's coming from. In the 90s, I listened to a lot of really obscure shit. I mean, I was a big Green Jelly fan. Real Big Fish. And stupid shit you wouldn't hear on the... You know, I had an album called Survival of the Fattest from Fat Records that had, like, No Effects and Titty Twister, just weird, obscure, like, punk, pop, ska bands.
Cool.
You know, so Jellyfish is ringing a bell somewhere, but I can't just pinpoint where the bell's ringing at.
Yeah, they put out 2 records around like 90 and 93, and yeah, that's probably a weird, like, that's not like indicative of what we sound like or whatever. It's just a personal favorite record. So. Right.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, I can't personally pick a favorite album I couldn't live without. There's so many. It would have to be a compilation album of many different artists in many different genres.
Yeah, I could also go a different way and say Queensryche Operation Mindcrime was a favorite album growing up too. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're still on tour. Both Queensryches are still touring, I think. I thought, now something's clicking in my brain, that someone told me there's only one Queensryche again now. I don't recall.
Oh, there he is. Jeff Tate uses the, he either goes by Jeff Tate or he can also bill it as Operation Mind Crime, but he can't bill it as Queensryche anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, Zero King, feel free to stick around and hang out for a little bit. We got Pamela and Jean in here to talk to. I've been hoping. Hey, April's in the chat over there. We're doing okay, April. We're working on getting the world record here. April is Asgard's Monday night DJ, and I was gonna say, if you want, feel free to click the link for the Zoom that I put in the Asgard chat page, April. And if you or your band want to be interviewed real quick, I mean, we're working on the record for artist interviews, and every single musician, every single band member out there, they are all artists. Photographer is an artist. Solo artist is an artist. So, with that being said, let me move around here down to Pamela Jean, who her song Whiskey Wednesday is regular rotation for Whiskey Wednesday on Asgard. Did I just call your song Whiskey Wednesday?
Yeah, did you have whiskey or are you just delirious from no sleep all day so far?
Oh my goodness, I went to bed at midnight last night, which means I laid down at midnight and I probably fell asleep around 1. And then I got up at 6 o'clock this morning, which means the cat started pawing at my face at 5:30, and I decided to get up and feed them at 6 o'clock. So
well, you were live at like 6:30 with somebody out of Australia. That's where I first saw this morning, and I went back to sleep.
yeah, and then because I got all kinds of mixed up.
Ben Albert, wasn't it?
Yes, that was Ben Albert in Australia, only because I got the time zones mixed up for Australia.
Yeah,
And
that's what I heard. I was up, and it was like, I'm obviously not staying up at 6:30, but somehow I went on my phone, it says Asgard was live, and I catch you with Australia, and you thought it was Monday over there or something.
yeah, I thought they were like 15 hours, or no, hold on. They're 15 hours ahead of us, when I thought they were actually like almost 24 hours ahead of us.
Okay.
So I was all kinds of confused.
So you've been nonstop interviewing since 6:30 this morning?
Pretty much.
Nice.
Just sitting here at the desk talking to people.
And this is Jeremiah, for everyone who needs to know him since his name didn't pop up.
And you said he's the photographer?
Yeah, the pictures behind our head are all of his.
Okay.
Yeah, he does nature underwater, but he's doing all of my music photography, so it's been a fun change for him.
Yeah, we're working on a music video for her song Slip Away. That'll be fun.
Awesome. So do you got new music coming out?
I do. I actually have Here at Home just came out. It's only found on my Bandcamp page at the moment, but I'll be putting it on Spotify soon. So I've got the new EP coming out at the end of this month with Slip Away, Whiskey Wasted, and Here at Home. So that's in the design processes right now, and people can do digital downloads, but I still have most of my people that like my music want physical signed CDs. Whether they have a CD player or not, they just like a physical CD. So I totally understand.
Yeah.
I'm old school.
I like
like
to
that.
both download and get the physical CDs because I collect the physical CDs with all your signatures as a souvenir, but then I do the downloads so you can get each extra money.
I do the CDs too because I have a CD player in my RV, and if you're camping off grid, you don't have radio, or sometimes you don't have phone service, but I have a CD player I can play all my friends' CDs in the RV.
All right. Well, I take CDs and I upload them to a USB chip, and I take my music with me everywhere. The
Nice.
CDs, they stay in my personal collection on the shelf, but
Yeah.
I like having all my music with me wherever I may go.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, who's your biggest influences being a musician?
Patsy Cline, Stevie Nicks, Bruce Springsteen, and Bob Seger have always been my 4 favorites. But I mean, I range everything from like Lady Gaga, Johnny Cash. I mean, I'm all over the board. I love all different types of music, but those 4 would be my main influences.
Right, I feel you. You know, in Asgard Radio, we do play rock. What, Andy?
Yeah, I was just gonna say thanks for having me, man. I gotta go, but get a hold of Dave, and I'd love to come and talk more about the band with you.
All right, hell yeah, we will, brother.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you joining us today, man.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, yep, later, brother.
Bye bye.
Now I lost my airplane.
What?
Well, some people have a train of thought.
That sounds like Jeremiah when he's flying his drone. He's like, honey, I can't see the drone. It's too high in the air.
No. Some people have a train of thought. I have an aeroplane of thought. It gets on the runway and it takes off in a straight line, knowing where its destination is. But then all of a sudden along the way, it does a barrel roll and a loop-de-loop and a couple figure 8s, and we don't know where it goes from there.
Now I know why we're good friends.
But yeah, that's why, one thing I love about Asgard Radio is, we are a rock genre formatted station for rock and metal and that kind of stuff. But on, Memorial Day, 4th of July, September 11th, and Veterans Day, we open up the format to patriotic, which means I'm throwing in some Fight Inside of Me. You know, as long as
all day long.
Toby Keith, yes, I'll throw in some Toby Keith. Proud to be an American, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. Yeah, stuff like that. So
that's awesome.
And that's one thing I love about Jim allowing me to do whatever I do on Asgard.
That's awesome.
So, if you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone throughout history's brain, who would you want to talk to?
I think Janis Joplin.
Janis Joplin, hell yeah.
I'd love to get whiskey wasted with Janis Joplin.
I'm sure Janis Joplin would love to get whiskey wasted with you.
Hold on to her arm and stumble around town somewhere. I think that would be an epic evening.
Hell yeah. And what is one album you could not live without?
I'm going to have to go with either Tom Petty's Greatest Hits or John Cougar Mellencamp Greatest Hits. Those are my 2 ultimate road trip songs. And as a touring artist, I start my mornings off with John Mellencamp. It gets me pumped up for the day. It wakes me up. And then, Tom Petty throughout the day. Those 2, I'd have to say, I definitely could not have lived life without.
And I love the Tom Petty Greatest Hits album. But unfortunately, I think there should have been a couple of Traveling Wilburys songs that should have been added to that. Because it was Tom Petty's voice.
Yeah. I'm so bummed I never got to see him in concert.
Yeah, that too.
It's like the older everybody gets, it's like you better catch these artists now.
Before they're gone, and then next thing you know, I mean, like back in 2007, I was out in California. I should have stopped at the Rainbow, but the girl I was with at the time didn't want to go to the Rainbow, so we didn't go, and I lost my chance to meet Lemmy.
Oh man.
Now, I'm sorry, I have to ask. I'm no good with remembering people's names, and I don't have it on the screen. What's the photographer's name again?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah.
Yes, sir.
What made you get into photography?
Basically from our fly fishing trips we would take. When the fishing was slow, I'd look around and I need a good camera because the environment was so beautiful. So fishing was slow. I got a camera and I started from there, and one thing led to another. Now I have a Nikon and a drone and an underwater camera and GoPro.
Nice. Now, if there's one thing in this world that you could take a picture of, what would you want to capture the moment?
That's a tough question. Probably something like the Milky Way over the Grand Canyon or something like that.
Oh, that. See, and I'm sitting here thinking in this world, and dude's already thinking out of this world. I love this.
He's a little out of this world. That's why we get along so well.
For sure.
That's okay. So, photography and fishing are your hobbies. Got any other cool hobbies?
Music.
I do love music. I don't play anything, but I love music.
That was going to be my next question. Do you play any kind of music?
I do not.
Or are you like me and you just sing along to the guy on the radio and yell at him when he gets the words wrong?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
Even though you're getting the words wrong, they're getting the words wrong.
They're the ones getting the words wrong. They need to learn how to sing their songs.
Right.
He actually turned me on to Avenged Sevenfold.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. I didn't know who they were until I met him, and he got me into listening to them, and they've got some amazing, amazing songs.
I'll admit I do like Avenged Sevenfold. I mean, like I said earlier, there's not a single band out there that I don't like, because every single band out there has that one song that just grabs at you.
And they write all their own stuff, and they've changed over the years, and I can appreciate that artists shouldn't stay the same.
Right. So with that being said, what's one album you couldn't live without?
I would say Pearl Jam 10.
Okay, nice throwback there. No,
Yeah.
What is now considered a throwback? I mean,
I know.
Like
it's on classic rock stations.
Yeah, to me, I'm like, dude, that's the stuff I grew up listening to. How is that in the classic rock station? And then my wife looks at me and says, well, you know, you're 42 years old.
Yeah.
That's one way of telling me I'm getting old.
When they come out with like so-and-so's album just hit a 30-year anniversary and it's something we listened to in junior high, I'm like,
no! Green Day, no, Dookie is not 30 years old.
But I always say there's only one alternative to getting old, so you might as well get old and enjoy it.
Right. Now, if you could sit down and pick anyone's brain throughout history, who would you want to talk to?
Probably Julius Caesar.
Okay.
we're learning new stuff about each other during this interview.
Now, let me ask, what would you want to discuss with him?
How he took over the world.
Okay. Are you pondering what I'm pondering?
And I want to get drunk with Janis Joplin. Go figure.
She wants to get drunk. He wants to take over the world.
I got the brains, you got the looks.
Oh, shit.
Let's make lots of money.
Oh, man.
Did I hear you say that, Jeremiah, that you play drums?
No, I do not.
Oh, I thought you said you played drums. I must have been, my ears must have heard you wrong.
I can do
So you
some
just
air
do-
drums.
He has
Oh,
lots
that
of
works.
nice. He has nice guitars and amps, and when people see photos of our house, they're
Yeah.
like, "Whoa, how come Jeremiah doesn't play in your band?" I'm like, because he doesn't know how to play the guitar.
Yeah, they were like gifts.
Nice, though. Well, Pamela, you can play them, though, can't you?
Yeah.
Well, the thing I like about it is that they look great in photos, so I use them for photography purposes and like a super nice prop.
He comes from a whole family of musicians. Yeah, his mom, his dad, his stepdad, everybody in his family has done music at some sort of
Point of their
Yeah.
life, yeah.
When did you start doing photography?
Right around 2015, 2014. It was kind of an Instagram thing. I was hashtag fly fishing, and I was looking at photos and some really cool stuff about fly fishing, and that's what got me into it. And it was probably 2014.
All right, on.
Fly fishing is a really cool sport. It amazes me. I think you get some really cool photos with that line flipping out to grab the freaking fish.
Yeah, and adding the drone to it is fun too. Just cruising over a river with the drone and people fly fishing. It's very relaxing and a nice setting.
See, now, before I started doing this with Asgard, I used to fish every Sunday. And I could never figure out the whole fly fishing technique. That's just a...
It actually isn't as hard as you might think. But it was tough at first, but one day out there and you'll be catching fish.
Now, someone told me it's all in how you flick your wrist just right, and I don't know.
Yeah. It's easier than it looks.
I'm not the best coordinated. I'm lucky I can put 3 cords together.
Well, it's also easy to sit in a boat with a beer and have your bobber out there.
Hey, that's fishing.
That's my kind of level there.
Yeah, I get that. That's nice too.
That's how we grew up fishing. I think my dad had more beer in the boat than we had fishing lures, but and my sister and I would have to sit out there. But we grew up in Minnesota where we actually ice fished, but in the 80s.
Yes.
So, nobody had nice ice houses or anything back then, really. And I told him he's from Alaska and he's never been ice fishing. I says, I'm going to take you to Minnesota sometime in the dead of winter. Not in a nice heated ice house. We're going to sit on buckets like we did when we grew up. And you have to scrape. The water starts to freeze so fast, you have to keep scraping the hole to keep the water. And it's like the most miserably boring thing you'll ever do in your life. And it's cold as hell, but that's how we grew up.
When you first go out and you got to drill the initial hole with your auger, that's a good workout.
That was my dad's
I read an article a few years back about someone who immigrated to Minnesota from a part of the world that never saw snow in their life. And they said they love it. It's beautiful in the summertime, but in the wintertime, homeless people put up all these little shacks. Why? And I'm sitting there reading the article. I'm like, those are ice fishing shacks. Even I know this.
Oh, I've seen ice houses that are nicer than my RV. They've got like separate bedrooms and ceiling fans and siding and roofing. I mean, like, I was like, these people go all out for these ice fishing shacks. And I mean, if we grew up ice fishing with TVs and heaters, I might have still lived in Minnesota, but that's not the way I got to grow up. It was a bucket, and when you had to pee, you had to walk all the way across the lake to find a tree so you could go to the bathroom as a female.
Well, we always took a tent out. That we made sure we cut a hole in the bottom middle of the tent for our ice fishing hole. That way we were at least out of the wind.
Yeah. Where are you at? You're at Ohio, right?
Well, now I'm in Kentucky, but I grew up in Iowa, northeastern Iowa.
Okay, so you did the actual ice fishing.
Yeah, I've actually been ice fishing out on the lake, freezing your balls off, drilling your hole. Yes. You got a little tiny fishing pole that's about 3 feet long, not even. Yeah.
When I was 20, I moved to Florida, and people would my nickname there was Snowplow, and that's what my nickname stuck. And people would ask me, they're like, I have a serious question for you. And I said, what? And they're like, well, we've seen grumpy old men, and is that just for movie Hollywood's sake, or do people actually ice fish? I go, no, people actually ice fish, and they actually filmed that movie 2 lakes over from where we grew up.
Yeah, yep.
That's not Hollywood. That's done in Minnesota on a Minnesota lake, and that is 100% how we grew up there.
Yes, that is Minnesota. Even their Midwestern accent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Yeah, and I actually had someone was talking to me the other day, and I told them about how cold it gets, and I'm like, yeah, you ever seen A Christmas Story? Little Ralphie sticks his tongue to the pole. That really does happen, and the kid's like, no. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, go up there in the wintertime and stick your tongue to a pole. See what happens.
I told him that my sister did that when we were kids, and we were late to church one Sunday because of it, because my dad told us not to stick our tongue on the fence, and she did for fun. It was either on the fence or the door, and her whole tongue was stuck, and we were late to church because they were having to like put warm water on her tongue to get her tongue off the damn fence post.
Yup.
Your eyelashes freeze up there. It's crazy.
Oh, I remember you don't want to take a shower in the morning if you have to wait for the bus, because your hair will freeze.
Does your hair freeze outside?
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that.
Your beard will freeze. You'll have icicles coming down. Icicles literally come out of nowhere.
They do. I know.
So is there any plan for any tours?
Yes, actually, I'm doing the road home tour back to Wisconsin in August. So, and he's actually coming with me. I've never had another human on tour. And for any of those of you who know me, it's always just me and my dog. But he just recently quit his job of 25 years at the post office to pursue his dream of being an artist. So we're going on a trip together on the road and a tour, and I've got 2 shows in Idaho, 2 shows in Wisconsin, and then we're going to take our way coming back, since he doesn't have a job to go back to this time, and have all the drone, the video, the camera equipment, and then I'm going to try to line up at least 4 more dates through Montana, where we can just take our time coming through Montana, and he can fly fish, and me and Bella can go swimming, and, you know, go hit a few cities in Montana.
And there you go, folks. Usually when they talk about people quitting the post office on air, it's not just he decided to quit. It's not like that when they talk about it on air, but this guy managed it.
Like, hey, they always say follow your dreams, and how many people actually do? It was time to make a change. I was miserable at 7.5 more years to go, but I've got a retirement coming later. Let's go do this.
Yeah. Enjoy life while it's right there in your hand.
Yeah. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, you know?
He made a cool reel of himself with his resignation paper walking out of the post office. And he's got the reel, and the door that says out opens up, and he put it to take this job and shove it, and he put it up on Facebook Reels. Yeah, it was epic. It was epic. I was so proud of him. I drove him there. I said, I'm going to hold your hand. Like, you got this, you know? It's a big change.
Yeah.
Right on. Let me see what's going on here, because I know we're supposed to have... I thought we were going to have a bunch of other people in here right now, because it is 3:30 in the afternoon.
You got records to break.
Yeah, we got...
How many interviews are you down so far today?
Hold on. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Pamela Jean, you were number 30, and Jeremiah was 31.
Nice. And how many do you have to do to break this record?
Technically, we have 18 to go, but I'd like to do at least 30 more.
Yeah, I might as well.
And I'm hoping as the evening carries on, we start picking up some momentum. And
do you need more artists if I blast something out on Facebook?
Feel free.
Oh, we would love you for that.
Yeah, like I said, feel free.
I didn't know if you had all your slots filled up. It looked like you guys were pretty full, but I could always put something out and say, if you're an artist and you want a 5-minute slot today, send them a message.
Yeah, and I thought I had people all lined up for all day, but I guess a bunch of people had some last-minute change of plans, and people didn't realize, it's just a quick, let me ask you 5 questions real quick.
Yeah. Well, you guys are the only reason I got dressed and put makeup on a Sunday.
Oh, thank you.
I know Sunday is like our day of bathrobes, movies, and eating. But we didn't have his daughter today, so we don't have to cook all day long. She's a teenager, so it's like there's breakfast, and then there's post breakfast, and then there's pre lunch, and then there's lunch, and then there's snacks, and then there's dinner.
Yeah.
Pamela, are you wearing one of your necklaces that you made? It looks like you might be wearing one of your necklaces you made. That was so beautiful. She makes the best jewelry.
Yes, that's right. She makes the Minnesota Vikings jewelry.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of different stuff lately. I started doing chokers recently.
Yeah, I love those.
Somebody asked about chokers, and I actually think they're so beautiful. I'm kind of like doing more chokers than just the hanging pieces. And I did my first set of earrings, so I've done like 5 or 6 pair of earrings now, and people are ordering like matching sets now instead of just one necklace. So,
yeah,
and then like
one is a complete set. If you could do earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. I still have to go inside and look at all those beautiful jewelry that you sent me and order some stuff from you. I just haven't had a minute to do that, but I definitely am going to be buying some of your products.
Yeah, it started off with just doing river rock jewelry, because when we went, he's been taking me on his fishing trips now. They do a guy's fishing trip twice a year, and then him and I do a trip to the same place for us and the dog. And he bought me a necklace that had, just a river rock with wire around it. I'm looking at it, I'm like, honey, I could make these. And so when I had my surgery in August, I couldn't work or perform for 5.5 weeks. And I was like, I need income. So I just started wrapping river rocks and decided to add little beads to them. And they started selling for $15 a piece. And then I upgraded to doing different stones and more beads and now the chokers. And it's like I just keep, when people shoot me an idea, I just evolve and keep growing with it. And I haven't had to go back to a job. So I just celebrated 7 months of self-employment myself as a touring artist, musician, photographer, and jewelry making. So it's been great for both of us.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have one. I don't know if you can see this, but this is one that one of the artists here in Washington State, and he's very talented. His name is Martin Thomas Reed, the NPR Project, and he literally does what you're saying. He'll literally go walk the rivers up here in Washington State, and we actually have real gems in our water here. This is labradorite, but I have what is it? It's an amethyst. I have an amethyst one he made, and then I have another one that he made.
I found up in North Idaho, I found an actual quartz about this big, and I never find quartz that big. And I came home and I looked at him, I says, I'm keeping this one. And I made this really pretty quartz with little tiny amethyst beads around it, and I posted it on Facebook. I said, this one I made for myself. And I get about 10 comments, I'll buy this one off you. I'm like, this one's not for sale. Like, you don't get that lucky and just find gems wherever you go, you know? Your computer keeps freezing, the camera keeps freezing up. You'll have to send me a picture of it.
Yeah, that ring right there is actually out of a mountain hilltop in Boise, Idaho. My uncle and my grandpa used to dig up fire opals, and I'd watch him make the ring, and this ring was made for my grandma when I was a little girl, and it was passed down to me. There's lots of opals there in Idaho, fire opals, if you know where to go to find them. Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know where to go. I do have some friends that know where to go get amethysts way up north by Canada, and I'm like, every summer I've had a job that got in the way, and now this summer neither one of us have to work. We just be performing and doing photos, and we can go gem and huckleberry picking this summer.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry,
the huckleberries in Idaho are so good.
Sorry, I was messaging people, talking to Lisa Perry, and waiting for a few of my fans from Chicago. But I just thought, Jeremiah, of all the pictures you've taken since you started doing photography, and you said, 2015 you started doing it?
Yeah, something like that.
So about 6 years. What's your favorite picture that you have taken?
I would say this one over here. I don't know if we can see it. I met Pamela Jean I wanted to hear live music, so I went to a bar that my two buddies own, and she happened to be playing that night. She played Simple Man, which I love Simple Man. And then later on, she was walking through the bar, and she told my buddies, she said, hey, I like the photographer, or the photos in here. And they said, oh, he's here. You want to meet him? And she came out. She said she liked my photography. She said she's a photographer as well. I said, hey, do you have a business card? And one thing led to another. That's how I met her. So that's my favorite photo.
Awesome.
My favorite photo that he took is this horse one behind my head.
Yeah. Seven horses running through
I designed him a business card, and I used that horse photo as the front of the card.
Now, was that someone's horses, or were those just wild horses?
Oh, cool.
It was someone's horses.
Okay. That's just a beautiful picture.
He's being featured on the news the last 4 weeks in a row. They have Wildlife Wednesday, so we've been out, like, he just bought a new 500mm lens, so we've been out doing photography, nature stuff, and he's been featured on our local news in Spokane 4 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So
you got the rest of your interviewers coming up?
Oh, we got some more people coming in. So
did you say that Lisa Perry was standing by or not?
No, I just talked to Lisa Perry. She said she just woke up at 6 o'clock in Australia.
I sent her some messages.
I told her my bad. As much as I'm trying to cram all these different time zones around the world into my brain, Australia is the one I have trouble the most with because it's right there at the international date line.
Yeah, I have a hard time with all of the different countries. Like you said, I need clocks all over the walls for each country.
Yes. Or even just a bunch of them little mini clocks that I can glue to my TV screen in front of me so I know what time it is everywhere. Oh crap, you guys are going on 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, here in our we're getting close, yes. She's only like about an hour away. Aren't you, Pamela? You're like an hour away from Washington. Idaho's an hour away from
No, we're in Spokane, so we're on your same time zone.
Same zone, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Dino, can you hear me, brother? Do we got video and audio on Dino?
Hey, man, just give me a second. I'm trying to get the video working for you, all right?
All right.
Oh, did you
I'll
have
be back
any
in a
more?
second.
Do you have any more questions for us before it's not considered a real interview?
No, you guys are good. I mean, but like I said, if you guys want to stick around for a little bit and hang out and just join a general chat in between talking to people while we're being slow here.
I would, but I've got a band rehearsal at 2, so that's why I had everything timed before my guitarist got here.
Oh, awesome. Well, then thank you for joining us today, Pamela and Jeremiah.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us. So for whoever's watching, I do have a full band doing all my original music now. We're called Violet Winter. It's Pamela Jean and Violet Winter. And my next EP comes out at the end of this month. And PamelaJeanUnlimited.com. You can find everything.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you send me your availability, Pamela, because I have a whole bunch of venues that have dates down here. So and I have people that want to play with you. So we can construct you a show, or you can bring a show. So bring me availability dates, and I'll see what we can do for matching up some stuff for you.
Real quick before you guys take off, both of you, where can we find you on social media?
Okay, so if you look up Fly, can we see that? Let's see, where am I going with the
Smug Mug?
There you go, perfect.
FlyMeARiver.smugmug.com. That's going to be his official art gallery. Or you can look up Fly Me a River on Facebook or Instagram.
Okay.
And then mine is call it Pamela Jean Unlimited.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate it 1,000,001 times.
Good luck with your Guinness Book of World Records.
Don't just break the record, smash it.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All right.
Nice to see you guys again.
Yes, nice to see you too. Thank you much.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
All right, have a good rest of your day.
Yep, you too now.
Bye.
Yep. Oh, Dino. Do we got Dino? He was dialing in.
I think some of them might be having a hard time connecting out in because they might be traveling or a bad area.
Oh. Yeah, you never know. It's the internet. It wouldn't be the internet without issues. Like pharmacy, we've had pharmacy up there all day,
yes,
but we haven't seen or heard nothing from them.
How is this the news right now?
What's up, guys? Can you see us or no?
We can't see you, but I hear you.
Yeah, for some reason the video won't click on for us. Not sure why.
Oh, how many of Rachel's Bully do we have here?
You got me and Mr. John.
Dino and Jonathan.
Yep.
All
What's
right.
going on, guys?
Man, we're moving along. How's it been going for you guys?
Not bad.
Anything new with Rachel's Bully?
So this year, I think the target goals are to record a full-length album. So we're starting with that. We have 3 songs done already. And the other big push is just to try to see what we can do to get as much radio play, whether it's local stations or like XM Sirius. So we're kind of working that avenue as well.
Right on. So you people up there in northeastern Illinois, call Freak. Tell them to play Rachel's Bully. Whiskey!
Right.
They play it on Asgard Radio. Everyone else should too. So let me ask each of you 5 questions real quick to make this official for the record here we're trying to pull.
All right.
Dino, who's your biggest influences?
Biggest influences. Wow. That's really hard, man. I mean, you can go. Being a drummer, I go all the way back to like Buddy Rich and Gene Cooper and Dave Weckl, but all the way, up to modern drummers like Tommy Lee still. So if I had to just pick one of those guys, I'd probably say an influence for drums would probably be Buddy Rich.
Okay. If you could play any venue in the world, where would you want to play?
Any venue?
Yep.
Well, we did House of Blues. House of Blues was fun. I'd probably stay local though. Alpine Valley would always be fun up in Wisconsin, or even on the south side of Chicago, what is it called now? Hollywood Studios or Tweeter Center or something like that, whatever it's called.
We'll go with the Tweeter Center.
Yeah. So staying local, that'd always be cool. I've seen so many bands there and concerts there over the last 30 plus years. It'd be kind of cool to share that stage with somebody.
Right.
How about you, John?
I think you're up.
I'm still up. All right.
Yeah. Sorry. If you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone's brain, who would you want to talk to?
So I heard that question earlier. I'm still trying to figure that one out. If I could pick, so alive or dead, right?
Yep.
Alive or dead.
Anyone throughout history.
Anyone? See, I think if it wasn't, I'd probably have to pick 2, but I think I'd go all the way back to like founding fathers, man, like Jefferson or someone like that. Just to say, those guys created the foundation that we're still using today with the Constitution, and just the forethought that they had to think, the way they did is crazy to me. So how they figured that out,
Okay.
So, a musician though, I don't know. Maybe like an Ozzy. It'd be kind of crazy to sit down and pick Ozzy's brain and figure out what the hell's going on in his brain.
How are you still alive?
Yeah.
And what's one album you can't live without?
That's another question I heard earlier. I've been thinking about it since you said it to those other guys. So, I'd probably have to go back to something old school with Van Halen, like Fair Warning or Women and Children First. Those albums, growing up, were just constantly playing in my cassette tape wherever I was going, just constant rotation. And even today when they come on the radio, I gotta listen. I gotta go back to the album and pull it up on my phone and just listen to it all the way through. So, old school Van Halen for me.
See, and I gotta say, I'll go with Van Halen, but everyone's gonna hate me when I say 5150.
Well, that's a good one. I mean, that was more contemporary, right?
It was the first
radio
album with Sammy Hagar.
Right.
I mean, the whole just revamp, reformation.
It was definitely, the album was definitely put together a lot better than the earlier ones,
Yes.
Sammy came with a lot more talent. Obviously, David was a front man, was a singer, but
And I'll admit David was a very good frontman and he was the original, but I've always thought that Sammy's vocals complemented Eddie's guitars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Jonathan.
Yes.
Who's your influences?
So definitely Slash. Probably Joe Satriani. I like Jimmy Page a lot. Definitely like the the virtuosos are really cool. It's tough to play that kind of music, but Satriani has he's not just a typical shredder. He has a lot of feeling and soul behind what he plays. So there's more so like guitar players that have a lot of feeling with the music.
Okay. What's your dream venue?
I would like to play the, I don't know what it's called. I know it's in Colorado. The amphitheater that
the Red Rocks.
Yeah, there you go, Red Rocks. Yeah.
You are the third person today to say Red Rocks.
Yeah, I think that would be just the acoustics out of there. I bet would just be phenomenal.
Dude, I've been to Red Rocks. The acoustics of the place are just phenomenal. Think of Alpine Valley if it was inside a cathedral.
Right. Okay.
And there's the acoustics for Red Rocks. It's amazing.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on, Jay?
Pretty good, Chris. Good to see you again, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Pratt joining up. Let me finish up with Jonathan here real quick.
What's up, David?
Hold on. Let me finish up with Dino and Jonathan here real quick, and we'll get around.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Jonathan, if you could sit down with anyone throughout history and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
I think it'd have to be with Ozzy. I think you could definitely sit with Ozzy and watch him ramble for a few hours, and just all the crap that he's gone throughout his life and the stories that he has. I think that'd be something that'd be really neat.
All right. See, I mean, I think that'd be a tough one because, I mean, you'd either have to know how to speak fluent Aussie or need some kind of translator.
You're right about that, I think.
What's one album you could not live without?
So I'm a huge Maiden fan, and I think I'd have to go with Killers. I mean, I think that's something that was played over and over. I think I wore out the tape. Probably multiple tapes back in the day with that,
Oh, right on. So any plans for any shows for Rachel's Bully coming up?
Yeah, so we don't have anything booked right now. Like I said, the focus is really trying to get this album out. But I think we'll probably have some a few shows throughout the year is what we'll try to at least target that way. Because I think the last show we did was November, December of last year.
Okay.
So just rolling a few months without having a show now, it's been just kind of itching to get back up there and doing our thing,
Hell yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to my show on Asgard Radio, I'm a fan of Rachel's Bully. We got Whiskey, which we play every Whiskey Wednesday, and we try to throw in Along for the Ride sometime over the weekend.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
So, call your local radio stations. Tell them there's this great band out of south side of Chicago, and they need airplay.
We do.
We all do, right?
Yes. Every band out there, I think, should get some airplay.
Right. I think the times are a lot different now. You don't. Back in the day, you used to just roll up to the Thirsty Whale or any other venue because they always had a rock show going on, and it didn't matter who was playing. You were there to see it. And I think that, without people hearing music, whether it's on the radio, internet or anything like that, it's just hard to get crowds to come out and help support you. So I think definitely now more than ever, radio play is really important.
Well, with social media, I think it's kind of crowded it a lot because before, like you just mentioned, in order to see a band, you had to like get out of your house and go. Now you can just search social media or just get on a page and just decide what you want to do or where you want to go, and it gets real crowdy. I think you don't have those go-tos that you always had back in the day.
Yeah, and I think also that with everybody posting things on social media, whether it's videos or just links to YouTube or whatever it is. Like you said, there's so much going on right now that it just gets overlooked because people are they're like, well, I get 15, 20, 30 of these a day, that they're not clicking on every single one of those, right?
Right.
So it's definitely a challenge to, even though we have the opportunities to get the music out there, I think just with the surplus of music going out there, I think that people just kind of get distracted and they're just kind of bypassing a lot of it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and ladies and gentlemen, I'll continue to say this: if you get a chance to catch Rachel's Bully, go out and catch a live show. I mean, they're awesome guys.
The drummer is. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah, all of you guys. I don't know how many times I've seen you either at the Forge or at the Top Fuel. You guys, it's a kick-ass rock and roll show every time I get to go up there and see you guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Chris.
Oh, yeah. All right, moving around the room. Jay Pratt. What's going on, brother? It's been a minute since we talked with you.
It hasn't been that long. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, well, hey, since we've seen your mug on the show.
Yes, it's been a minute. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing all right. So where are you at in the world? Let the world know.
Just working away. Not much new. Just trying to do my thing, and stay focused and just trying to stay at it with a positive frame of mind and just staying consistent with things and just being healthy, running a healthy lifestyle and doing what I know best. So, how about yourselves?
Oh man, just sitting here trying to get back to the way things were.
Right. Well, it's good to be back on Asgard Radio. I appreciate it, Chris, and thanks again, Rebecca. Appreciate it all.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you're
So.
What's new? Well, I got a show coming up April 15th. It's going to be at a place called the Vessel Tap House in Linwood. And playing with Corpses of Rebels, Hang Fire, there's Tizzy Teach, and there's another outfit I think that's playing there, myself, I guess. So.
All right, on.
It takes stage at 8 o'clock. Released a video recently, so I'm pretty excited about the turn rate on that.
Right on.
Gear up with writing some new tunes soon. I'm going to be putting a drama out here soon, so I'm still working on ads out to get musicians rounded up. But
right on. Well, you heard the questions I asked Jonathan and Dino there from Rachel's Bully, so
nice.
you kind of got a heads up on what's coming here. What's your dream venue to play?
Dream venue?
Yep.
Oh.
Red Rock
I'll start with Seattle. I'll start with the Seattle area. I'd like to get back in El Corazon again.
Okay. Who's your biggest influence?
Venue, but I'll start there.
Okay. Hey, it's a venue. If you want to play, that's where you want to play. Who's your biggest influences?
Nightwish right now.
Oh, right on.
Nightwish, Iron Maiden.
What made you decide to become a musician?
Well, I've always had that intuition and drive. I've always kind of had a thing with music, and always wanted to learn how to play the electric guitar, and it just kind of spurred off from there. After a while, my desires to become a musician and get involved with the band grew inside me, and I just wanted to do what they were doing. I don't know.
Right on. Now, if you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone through history's brain, who would you want to talk to?
Yes, you've asked me this before. Well, I guess you can learn from anybody, but if I was to pick at this moment in life, yeah, you know what? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I just don't have a good answer.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of influential people. What is one album you can't live without?
One album I cannot live without. Oh, Master of Puppets, Metallica.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you answering all the questions. As you can see, how people are starting. Like I said, I knew it was going to start getting really, really busy around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me move around the room and do a couple of these quick questionnaires for people. And then we'll open up and have a quick discussion for a little bit. Mick Madness from Pharmacy was next in line.
What up, buddy?
What's going on, man? We've had the little Pharmacy band square there all day long, and I've been saying all day long, Pharmacy, I see you. Can you see us and hear us? But here we are finally.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, not shit. Just having a blast doing this here, enjoying talking to everybody today.
Heck yeah. It's always good to talk. That's my curse. I can't stop talking.
Oh, yeah. Who is your biggest influences in the music industry?
Oh, boy. That's a big one. As is at the moment, it's a little bit of everything, but definitely getting started out, I would say Pantera is a huge one, just for the interesting more styles instead of just straight music, but
hell yeah, get your
definitely
point.
more. Yeah, exactly. You see, but yeah, no, like Nightwish too. I love hard musicality. The only problem is in today's market, musicality is it's not really frowned upon. It's appreciated by all musicians, for damn sure. But at the same time, as the normal people don't. Some people appreciate it, some people don't.
Right on. What's your dream venue? What's the one place in the world that you would love to play?
Oh, man. Honestly, I would have to say one of the big ones would be Red Rock. I feel that being in more of a natural amphitheater is just so much more powerful musically.
Right? Red Rock's amphitheater is getting a lot of love today.
As it should.
It should. It is an amazing place. If you could sit down and for dinner with anyone through history and pick their brain, who would you want to talk to?
I heard you ask Jay that, and my main brain goes straight to Dimebag. I think hanging out with Dimebag Darrell would just be
recording in progress.
You not only have a great time, you're also going to open your mind musically and try new things to actually understand even more about the music inside the music.
Just say, yes, I got this.
All right.
Was that Pharmacy? Did they finally able to connect?
Yes.
Awesome.
We got Pharmacy in here. We just had.
I'm connected at least.
We just had Francesca from Fate Destroyed in here, but we lost her for some reason. We're finishing up with Pharmacy, and then we got Maxwell, and then Chris Kennedy, then Crash. Sorry, I'm just kind of going in order. We have it in the room, keeping a general conversation while I got to ask these 5 questions real quick. Last question for you, Mick, is what's one album you can't live without? But I can already guess this in my head.
You would be surprised, my friend. You would be surprised.
I'm going to guess Cowboys from Hell or Far Beyond Driven.
Wrong.
I
gotta say,
I don't have money to jump off the door.
Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. And it's not a rainbow, it's a prism. Hell yeah.
The main thing about it is the fact that, You have to think that was released back in the 70s, and the amount of audio production that happened during that song was drastically ahead of its time.
Yes, that whole album was just ahead of its time. Period. Amazing album. All right.
True show of patience makes excellence.
Right. All right. Well, thank you for answering the questions. Let's move around a little bit here over to Maxine Maxwell. What's up?
Hey, hi everybody. Oh my gosh.
How the hell are you? It's been a minute.
And shout out to Pharmacy. We love you guys.
Love you too, guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta have love for everybody in the music community.
Hell yeah, that's what we're all
Music
about.
family.
Yeah, music
Right?
family. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and I mean that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're doing this for. You know, to be able to break the world record of most artists interviewed and get all these independent bands out there. The do-it-yourselfers, the independent, the guys that aren't working with the labels, the guys that are doing their thing instead of being told what to do by the record executives.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So Max and Maxine, what inspired you guys to be in the music business?
Well, we've always wanted to be rock stars, like since we were little kids. I like sang Beach Boys Bob Moran before I knew the alphabet. And he's been playing harmonica since he was 7. So we started out young, just wanting to rock it. And I started drumming when I was 10. I sang in school choir and church choir and just kind of got a taste of performing that way.
Awesome.
And we started guitar around 17?
Yeah, at 17
Yeah.
I started playing guitar, and then I played a few bands in college, and then we decided to play together because the schedule works. It's really easy. And
Yeah, like we met in college, and actually we met because I was wearing a Metallica shirt.
Yeah.
That's how we sparked our friendship, and he bought my first drum kit. So Ben's like, man,
I know. Those are my babies.
Hey, that's why I say, you know, the metal community. I can go downtown Nashville, country music capital of the world. I see a guy wearing a Slayer shirt. I throw up some horns. He's gonna throw them back.
Oh yeah, metal family's it, man. It's a whole music family in the industry, but metal definitely, you know, we got each other's backs a lot. We really care about each other. Brotherhood, sisterhood, you know. So we both obviously really like metal. We hit it off, and we started our two-piece like 12 years ago. Yeah. We have been with a full band in college. We weren't in the same band the whole time we were in school. We didn't want to be like Fleetwood Mac or something. So, you know, we grew to just wanting to be a power duo after we moved to Washington. So we're originally from North Dakota. And yeah, we decided to go power duo when we started playing around our area, which is the peninsula. It's the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State. And we've been playing in the city for like 5 years now. I guess give or take 2020, we started really gaining speed as a power duo in the underground music scene of Seattle. And then 2020 happened, and now we're getting back out there and starting to play more shows, and we're absolutely loving it. So it has been. We write all of our original music. We just wrote a new song. We released it at Daryl's Tavern this last weekend. We kept it super secret until then. It's called Bucket of Blood, and it's heavy.
Okay. Who's your biggest influences?
So my influences are Metallica, Foo Fighters, Black Sabbath, Pantera, Mudvayne.
Yeah, I'm like, it's weird. Jimi Hendrix and Zakk Wylde would be my two. It's weird. So, and I guess Nirvana. So I learned Jimi Hendrix taught me how to play solos from the band, this album, The Experience, Are You Experienced? I listened to that like over and over and learned a whole bunch. from how to play solos from that. And then just the tones from Zach Wilde. I love his guitar tones. And so, yeah, those would be my two main.
I guess we're both influenced by Ozzy, too.
Ozzy,
we
yeah,
have
most
a
definitely Ozzy.
Black Sabbath,
Yeah.
Alice in Chains feel to our music.
I think Ozzy influenced a little bit of everyone.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in metal, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, talk about a godmother of metal.
If you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone's brain, who would you want to chat with?
Oh.
Anyone throughout history. It don't necessarily have to be a musician.
I think it would be Tom Petty for me.
Good
I would
one.
want to pick his brain. I would say I'm influenced by Tom Petty as well, and he has a lot to say about the music industry and what it was and how hard it was for him to get into it too. We watched a whole documentary on him. I just want to like chat with him. Seems like a cool dude.
It'd be weird. Carl Jung, he's a early 1970s
Psychiatrist.
Yeah, psychiatrist. I'm reading his book right now. And it's a really 20 years of studying your own unconscious. It'd be interesting to sit down and talk to that guy, man. He was a weird, cool guy.
Right on, right on. All right, what's one album you can't live without?
One
album I can't live without.
If you were stuck on a deserted island with one album, what's the one album you would take with you?
Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Are You Experienced album by
Ooh,
Jimi
that's a
Hendrix?
good one.
Yeah, that's one of my all times that I always go to.
I'm having a hard time between two, but I will pick Metallica's Ride the Lightning.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, thank you for answering the questions and joining us for what we're doing here today. It's been a blast here.
Yeah, you can check us out at themaxwellsrock.com, everybody.
I was just going to say, plug yourself.
Yes. Yeah, check out our YouTube, The Maxwell's Rock on YouTube. Is it The Maxwell's Rock on YouTube? Okay. You can search us by our hit songs, Celtic Demon. Oh, and Took Too Soon is really popular, too. We've got several songs and music videos out there. But people know us by Celtic Demon. We're not on Spotify, we're on iTunes. We're working on more recording, and we're going to be releasing an EP, hopefully, sometime. Our first EP is on iTunes.
Alrighty. Awesome. Okay, moving around the room. It looks like Chris Kennedy is in a tour bus. Or the tour van.
I wish, bro.
No,
I wish.
just driving around running errands on a Sunday.
That's exactly what I'm doing, man. Just made sure I was here for you guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, Chris, who are you with?
I'm with Fate Destroyed, aka FDS.
Okay,
Fate Destroyed, the previous name, and we go by FDS now.
Okay, I thought you looked familiar, and we just had Francesca in here.
What's up? Yeah, she and I are not together, so I don't know if you're here. So yeah, but I'm here, so hopefully that's cool.
No, that's cool.
All of you are cool as far as I'm concerned.
I mean,
you guys too. I think last time we interviewed.
Yeah, I know we've talked to you
go
a couple of times. We've talked to you guys live up in Michigan. Because a Fate Destroyed show is always fun. I don't matter how big the crowd is. Francesca's going to jump into it.
It's scary, yeah. I'm like, there's like 3 dudes that are ready to catch her. I'm like, we need. That's great. Just don't let her fall.
Right? Yes. So and for a while we were playing. What was it? Name That Denny's. Or was it
Maybe
Name That Waffle House?
Yeah, probably. That sounds like something we would do. We definitely, when we go on tour, we definitely try to find, dinner at like 2 a.m. So those are what we do.
Right on. Well, let me ask, who's your influences?
Growing up, getting into music, early 90s grunge, man. Anything that was, you name it, Nirvana, Bush, Silverchair's a huge one, Green Day, Weezer, those were what got me into guitar playing.
Okay. What's your dream venue, the one place on earth you would love to play?
I mean, sky's the limit on that one, man. I'd love to play anything like the Forum, Staples Center. I mean, who wouldn't? Madison Square Garden, like, who would not want to play something like that? But, yeah, baby steps. So I'm grateful for every venue, but those are definitely goals that I have set for sure.
Right on. If you could sit down and have dinner with anyone through history, who would you want to talk to?
Any category or like music
any category, just anyone through history.
That's like, dang, I never thought about that. Anyone ever? Holy shit. I have no idea.
That's a big question.
Let's just say Kevin Smith. Let's just say Kevin Smith would be a good time for sure.
Silent Bob, hell yeah.
Yeah, that would be a absolute party right there.
Now you guys travel all over the country. What's the weirdest, craziest thing? The one thing that made you look over at Francisco and be like, "Did that really just happen?"
We played. I'm not going to name the venue because I'm not gatekeeping it, but this particular musician let us know that this is like his quiet spot, so I don't want to blow it up for him. But there is a particular bar in Florida where we got off stage, and the one guy sitting at the bar was Jim Root from Slipknot, and we were like, "No fucking way!" He just watched our set.
Hell yeah, that is
We were
awesome.
just like, that guy I was literally like, "Hey, that looks like Jim from Slipknot," and everyone's like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, "Oh shit!" So we had to talk to him, and he engaged us for like an hour. He was totally stoked to be talking to people, so we loved it.
And I can't throw names out there, but that's happened a few times, just bumping into rock stars in a bar, and that's like their hometown local spot where they get to be treated like a local and not bothered, and it's awesome for them.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe we got, and respect to that venue. We love playing it. We played it a few times. If you look at our tours and you see repeat venues, you can figure it out.
Right. And one last question to make it all official here for the records. What's one album you can't live without?
Gosh, I'm gonna go Mezzanine by Massive Attack. I know that's a bit off the metal genre, but like that is an album that goes on a journey. And I don't mind taking that journey like as often as I can. I can definitely listen to that over and over again.
Right on. We appreciate you answering the questions and hanging out. Let's move.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much. Let's move around here, and you can always catch Fate Destroyed whenever I throw down a big fat block of kick-ass female-fronted rock and roll and hard-hitting heavy metal. You know Fate Destroyed is going to be in there.
Cool. We really appreciate that, man. Thank you guys for having us.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining us, Chris. Moving.
Your show here. Tony Lucas is waiting in the waiting room. She's Musicians Hangouts, Maxine Maxwell.
That's Crash Fish Fight here, right?
That is correct.
That's where we are going to next.
Yeah.
Crash Fist Fight and then 2 Libras. Thank you, real quick. Thank you to everyone out there who is joining us today. That is making this happen in the last 20 minutes. We're starting to move along now. Like I said, it was slow this morning, but once the day starts moving along, we're gonna get going. So, Tony Lucas, how the hell are you? Or excuse me, Crash, how are you?
Hi. I'm doing great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
I can hear
it's
you.
Not working.
I can hear you too.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. The camera froze up, but the audio's still moving along. Now, you do the Musicians Hangout with Maxine Maxwell, correct?
Oh, yeah.
And how long?
I do. I am also a drummer.
Yes, she's also a drummer. But the Musicians Hangout, I've noticed lately, has really gained its momentum and gotten its foothold in the musical podcasting. You guys are doing awesome. What's your favorite aspect of it?
Meeting so many talented musicians all over the world. That's my favorite. And like our mission statement says, we're building a community.
Yes.
To save music.
Yes, keep music alive, people.
And music needs to be shared.
Who is your biggest influences?
Musically, I would say John Boakland from the previous drummer for Devil Driver. He's a huge musical influence to me. Angie Dane from Atrocity Girl and Kitty Junk, huge influence to me. And Neil Peart, of course.
Drummer for Rush.
Of course.
I saw an aerial view of his drum kit, and I was just like blown away. Like, phew. Holy crap! That's way too much going on there.
It's definitely a huge kit. I don't know how we could play that kit. My kit's big, but it's not that big.
I mean, to hit everything on his kit, he would actually have to spin his stool around completely 360 degrees. That's just wow.
Oh, yeah.
What is your dream venue, the one place in the world you would love to play?
Red Rocks, Colorado.
Man, they are getting so much love today. Red Rocks, you guys are probably going to be booked up for the next 20 years after this.
Well, I was born in Colorado. I was born in that area, so I've gone to a lot of shows there, and it's just breathtaking there, and the sound is just out of this world. You can't really beat Red Rocks.
I had the privilege to go to Red Rocks once, and it was Colorado. I really don't remember who we saw, but I remember the acoustics of the place and just the sound coming at you from all angles, but it sounded good. I'm like, wow, dude, this is what live music to perfection sounds like.
Yes. I felt bad for the sound guy.
Yeah.
Could you imagine trying to figure the acoustics out on that venue?
Right. Once it's down, don't touch anything.
Don't breathe.
Right. If you could sit down through history and pick anyone's brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Joan of Arc.
Who?
Joan of Arc.
Joan of Arc. Hell yeah. That's I've never heard.
She knew what it was like. She knew what it was like to live in a man's world. Just like female musicians. It's a man's world. And so, female musicians were kind of under the microscope a little more.
Right.
Yeah. So I would like to know how she dealt with that.
That's an awesome. That's hell yeah. I would have never have put it like that, to where it's, and I understand the music industry, it's dominated by male musicians. No offense to all the guys out there, but come on, save some room for the ladies.
We love you guys.
Save some room for the ladies. They rock too.
Yes, we
That's
do.
changing big time. That is changing so much nowadays.
Yes. What is one album you could not live without?
Devil Driver's Fury of Our Maker's Hand.
Nice. See, I love some Devil Driver, and it gives me a reason because of the Clouds Over California album, or no, not Clouds Over California album. They did an album of all country classics, Devil Driver style.
Yeah, I can't remember, but it has a wolf on the album cover.
Yes. Their cover of Ghost Riders in the Sky is just amazing. Like, I never thought you could make it metal, but they did it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you heard their Wasted Years cover?
I believe so. Yes, I do. Yes, I have. I have it. Yes.
It's insanely good.
Yes.
No offense to Iron Maiden.
No, but Devil Driver is just one of those bands that can take a song and make it metal to near perfection, if not perfection. So.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
But thank you for answering our questions today, Crash, and being a part of.
Well, thank you guys for having me on today. And if I can I please plug my band, Moopsie?
Plug
Yes,
Moopsie!
yes, plug yourself.
Moopsie. You can find us on SoundCloud. We have a song that just came out. It is called Knockout Stream. And we are also on Facebook. And we have a ton of shows coming up. Next weekend, we will be in Ho Quam. And the week after that, we are playing Cherry Blossom, which is a Japanese festival at the Seattle Science Center. It's free. Come check us out. Come have fun.
Hell yeah. So people, yeah, if you're up there in that area, check them out. Have fun. Can't beat that. Oh, moving around the room because they've been waiting for a moment here. 2 Libras.
Woo! Hello, welcome.
Not one, but 2 of them.
You're on the air.
No, you're on the air with AsgardRadio.com and Chronic Chris.
Oh, we're on your show. You're not on our show. Oh, awesome. How you doing, Chris?
Oh, we're doing pretty darn good. How are you guys doing today?
Doing awesome.
We're great.
We're cooking some food.
So, 2
Doing
Libras.
awesome.
2 Libras. Who all are we talking to today?
We got Jules over here,
Hi.
and it's Wesley over here. Hello. The 2 Libras. I'm the 2 of 2. She's the 1 of 2.
Thing 1 and Thing 2, except it's not Thing 1 and Thing 2. It's Libra 1 and Libra 2.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Sorry, I got all Susie. Sorry, I got all Susie
So
and
how
on
are
you
you?
people.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going awesome. We are moving right along here, having a blast doing this today. And Mick looks like he's having a damn good time jamming out there.
And what is this? This is you're trying to get the Guinness Book of World Records for interviews in one day or something?
Yes, we're trying to hit the world record for most artists interviewed in a day on a televised stream. We are live on Twitch TV, we are live on YouTube, and we are live on Facebook, the Asgard Radio page.
Sweet.
Hello, world.
So yes, we are multiple platforms today. It's
Great.
been a long weekend. I was up till midnight last night making sure I had everything perfected for this. And then my kitty wanted to wake me up bright and early this morning and be like, hey, feed me and get everything ready to get started.
Right? Cat, they don't understand time.
So
no, they're like, you're on my time.
You're on my
Yeah, you're on my time, and my time says it's time for you to get me a can of food.
Exactly.
That's right.
I don't care if you're tired. It's my time.
So to do this,
You don't allow them to live in your house. They allow you to live in their area.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So to make this all official, I got to ask each of you 5 questions real quick.
5 questions. We're ready. Woo-hoo.
All right, Jules.
Yes.
Who are your influences and what made you? Who are your influences?
When it comes to music,
Yeah.
I would say it may be not super popular, but U2, especially in the 90s, I really like them, that sound. Bjork, let's say Pearl Jam. I know it's not really gothy, and I make goth music, but I like those guys.
Okay, what made you want to become a musician?
I really didn't know. It was this guy. He needed somebody in his band.
Yeah, I was like, play some music.
I was an artist, and then he just needed a synth player, and I'm like, I can see if I can try, because I always loved music, but I never really played it before, and
She offered, and I was like, I don't know. That could really mess up the relationship. You know, you got to be careful when that happens. And I didn't know it could work, and it just worked like that.
yeah.
There's some that prove it can work.
Yeah, I kind of fell into it, so I didn't know there was a bug in me, and then it just kind of hooked, and I'm obsessed with playing music. So
She's got musicians in the family, so it just kind of like, it's in her blood.
Okay, what's your dream venue? The one place in the world you would love to play?
the dream. Well, Wes has an answer for this.
I definitely have an answer. I know it's it's a very low bar. I think we can get it, but dream venue, the Moon. Definitely want to be the first band to play the Moon. So We're gonna get there. That's a low
Hey,
bar. And then
Now
after
that is a low bar.
No, I'll tell you what. I'm going to open up a venue called The Moon. And you're going to play opening night.
I love it. Yes. It better be a moon.
Like the moon on the moon.
Yeah. Moon on the moon.
Or it would be called Earth on the moon.
Oh yeah, there we go. Earth on the moon. I think Jules wants to play Chicago though. 'Cause
Yeah.
she hasn't been able to play Chicago.
My
and that's her
hometown, so that's one of my hopes. Maybe the Metro. A lot of good shows there that I used to.
Well,
like the-
she already
nostalgia.
raised it up to the Metro. I was gonna say, talk to Dino and Jonathan up there about playing the Forge or the Top Fuel.
Okay, yeah, I should go check that out too. Yeah, I would
Anytime you guys come this way, let us know. We'll hook you
Yeah.
up.
would love to. So yeah, we're working on it this year. We're trying to get some out of town shows, and Chicago is the first one on there. So
Okay, if you could sit down for dinner and pick anyone's brain, who would you want to talk to?
who would you?
Myself.
We're on Jules.
All right, so
Alright,
on
hey,
Jules.
So I mean,
She wants to pass it off. No, you got it.
So just anyone's brain I could talk
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
I always want to like party with Keanu Reeves. I'd say he's fun. He's such an interesting dude. So
All right, and last one is, what is one album you can't live without?
that's a big loaded question. I have one album I can't live without. I have too many. This is hard for a leaf. We're very decisive.
Well, what did
with
we
it.
we just picked up some used CDs, so think about that. What's the one? What?
The Cure, or the, what was it? Okay, well, I would go with the first album I ever bought on my own was The Cure, Disintegration. I love it so much.
All right, awesome. Thank you much, Wesley.
Sure.
What made
Yeah.
you want to become a musician?
I would say the very first thing that made me want to be a musician was when I heard the song "Hurt" by 9 Inch Nails. I just felt so much emotion from that song, and I realized that that I wanted to make music that helped people feel emotion. I was like, if I could just do something that made people feel emotion, then I wanted to do that.
Right on. Who's your biggest influences?
I would say top one right there was 9 Inch Nails. Sorry, my dog apparently wants to say hi.
Oh, that's okay. What's up, pup?
So that, and then going on a bunch of different artists all over the place. Pixies, Toadies, some of the Faint.
I love that you said the Toadies, because they're one of those bands that just don't get the recognition. And I'll always remember the first time I ever heard them was on Beavis and Butthead.
Hell yeah.
The video for Possum Kingdom.
I love Beavis and Butthead. I loved that they did that. Is that they showcased so many like musicians on that show.
Yes, and see, that's, and I love the original Beavis and Butthead. I think when they try to bring it back and take away the music videos, it wasn't the same with them sitting around watching the real world and all that stuff. I'd rather them sit down and watch videos the way it's
It is
meant to
awesome.
be.
They do. I think in the newer ones they do. There are a couple newer music videos. So yeah, they do have like some like the real world and stuff, which I think is kind of topical, because I feel like people have been going away with all the online and reality TV, and obviously MTV itself moved away.
Well, someone else, tried to say, well, at least they're still watching MTV, and then I found out the real reason behind all that was because there were so many people involved in making music videos. Not everyone was getting their artist fees, or some guy that held a mirror in the video while wearing the green screen suit wanted to get paid more than he was worth for holding that mirror, and just a lot of bullshit money grabbing controversies.
I'm sure Mike Judge goes through a lot of that stuff, because he just wants to make silly videos, and then all the behind it just
And I watched a thing with Mike Judge, and I got a lot of respect for the man, because a lot of his characters, Beavis and Butthead, were based on kids he went to school with.
Mm-hmm.
Boomhauer, the way Boomhauer talked, he got a complaint. Someone called him up with a complaint about Beavis and Butthead, and the way he did it. You put that dang old stuff on the TV there, and then, well, God, gosh darn it, and and that was Boomhauer, and that's how he created. He took it from everyday things and made it.
He's such a Texan too. I'm originally from Texas, and I totally understand. He's such a Texan, and all that stuff from there. The Office Space is
Yep.
is fun.
Technically, I changed planes at Dallas Fort Worth once, so according to Hank Hill, I'm a Texan.
There we go. Yeah.
If you could sit down with anyone throughout history and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
You know what? I would talk to Mike Judge. Speaking right now. I think you got this. I'd talk to that dude.
Yeah. What's one album you couldn't live without?
Oh, I think recently the Crow soundtrack we've been listening to that. We just got that the other day. I think that's such a great
pivotal like the 90s, like
you gotta
the ultimate soundtrack of that time era.
It's all the music that I like mixed together, and it's it definitely makes me feel like today everybody's off in their own corners. And I like it all mixed together. I like all the dark music,
Yes,
heavy.
and
Yeah.
that is a great album. And I'll tell you what, I was told years and years ago, and it's been reiterated throughout the years on radio. You're not allowed to play a whole album from beginning to end. Well, they're not talking a soundtrack or a compilation album. They're talking a band's album. I found the loophole. So last year on the anniversary of Brandon Lee's death, I played the Crow soundtrack because it was all different artists all the way through, and that's the loophole.
There we go, man. I love it. You got to find those loopholes.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys answering our questions. Feel free to everyone. Feel free to sit here and chat for a few moments. We're waiting for more people to come in if they get here and whatnot. I actually have to get up and take a real quick break. I've been sitting in this chair too long. I will be right back, folks.
Go. Congratulations.
Okay, Chris. Thank you.
You're going to get the world record for interviewing. And now we're going to talk to the
Are
chair.
we going to take over the show?
There we go.
All right. We're the new hosts of Asgard Radio. And hi, how are you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, doing awesome.
Awesome, brothers. Yeah, it's nice to meet you guys. Do leave it.
I was kind of like distracted because I was.
I'm Maxine.
I didn't want to
Becca.
burn anything.
Crash Fight.
Hey,
So who's in this room? All
Let's
right.
go just jamming.
You got some jams. Okay.
There we go, the house band.
You guys were talking about Beavis and Butthead. I shared a link in the chat. Kind of funny. It's about Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead, Street Fighter 2.
Should we be Butthead song
together? Jay.
Wait, who's in there? Oh,
Hey.
hello, Rebecca.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
We got
I'm
Shannon.
trying to get-
Okay, we got 8 people in here. Oh,
So many peoples.
on a Sunday?
Hell yeah. But we all showed up in the afternoon. Just talking about that earlier. It was hard to get it going in the morning. We're all sleeping in, yo.
Right? I'm just saying this was
Julie, we love you. We're eligible too, and I just want to say I love you guys. Been following you for
Oh, good, McMadness.
videos.
All about the groove, man.
Now,
All about the groove.
Now, two Libras, you guys were a part of the.
with you guys again.
You guys were a part of the
Yeah.
band wars. How was that experience for you?
Yeah.
That was super fun.
We're ready for season 2, so we're it's like despite that we play like dark jazz music, we're very punk rock in ourselves too, and it's been fun to be able to do pranks and stuff like that.
All the silly
Okay,
challenges and everything.
stuff. That was
It's cool.
fun.
We're in. I forget how many episodes we're in, but we're in a lot of them.
We kind
We
of
pop
ended up
up a
like
lot.
a lot of.
See, speaking of pranks, I actually thought about pranking all of you guys bright and early this morning and putting in the chats, April Fools, we're not doing this.
Oh my gosh.
Then I thought, yeah, you know, I don't want to do this today. Let's get it started. Slider popping in. How the hell are you today, Slider?
What's up, everyone?
He's sliding in.
That's it. It does look like the Brady Bunch.
It does. It's like the Brady Bunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Slider Harwood, all around amazing individual, founding father of Asgard Radio, veteran of the United States Army, all around just kick-ass individual. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank
Service
you.
Slider.
So
I'll tell you, I never would have thought we would be where we are. I really didn't. I started it for the bands in Chicago. Is why I started it. I was going to concerts, seeing all these bands, and I figured they don't have a platform because they have to pay for music, you know, to get on the radio. And I was like, that's bullshit. So started this up, and now here we are, 13 years later. How many listeners did say we had? The series today, 12 million.
12 million.
12 million listeners, and I know we're in 70 countries because I got that. But yeah, I never thought this would grow and explode like it has. So it's everybody that that has been here. It's everybody on the screen right now helping out the bands, the fans, everything. So. And of course, I can't do it without the DJ. And now Chris, he's been with me for a while. So yeah, I count a lot. I know I put a lot on Chris because I work so much. But he's all in, and it's amazing. I always tell everybody, I just pay the bills. Chris runs Asgard. I don't do any. He does it all. I just pay for it. That's all. But
well, thank you for your pocketbook.
Hey, that's what I said earlier. I mean, how did I put it, Rebecca? Something about I started DJing, and then I started doing interviews. And next thing I know, I manage the station, get all the interviews lined up. Check out the DJs, make sure everyone's running their programs all good and smoothly. Jim just pays the bills.
Yeah, I do. I just pay for everything. So yeah, that's pretty much how it is. So, but I appreciate everybody, and I really love what we're doing. And we continue to help the smaller bands, play them, all the new ones, up and comers, local, independent, however you want to call them. That's our whole main premise. That's it. I mean, yeah, I do Throwback Thursday, and we do play some of the mainstream, but I don't. That's not what we're here for. And doing this with the interviews is really cool. It's a great idea. Chris came to me and told me about it, and I'm like, let's do it. And it just so happened, he said, well, we're going to do it on April 2nd. I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. That's an anniversary. That's the day I went on air. April 2nd, 2010 is the day I took air for the first time. And it was just, I'm like, fuck it, let's do it that day. Okay, I'll try and get off work. But we had 2 cooks quit. And with me being lead cook, I got to kind of be there. So I said, take it as far as you can. As soon as I get home, I'll come in, jump in, and we'll, continue going on. But I've been watching for the last half hour. I wanted to see what was going on. I wanted to see how everybody was the questions asked, how everybody was interacting and everything, because I knew we were going to have quite a few people in here.
We've had a real smooth running show for the amount of people we had lined up today. Like I said, the last time we went and did all this, it got to be just one huge clusterfuck. Thank you everyone that's been with us today for having patience and just being real cool and chill about this whole thing. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I really do appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
coming in here and just doing what Chris asked of everybody, and having the respect for him for just doing what he put down and what he passed on to you guys. I really appreciate it because it really means a lot. It really does to have Asgard's name all over this. With Chris promoting it. I mean, I'm even wearing the original shirt today. This is the very first shirt we ever had. I took it out of my trunk just to wear it today because it's our original logo and everything. So figure out if I can let's wear this today. So
hell yeah.
But all right, so let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to take up a lot of time. Let's just.
Well, I honestly, it's time to interview you, Jim.
You got to interview the man, the myth, the legend, the creator of Asgard Radio.
Exactly. What made you want to do what you do? Have Asgard Radio?
All right. Well, like I said earlier, I was going to concerts in Chicago, and when it was right after my divorce in '03, I started going to concerts. And now back in the '80s, it was always two bands. Like my first concert was '83. It was Autograph open for Motley Crue. I saw Metallica open up for Ozzy Osbourne. I saw Cinderella and Rat open up for Bon Jovi and Van Halen. And I said, oh, that's how it works. That's all. Stop it. You don't need to go chase the rabbit. So yeah, he's been trying to get through my deck. I have a 2-level deck in the back, and it's that plastic shit. And he smells. There's a rabbit that hides in there, and he tries to get to it, and he can't. So anyway, but when I started going back to concerts in 2000, or like I said, after my divorce, I was seeing all these small bands. They're openers. And I'm like, who are these kids? Why are they opening for, Butcher Babies or In This Moment or just whoever? And come to find out, what they were doing is they had their direct support who would tour with them, and then the main band, and then they would have the local openers. They have like two local openers. I thought it was really cool, so I started paying attention for a couple of years, and I'm like, okay, this is pretty cool, but why are they just having, all they had were just EPs, 4-song EPs, that's all they had. And then around 2008, I started dating a girl who had an internet radio station. But she wanted to do her own thing, which I understood. I mean, it was hers. So I came on, she asked me to be a DJ, so I did, and I grew her station, and I said, why don't we try this? Why don't we do this? Well, then I found out she was messing around on me, so I was like, all right, I'm done. Left her, and I thought, why can't I do this? So that was 9 months, I think it was exactly 9 months prior to starting. And what I did is I talked to my stepbrother, who's vice president at JP Morgan Chase in Chicago. And I said, I want to get a plan together. So he helped me do a business plan. And then I had a friend that did art, so he did my first website. But we had to come up with a name, and I wanted to build everything around the name. I didn't want to come up with something and then try and pick a name. I wanted to build everything around the name. And we went through, I bet you we went through 70, 75 names. Some were taken, some I didn't like. People were sending me stuff. The close-knit group that I had to do this, we all kept it a secret. So, my friend sent me an email, and in it he put 2 names. This was the very last email that I got from him for names. I mean, like I said, we had like Radio 219 because that's our area code, or just all kinds of crazy things. But anyway, so he sent me two. The one, it was a name, and then the other one was Asgard, and it said, and I think the reason I don't remember the other name is because we had I stuck with Asgard, and when I was on the phone with him, I was looking at the email. I said Asgard. I said, "Ooh, shit! That's where the gods will go to rock," and that's how we got our logo. We got the silhouetted Odin, and then it's Asgard Radio, where the gods go to rock, and that's trademarked by me. It's everything you see on any logo, the new logo, the shield that Chris has up behind him sometimes. The
This
t-shirts
one?
that we have. No, that one you got Asgard.com now.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the shield with the runes.
Yeah. I picked that, and the reason I picked that, I researched old Nordic symbol, and if you look at that, the one with the U and the upside down U, that means togetherness. The one on the top of the shield means music. The one that is there it is. He's trying to get it up there.
Here, let me.
Yeah, the one that looks like a bunch of X's that connect stands for togetherness, and then there it is. Yeah.
It's his shield with my little twist on it for the Chronic Chris show.
The one on the bottom means independent, which we deal with independent bands. So that's why I picked those, and it worked.
Wait.
When I found.
Hold on, back up, because I want you to say that one more time. What each one means.
Okay, let me get my glasses. I took my glasses off because there's the glare, but hang on. All right, that means togetherness.
Okay.
That there. No, I'm sorry. The one on the left means. Oh, Jesus, I screwed that up. The one on the left means yesterday, today, and the future. The one on the right means togetherness. The one on the top is music, and the one on the bottom means independent.
Okay, hell yeah.
So, and like I said, I researched that before I changed the logo because I wanted something that came to us. So, anyway, we started. I met a band out of Chicago called Thorn Fetish. Great guys. They're no longer together. They got me into the Chicago scene. I met a bunch of bands. I used to have Slider Rock Wars with bands all the time. We had trophies that myself and this other guy made. We did all kinds of but we started it because of the smaller bands needing a platform without having to pay for it, and that's why I started Asgard.
Hell yeah.
Awesome, Slider.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just I felt bad for these young people that were up and coming, and I was like, it doesn't cost that much. Well, it did cost a lot to get it up and running because everything is trademarked, everything is copyrighted. So the initial cost was quite a lot, but now it's just a monthly cost for the streaming, going wherever we go, travel, stuff like that. But yeah, as far as the bands, all the bands have to do is send me music. That's all you gotta do. Just send me music, tell me a little bit about you, and I'll take it from there. And then we support everybody. We're not gonna stop supporting you. The only thing I ask is that I always tell bands, a lot of them send me music and their background, and then they're gone. So it's like I can't help you if you're not gonna help yourself. I can't help promote you if you don't tell me what's going on. If you don't send me emails or share stuff with us.
Let us know when you're doing a show.
What's that?
Let us know when you're doing a show. Something.
Exactly. Just something. Show us shit. And a lot of bands send us their tours all the time, and we share it. as soon as I get this new website made, we're going to have a tour guide, and on that page is going to be all the tours that people send us, that band send us. So all you have to do is go there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to link it to that band's page, and then all you have to do is go to there, click on it, and say, hey, are you, is it pre-sales? Is it at the door? Stuff like that. You can ask them all kinds of questions. So that's what we're going to do with that page. So if there's two bands, like right now, the Almas are touring with Rain Z.
Yep. We talked to Crystal and Frank earlier.
God damn it, I missed it. But yeah, so they're traveling with Rain Z. Now we would do, I would do a double link up for Rain Z and the Almas, so take you to their pages and ask, what's going on there, how to get tickets, whatever you want to do. So, and then, this new website we got is going to be a hell of a lot better than what we had. It's going to be a lot easier for us to, and everybody, can, Chris has access to everything, so he can make changes, as needed. There's going to be, it's just going to be a hell of a lot better. So
yes, but, I got two more questions for Jim real quick, so you people know what's coming. If you could sit down with anyone throughout history and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. There you go. And last,
I was going to say, because my undergraduate degree, my two bachelors, are history and communication. And the history is the Civil War era. It's not just the Civil War. It's from when Lincoln started his his law firm, to when he was assassinated. So it's not just that, but it's also about the Civil War and what started it. And it wasn't just slavery. It was about
states' rights.
Yeah, it was about states' rights. That was the biggest thing. That's what tore the South away from the North. But anyway, I would talk to Abraham Lincoln and find out what, how he just tried to deal with a country going to war with itself.
All right. And what is one album you couldn't live without?
Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna say it. And there's a few of them. I'm gonna say, and I love the White Album, Beatles, the White Album. I love the Black Sabbath. I love my very first album was 1976 or 77 when I got it. It was Kiss Rock and Roll Over. But the one I'm going to say that I can't live without is Skid Row's album. And the reason being is when I was in Desert Storm, and I was in the biggest tank battle since World War II. It was called Battle of 73 Easting. If you look it up, you'll see 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment. That's the unit I was in. But the reason I bring it up is because we had a rotation of 4 albums. It was NWA, it was Ice-T, it was Skid Row, and who was the other one? I can't remember the other one now. But anyway, while we were in battle, while we were kicking Iraqi ass, Skid Row was coming through the headphones. And it just got everybody pumped up. And they told us that we killed 3,000 Iraqis in 28 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah, we just destroyed them. It was almost pitiful, but I ain't gonna complain.
Was it Slave to the Grind, Slider?
Yeah, it was Slave to the Grind. Yeah.
And I was gonna say, if you Google search 73 Easting and click on videos, there's actually a 20-minute short documentary about the whole thing. And it's actually really truly amazing. My hat's off to Slider, anyways, for that simple fact. But and Jim, I gotta say, I really truly appreciate you. It was a long time coming till I found Asgard Radio, and it's been the connection I've been looking for my entire life. Jim pretty much gives me free reign on my show, and like I said earlier when we were talking to Pamela Jean, when I started with him, Jim knows I got a wide background in music. I listen to country music from time to time. I listen to Frank Sinatra. Me and Jim both listen to Motown. I listen to a lot of blues. I listen to everything. And I'm also a big supporter of our military and everything they do. So Jim has allowed me on Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and the 4th of July, we open up the format to patriotic for our soldiers, to honor them and thank them for everything they have done for our freedom. So Jim, thank you again for everything, for Asgard
Thank you,
Radio.
Jim. Thanks for your service.
You truly are a fucking rock star, brother.
Jim, let me be on your team and be one of your DJs and promoters. I'm having such a great time. It's such an awesome opportunity to finally get all my musicians in the guild out there to be able to get their music heard. So I really appreciate being on your team.
Yes.
Well, we like having you here. I appreciate you coming on board and getting it together. And it was literally my honor to have served. And I would have did 20 years. I went in 87. And I got out in 94, but I was going to do 20 and out, or maybe even 25, depending on my rank. But my dad died in 94, and he was only 51. And I'm an only child, so they gave me a choice. They said, you either have to get out or you have to change your MOS, you have to change your job. And I was like, I can't change my job. I cannot watch my brothers and sisters go into battle and, get deployed. And I'm sitting here being a desk guy. I can't do it. It's just not in me. I just came out of war, and shit's about to pick up again. So I couldn't do it. So I got a good disability I get every month, but it's still I would have rather just stayed in. I could have retired. I'm 54. I could have retired when I was like 40. 48 with 30 years. Man, I would have thought I'd be sitting pretty right now.
see, and I wanted to sign up, but I was given an F4 coming out of high school, so I don't qualify, unfortunately. And did you know, ladies and gentlemen, when you're qualified F4 for the military, it just means you don't qualify for some reason or another. But it goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War. The F4 meant you didn't have the 4 front teeth required to open up your powder pouch. You had to bite it open and then stuff it in your muzzle, and that's where the F4 comes from.
Yeah.
I loved learning that fact, and it's something that's always going to stick with me. Now.
Yeah, when I took the ASVAB, my recruiter called me. He goes, I want you to come in, talk about, picking an MOS. And I was like, okay. So I went there, and there was me and this other guy sitting here. And he told this guy, I felt so bad because you want to talk about direct. I mean, I'm direct. I'm open. I'm blunt, and because it's just who I am. But my recruiter, he told the guy, he goes, you can be a tanker, you could be infantry, you could probably be artillery from your score. On your ASVAB. He looks at me and he goes, and this smart motherfucker over here can do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. All right, let me move around the room because it actually looks like Lisa Perry's about to be eaten by a dingo down in Australia.
Yes, doubling dingo. I know, she's getting, look, she's hit at me. No, it's not you, it's you, come on.
No, and Lisa, I'm sorry about the confusion. I almost have the time zones around the world down, except for Australia always confuses me because you guys are too close to the international date line.
I know, and we just went like I think we went daylight savings just finished on the weekend, so it's another hour out now too. So I think at 1 this morning there was a message, oh, we're starting, are you coming on? And I went,
Yes, and you guys got some upcoming shows in Perth. Did I say that right?
Oh yeah, that's my hometown. So it's the first time I've been doing a show with Health Service in the hometown. So we're doing a massive fundraiser this weekend for people in need, to give back to people who've been to Hells and back. Yeah, it's great. We just raised over $2,000 worth of prizes for the raffle, and we're aiming for over $5,000 for just a donation to the Ross Hutchinson Foundation.
Oh, that is awesome. Now, what made you decide to become a musician?
I was born. It was just born there. It was just in there when I was born. I think I came out growling.
Who's your biggest influences?
Oh my gosh. I love Hendrix. I'm a massive fan of Hendrix. Who else? Do you know what? There's a massive list for me. I don't have huge list. I just have lots of artists that I absolutely love for the things they do and what they bring. You've got so many different things with me, all sorts of things from all sorts of different places in the planet, you know.
All right. What's your dream venue? The one place in the world that you would just love to play?
I would love to play in any venue where everybody is just having a fucking amazing time. That's my dream venue. It doesn't matter where it is, how big, how small. If everyone's rocking and having a cranker night, that's the best venue. Yeah. Rock on.
If you could sit down with anyone through history and just pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury.
Absolutely, Freddie Mercury. There's wild ideas.
The man was a lyrical genius. The song Bicycle, Freddie Mercury, someone made a bet with him that he bet someone he could make a #1 song out of anything, and they bet he couldn't. So he wrote a #1 song about his bicycle.
He was just so clever in what he did. He was a walking song. That's what he was.
Yes, and that part in the Bohemian Rhapsody. Wait, say what, Jim?
I was gonna say, I wrote a paper. When I was doing my undergrad, I was in a history of music class, and it was the instructor was total hippie. I mean, he loved the Beatles, he loved Hendrix, Janis Joplin was like his dream wife, and we had to write a paper about the best song ever recorded for our final paper, and I wrote it on Bohemian Rhapsody, because not only is there 3 different changes in there, but Freddie Mercury actually sang everything on that song. He, in the beginning where they have the 4 heads and they're all 4 singing.
Yep.
Those are 4 his voices. That's not the truth. So yes, Freddie Mercury is he's a god.
He's top notch.
And
he's my
that
favorite all-time singer.
That part in Bohemian Rhapsody where they got rid of Freddie Mercury and then the rest of the band wanted him back, and they said something about why don't you like this guy? And they're like, well, because he's not you. He's not telling us what to do like you told us what to do. That's Brian May confirmed that's actually a true story. Which was pretty awesome.
He's like he's the walking billboard of music that you can do whatever you set out to if you put your mind to it.
Yeah.
He's one of those. He achieved that much. Even with Bohemian Rhapsody, it was a song that was not going to be played on the radio. It was a song that the label didn't want. It was a song but look what they did, because he said, no, this is what we're doing. He had a vision, and you just went out and do it. That's the only thing that can stop you is not having faith in your own vision. You've just got to keep pushing every time. And he proved that 100 times, a million times over.
Lisa, last question to make this all official for the thing. What is one album you cannot live without?
Led Zeppelin 2. Yeah, I like my Led Zepp. I like to chill. My daughter calls it, we were in a meeting with a teacher. She said, my mum puts her relaxation music on in the mornings. I was like, Led Zepp. That's what they think relaxation music is these days. But it's Led Zeppelin was such an influential band as well. They took so much of blues and rock and fused it into hard rock, and they made music a journey themselves. So much feeling in their music. How can you live without a bit of Led Zeppelin in your life?
I think Brand belongs on that album, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great album. I'm going to swear now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lee,
All right, I'm
also
going to go
design your own.
Oh, what was that? Sorry, Bet.
So sorry, I didn't interrupt you, my dear. I was going to mention that you actually design your own stage clothes, your own merch.
Yeah. Lots of things keep myself busy. Bit of ADD. I think a lot of musicians have a bit of that in them. That's what keeps us going. We have many baskets. Keeps us moving, keeps us going, and keeps us ready to rock. It's when we're bored, we get slow. We need to be busy all the time. Creative. That's what we do. Yeah.
Yes, I feel you. Gotta have something to do. Can't just be idle.
Otherwise, we start robbing banks, and
Right? Hey.
It's how we end up in prison.
I always done said, if I was given 6 months to live, and I know I had 6 months to live, I'd spend 5 months having a damn good time, and then the last month robbing banks and leaving clues for my kids as to where the money's hidden.
Absolutely, great idea.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, this has been a blast all day today so far, just talking to everybody. We're at Lisa Perry is number 42, I think. Let me
42, that's my
count.
number, right? 15, 16, Honey's 43.
30.
All right, I'm going to feed the dingo. It's been great to be on here. Thanks for inviting me on. Feed the dingo, feed the kids, Aussie AM. Have a rocking interview. I'll check in later, see how you're going.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right, thank you, Lisa Perry. You have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you guys too. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too. See now, and this is where I get confused because, granted, it's Sunday afternoon where me and Jim are sitting, Sunday evening, but it's Monday morning, 6 o'clock in the morning over there.
Hey, Chris, I'm going to jump off, but I want to say thanks for having me on again on Asgard Radio, and I really appreciate it. And thanks again, Becca, and it's nice meeting you, Jim, and Davitt, Madness Pharmacy. You guys all just rock house, man. And so
thanks, buddy.
But yeah, gotta get going.
Real quick, let me introduce you, Jay, because Davitt is Dino Abbott and Jonathan Carlson? No, Jonathan.
Yep, that's right.
Jonathan Carlson from Rachel's Bowley out of Chicago, Illinois.
Okay.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
And
they're the backdrop there. Looks slick.
Yeah.
And
thank you. Yeah.
They're a kick-ass band out of Chicago. The last time I seen them was at Top Fuel Saloon, opening up for Texas Hippie Coalition. Man, I remember that like it was yesterday for some reason.
What was that, last summer?
Last summer or maybe 2 summers ago? I don't recall. It's been a minute since I've been up there. I got to get up there. Hopefully I'll be up there either in May or in September of this year.
All right.
Nice. Yeah, shoot us a message. We'd definitely like to link up with you.
Oh yeah, my wife was just up there, and I told her right before she left to come back. I said, "Well, do you have time to stop somewhere for me real quick?" She says, "What do you want?" This is an Italian beef from Top Fuel.
You got good food.
Food there's good.
They do, and they got a place down here that calls itself Chicago style food.
You guys, thank you guys.
Yes, sorry. Catch you later, Jay. You have a wonderful afternoon, brother.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it, man.
Yep.
You
We appreciate you, brother.
guys take it easy. Enjoy your Sunday.
Yeah, you too, man.
You too, Jay.
Thank you.
But
See you at the venues.
But this guy, he's got a place that calls itself Chicago style food, and he says he's originally from Bolingbrook. And I had an Italian beef from there, and I tried it, and I'm sorry, this just ain't working today. I went back a couple of weeks later, tried it a second time, and I'm like, are you sure you're from Chicago, man? I mean, do you want me to come back there and cook a little bit, buddy? I'll show you Chicago style.
Right.
But any plans for Summerfest in Indiana this year?
Not with us. Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, because I know you were playing last summer there.
Yeah, we did. It's called the Bowl, right? Something Bowl. I don't remember what it was called. Yeah, it was a good time. It was a weekend event, camping everywhere. People jumping in some type of man-made pond or something. It was crazy, but yeah. This first part of the year, our focus is really to finish this album up and then figure out where to play, who wants to put us on stage. Whatever we can jump on later in the year is what we're gonna do.
All right. Hey, and I'll always throw the suggestion out there to anyone that's trying to figure out where to play to audition for Danny Wimmer's Space Zebra stage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. We got to do that.
Yeah. Because I'll tell you what, it gives the bands you never heard of a chance to play at a festival with all the big names, So. And AsgardRadio.com, we are Thursday, April 16th. We are giving away 6 pairs of tickets to Sonic Temple. We're holding the drawing live on AsgardRadio.com as well as on all platforms we're currently on here. Twitch TV, YouTube, and the Asgard Facebook page.
That's cool, man. That's good.
So yes, we're always trying to keep up to date and on what bands are doing and everything, and hopefully we're going to be having Prison City Brigade, Eddie coming in, trying to get a hold of all of them. I thought they were going to be here already. But yeah, so far we have talked to 43 people.
So we're still in need of more, right?
Yeah, we're actually 6 shy of tying the record. And before the day's over, I'd like to hope to at least talk to at least 10 or 15 people more, just to make it good and solid on it.
People and girl be
on fire.
I don't have their contact information. I thought I did. I know there was a...
I talk to them all the time.
And I thought I was going to get one of the guitarists from Green Jelly in here.
Ryan is probably getting ready to come on as soon as we can.
Ryan ready? Oh, great. Thank you for coming on. We really appreciate you. I
Yeah.
can't wait till to Washington State. And you guys are be playing Sam's, aren't you? You're gonna come down to the help with opening up and relaunching that venue for us in Washington State, aren't you? Booked for Sam's.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
And then of course the vessels and I'd love to get you guys at Tony V's. You guys would sell that out in like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, Tony V's was last time we played there. That was a great show. Ouch.
Going over to the comments, Dee Dee, that is something I cannot do. Well, it's something I can do, but it's something I will not do. She said to ask sepsis, and we know what happened a year ago with what William said and with what he said about our veterans and other musicians. I won't deal with him.
No. Sorry.
Yeah. But anyone else who wants to talk, I'm more than happy. Like I said, I'm still waiting to hear back from Eddie from Prison City Brigade. He said he was at a convention on his way hanging out now. I was hoping to have Z the Flying V and Megamo, because she just did her first show in Chicago and had a blast doing it.
Let's see, who else?
Am I not muted? Oops, sorry guys.
If
it sounds good, I'll play it. Sounds good, I'll play it.
Oh,
go ahead.
I don't know how it sounds coming through this microphone. We'll see. I mean, it's not that bad, is it?
It's a little fuzzy.
Yeah? No? Maybe?
It's a little weird. Yeah, it sounds a little distorted only because coming through the microphone, and I don't know why it always does that.
It's all good. Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of our newer songs that we have, but it's not released yet, and we're really, a lot of stuff coming up. We're actually getting ready to do our whole album as a series, so we have a lot of insight into writing screenplays and getting our characters and everything started out, and actually develop a not necessarily a TV series, but a mini series on top of our music. So it'll be like The Wall forever.
And now Pharmacy is some stoner metal, right?
I mean, we're a little bit of everything. Everybody has their own medication. That's why you have to visit the pharmacy so you can figure out what you need.
Right, because I know we talked to you once before a while back.
Yeah, it was, that was 2021? 2020 almost, maybe?
Was it that long ago?
It was that long ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago when I first started out with Asgard, working with you, and they were actually one of the bands that came and helped save the day when at an event we did with Chris Aldridge, Kelowna Palooza, and Tenino, Washington, and they freaking came to 2 of our festivals, and thank God, because we had a couple bands that had some COVID issues and they had to bail, and they ended up being the headliner, and they did great, and everybody loves them. We love them here in Washington State. We always want to book them.
I was gonna say that was a killer night. We had party poppers. Everyone was getting into it. That was the night we killed the power. We were too heavy for the power. It happens, man. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was gonna say, that was also when we did the 50-50 drawing, and one of your people, roadies or something, won our 50-50 drawing. We made like $700, and they got $350. And they had
that was the very first Kelowna Palooza that we did. That was actually a godsend for us because we were already pretty tapped in our budget, because we did Hillsborough at 1823 Mystery Bar that's now shut down that I know of. And then we played Rumors in Spanaway, and then we came down to Tenino. And we were just about out of money. And the fact that it's like, all right, let's read off the numbers. And we hear the numbers, and it was our roadie. It's like, dude, good. Now we can make it home and eat pretty good. This is going to be a great trip. Music life.
Couple. He only bought like too. That just goes to show you it doesn't matter how many tickets a show, that are sold. Anybody can win that. It only really does take one ticket to just shake it up. But I was so happy you guys freaking won the money that night. And then the house
Yeah,
and
that helped out a lot.
produced to the venue, and that venue is getting really nice. We keep adding to it every year.
Oh yeah, I like this flat stage that got on the outside on the second trip there. That was super nice to be able to have drums and stuff set up outside, so you can just kind of move them in for a quick transition.
Yep. Well, when you come back again for the next festival, we have it tonight. You'll see the improvements. You're going to be amazed. We add something all the time. Thanks to bands like you that come and play our festivals, they help us get those crowds. We have a great time there. It's a private estate that is in Tenino that we throw these events at.
Oh yeah, and it's a nice little venue. I like the outdoorsiness of it. Like I said, that was like favorite venue or dream venue to play would be Red Rock. Just to hear the natural amphitheater is so much better. Because we have an area out here we used to throw what we call Sasquatch Fest, just because it's out in the middle of nowhere. But Bureau of Land Management kind of kicked us off that property just because they're like, well, we own this, you can't have it, you got to pay the event fees and all that. It's like, we're just a couple of Joes coming around and trying to bring some music to our area because we don't have a music venue. The one music venue that we did have, they tore down, so we don't really have any place to play music besides dive bars. And I mean, it's not bad, it's good, it gets us out in the community, but it's not the same impact when you're eye level with the band. It's better that they're off the ground, to have that little bit of a riser to actually engage and feel the power of what's going on.
Who do we got coming in on the iPhone?
It looks like
that's Eric.
Yeah. The Hillbilly Band.
Is who? Who do we got here?
Hi, my name is Eric. Go ahead. I'm the singer of Hellbelly, and my solo project is called The E. So I'm from Seattle, Washington. Actually, Olympia, Washington. Yeah. So I talked to Rebecca, and Rebecca said, jump on in, and heard you guys were doing this really cool thing where you're interviewing everybody. So hello.
Well, welcome.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. I've been kind of on the thread a little bit, but
right on. Yeah, we've had people in and out, following, watching, viewing on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch all day long. This has, dude, I'll tell you what, this has been a blast so far today. Just asking everyone the couple of questions and hanging out. Huh? What?
Hey, I got Living Dead Girl.
Hell yeah!
I'm sending you the her email to send her the link.
All right.
Hang on a second. There's her email.
Okay, we'll have to go like this. All right. Well, while I'm doing this, why don't I ask Eric? What made you decide to become a musician?
I went to see in the 3rd grade. My grandmother took me. I was raised by my grandmother, and she took me to see 1982 Diver Down, Van Halen. Sorry, I've been singing a lot. And I saw David Lee Roth jump out on stage, and that was pretty much it. I needed to be a musician. I needed to be a front man. And then I really got into the Beatles really hard. And music just became a way for me to cope with everything. Being in a band, I think I started, singing in 89 or 90, so I grew up in the Seattle scene and did it pretty hard, and been in several different bands, got to tour all over the country, and I've done some really great stuff and had some really good times, and it's always been the center focal point of my life, really. And so, yeah, right now, and then you go through seasons, right, where sometimes music might not be in the total forefront, but later on in life, I just hit 50. And about 2 years ago, right after COVID, I just decided, you know what, I'm not going to do business or anything. I'm just going to devote everything to music because that's what makes me happy. So Hellbelly's back together. I don't know if you've heard of that band. It was a national touring band. We toured with Godsmack and Incubus and did a bunch of cool stuff. And we just got back together this year. I actually just got done practicing with them. But in the meantime, I just finished my solo record. Kurt Vanderhoof from Metal Church produced it. I went down to LA and recorded it with him, and it comes out on the 14th of April. So we're really excited about that as well.
Hell yeah! Who's your influences?
My influences have to be the Beatles. I know that that's what everybody says, but it's all about John for me. And then you'd probably get into the harder rock stuff. It would have to be like Andy Wood, Mother Love Bone, not harder rock, but he was a big influence. And as far as heaviness goes, I was more into like Fugazi and the more punk rock kind of stuff like that as far as vocally goes. So
Okay.
absolutely.
What's your dream venue? The one place you would love to play?
The one place I would love to play. I'll take any room that is giving the energy back. I like smaller places. I would rather play a 500 capacity room that's just jumping and sweating versus 10,000 people. You know what I mean? I've played some pretty big shows and they just seem like very distant. Kind of a little not intimidating, but it's really hard to connect on the bigger shows. So I like the smaller shows. I like the shows where they're right in your face and you can feel the sweat and really connect with people. I think the place that personally I'd want to play, if I ever had a chance, I know it sounds really dumb, but I'd love to play the Moore. I've never played the Moore. You know what I mean? Or maybe the Factory in Philadelphia. So
okay. If you could sit down with one person through history and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
John Lennon.
John Lennon. All right. And what's one album you can't live without?
I'm gonna take my Island album. Like if you're stuck on an island, right?
Yep.
Besides. I'm going to take a detour and I'm not going to give you a Beatles record. Dire Straits Making Movies.
Okay.
Yeah, that's by far. I mean, Revolver's probably, my favorite record, but as far as just putting on a record and listening it from beginning to the end, I probably would not be able to live without Making Movies. So, by Dire Straits. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, Jim, I sent the link to Living Dead Girl's email. So hopefully we'll get them in here and keep moving right along.
I sent her a message saying it's on its way in instructions, so she'll be looking for it.
I've also sent it to Lindy Gabriel. I sent it to her Facebook Messenger though.
Okay.
And a whole bunch of others. So hopefully we'll get people in here and smash this record. It's been a blast. Eric, thanks for joining us, and yeah,
I really appreciate you guys. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was say feel free to hang out and chat for a little bit.
I wanna ask, what do you got coming up for your band? Is there anything going on that you want to put out there for the listeners?
Yeah, lots going on. So my solo project, we've got about 30 shows booked off. We're warming up in the Northwest, and then we're going over like just regionally with my solo stuff. So we're doing some stuff in Spokane and going to Idaho and kind of doing that circle through the summer and playing some stuff locally, Portland, Seattle, Olympia, and then we're gearing up to go out in fall for a little while. With the National, I don't want to say it now because it's not signed right now, but we're gearing up to head out with them through the fall, and then we're gonna really focus on spring next year to tour with my solo band. As far as Hellbelly goes, we just did a little deal with Revolution Records, and we're gonna cut a 7-inch in 2 weeks. We're really excited about that to get some new music out, and we've booked about 4 or 5 shows with Hellbelly to kind of knock the rust off, and then we'll see about getting out on the road with Hellbelly too. So that's kind of the plan. So I'm fucking really busy and really happy. You know what I mean? Because like you go from absolutely fucking nothing because of COVID, right? Like where my girlfriend's like, God, I fucking never knew I'd have to be around you this long. So you're not gonna see me for 2 years now, motherfuckers. So
man, when COVID was starting to wind down and all the bullshit, the question I was asked, I was like, what else did you guys do other than, if you weren't, essential workers? Are you ready to put out like 2 albums now because all you've been doing is sitting around and working and writing and shit? I mean,
that's it. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, what else is there a musician to do but to write?
Right. And that's what happened. And what happened is my writing was so riff oriented. And then when COVID happened, I just kind of went and started revisiting the Kinks and, just key changes rather than riff-oriented stuff, right? Just really cool key changes. And that just inspired me to get back on an acoustic, put the distortion down because, everybody was in a house and they didn't want to hear my Marshall and my Orange like blaring, So I'd go out on the porch and I'd play these strummy songs and the neighbor would be like, shut the fuck up, and I just there. Of course, there's a record, right? You know what I mean? So, and like right when we went into COVID, Hellbelly was done. We just we busted our asses, and all we wanted was maybe a 2-month break, not a 2-year break. So I think I probably share sentiments with everybody on here. It's just great to be back out and playing shows and being in a community, doing stuff like this that you guys are doing. It's cool. So yeah, absolutely. So we're busy, we're rocking, and if you guys get a chance, please check out the music. You could just YouTube Hellbelly or YouTube the E, just THE, and we got a couple singles out. It's on all the streaming sites and all that bullshit. So check it out.
Yeah, and you're more than welcome to send them in anytime. Anytime you get new shit out there. If you send it to Asgard Radio Official at gmail.com, just send it in, and then every Tuesday I play a New to Use Day show, and it's all new, and then it's sent out to all the DJs, and everybody will have your music, and but yeah, anytime if you want to send in old albums, new albums, whatever you want. There's no restriction, and when I popped in after I got off work today, Chris did a little Q&A with me, and the reason I started this Asgard Radio is because I wanted to help the independent and the locals and the small bands up and coming, because I know that a lot of the bands, when I first started talking to them, they're like, yeah, we got to come up with radio money, we got to do this, we got to save up money to get our songs on the radio. I'm like, you ain't got to pay me a damn thing. And
beautiful.
At last count, Chris gave me the numbers. We're at 12 million listeners.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah,
man.
Today's 13 years. Today is 13 years. I've had Asgard on air.
Good for you, brother. Good for you. And Rebecca, she's been really gracious. We just kind of have connected in the last week or two, and she's what turned me on to this, and I really want to thank her, and I really appreciate, we can't survive without guys like you doing what you do, you know what I mean? And
well, we'll never charge anybody to play music. All you gotta do is send it to me. That's all you gotta do. Just like I said, Asgard Radio Official. It's that easy, and I get it out to everybody, and you could be requested and whatever, and he's got the numbers. I got countries. We're in 70 different countries. So
wow.
Yeah, I mean
wow.
I always joke. I said we could be heard in every country except for China or for North Korea. North Korea, but they don't even have it.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, so
You gotta win the Cold War to get that one.
Yeah, but just I mean, whatever you have, if your solo project, your side project, whatever, just send it to me. I don't give a shit.
Man, thanks for the love and the support. That's just awesome. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, anything.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
What's that?
I was just telling him you're welcome. I'm looking forward to doing some shows with you here. We're doing some events here. We're coordinating some band events for him.
Oh, good.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's great.
And I love, like, my big thing is to do I'm always about doing like 3-day one-offs. So I want to connect outside of my bubble because, like, I love to meet hook up with a band or hook up with people in Chicago. I'll fly in, do a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll just backline with them, bring our guitars, and then we trade, and they can come out to Seattle. You know what I mean? I love to do stuff. That's what my bread and butter is. I love to do that kind of stuff. So connecting with you guys that have this large platform all over the world is really great. Because that's how you do it.
Hey, send me your music, and then I'll have your email, and then what I can do is send you different bands. I live in Northwest Indiana. I'm 40 minutes away from Chicago. Plus, my son works security at Hard Rock.
Oh, cool.
So I got an in at Hard Rock. So,
that's great. That's great.
You could possibly, my friends from here in Indiana are playing the Hard Rock. They're just a small local band, and they're actually playing they have two different stages. They have the one in the casino, and then they have their main stage where Skillet just played, Anthrax played, so that's the big stage. But they have a casino stage where I'm trying to coordinate with them to get some of these traveling bands just to do a one-off, just to,
Yeah.
You do a one-off, you just go into a casino, you play, 2 sets, and you're good to go.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
And when we play those kind of shows, like I won't just original you to death. I'll throw in a bunch of covers so I keep you with us. You know what I mean? So I'll 2 originals, 1 cover. 2 originals, 1 cover kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
and they all do. That's what the bands do. The local bands do. That's exactly what they'll do. A couple covers, and they'll do a couple originals, and just kind of switch back and forth. And then they take a break, and then they come back and do another set. So yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm working. My son's working. My son, he's very introverted. He's very quiet. But when he got the job, he told them all about me and all about Asgard, and they were like, we might have to talk to your dad. So he's working that angle. He's been there about maybe a year now. He didn't want to push, make it sound like he got the job there just because I have a radio station. He's taking that slow route, which is great. I mean, do what you got to do, son, but get me in there.
Well, thank you, man, for being such. Give your boy a shout out, and I appreciate you being open to network like that. And if with Rebecca, if you guys ever need anything out here in the Northwest, let me know. I'm here for you.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
And I'll send you.
I got you, buddy. You're good. I'm the mother dragon for a reason.
Yeah, I appreciate you big time. So I'm gonna send you. I just got back from Vegas, and then I played a show last night, and then I just practiced with Hellbelly. So I'm gonna go grab my son and spend some quality time with him, and take a long fucking nap, and then I'll send you all my. And then I'll send you all my shit, okay?
Hell yeah.
So I will get you taken care of. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Eric.
Cool thing, absolutely cool thing you guys are doing, and I really appreciate you having me on, and God bless you guys. Rock and roll, appreciate it.
Oh, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Okay. Rock and roll, take care.
Thanks for hanging out.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Eric from Hellbilly. Yeah.
Hellbilly.
Number 44 on the list of people we've chatted with today.
Hey, I'm sending you another email.
All right.
Here comes the email.
For gears. You gotta
Hey guys, boys getting ready to log off here.
All right.
All right.
Catch you later.
All right, man. We appreciated everything, Chris, and everything, team.
Oh, I appreciate you guys,
Thank
man.
you.
Next time I head up there to Illinois, we'll have to get a bite to eat at the Top Fuel or something.
Yeah, definitely. Reach out. We'll see you there.
All right, later, guys.
All right. Thank you. See you, Rebecca. See you.
See you, Chris. See you guys.
Later, man.
Yes.
You guys need anything, call it like just entertainment bands for bands international. They're all yeah.
Will do. We'll talk soon.
Oh.
How's everybody doing?
Keep that one going.
It's all about the groove.
I was liking that one. Oh, I like them having Philly music here. That's awesome.
All right, that one's sent. Oh. Yeah, we're going right now for the world record most artists interviewed in the day. We're going for about 3 more hours if you want to join in through a Zoom call. It's just answer a quick 5 questions. Takes about 5 minutes. And then if you want to stick around and hang out, continue chatting with us, feel free.
I did a set. So that one's gone.
Well, ain't your fool? Except for I'm at half power, just because I don't want. I feel it's gonna come
Yes,
over
I was
like
gonna say that.
old shit.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily loudness. It's intensity. We don't really have a volume problem. It's mainly just intensity. Especially like with
Right.
full. Like once Ryan takes off, we're going.
Right, I know. So is Holly going to be able to get off work at all, or I think you said she was working today, the lead singer? Didn't you say one of the band members told me that I was in communication with that Holly was in work today?
Yeah, she's got about 15 minutes, and then she'll be off. She'll probably be on here.
Hey, so you still have time to jump on then. Yay. That's awesome.
No.
You're going to like her. Very heavy metal, very multi-talented girl. Each one of you are.
Okay.
Okay, no worries, but thank you. Living Dead Girl is at her day job. Hold on a second, Mark.
Hey,
Yeah.
Go to Grave Huffer and send it to their Facebook. What's call it?
Messenger.
Yeah.
All right. Go over here. Sorry to mute you, man. I couldn't hear what Jim was saying. But it did sound okay.
All right. So Grave Huffer's coming. What time? Did she give you a time or anything?
Who?
Living Dead Girl.
She said she can't. She's at work today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to. We should be getting the band called Cool and Byfast and another. Oh, geez. There's like about 4 bands. I'm reminding them and sending them the links into their personal pages now.
Now I did talk to. I'm waiting for Sons on Fire. Oh. Who else?
All right, I just got Grave Huffer.
Okay.
I sent it to Spamicidal Jelly. I sent it to 2 various guitarists from Green Jelly. Of the 110 that they have.
Yeah.
It's truly the world. All right, well, fellers and fellette, I gotta head out. I gotta make another phone call.
All right, well, we appreciate you hanging out with us today, brother. It's been a blast.
Oh yeah, I'll send Holly your way once she gets off work.
All right.
I'll figure out what Ryan's doing so he can answer some questions too.
Oh, right on. Sounds good. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, we'll talk to you guys later.
So yeah, we are at 44 right now.
Okay.
5 more to tie the record. 10 more to smash it. And not quite smash it, but give it an extra love tap.
Okay. Hold on a second.
And I'm still waiting for all the.
Got another one. Hang on.
Still waiting for all the Chicago people.
There is a. Oh, what the fuck was that? Okay, Macabre Eternal wants to do it.
Alright.
I just sent you their link.
Oh, okay. This is how we gotta do this. Bear with us, folks out there.
Yeah, we're networking right now.
This is all the tedious work we gotta do.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it just gets a little crazy. Alright, let's go here. Alright, so she can't. Oops. Come on.
And you got to remember, folks, we're all a little bit older, so we're not as quick with texting and all that other stuff as the younger people are. That's okay. I may not be as fast as the texting. I may not be as fast as the younger generation with the texting. But I know who all the cool bands are.
Yeah, no shit.
But Yeah, and they said in the comments earlier for me to interview Jim. Jim didn't even know I was going to interview him. I was talking to Rebecca at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I told her then, Jim don't know it yet, but he's getting interviewed today. It's Asgard's birthday. We did it last year. We interviewed Jim on Asgard birthday, so we had to do it again this year. You know, it's kind of like every Christmas. You get the Christmas story. Well, every Asgard birthday from now on, you're going to get the Asgard story.
Yeah, I usually don't. I sent you that message that I was sent about somebody wanted me to be interviewed, and one, I didn't want to do it because of who it was. But two, I think I've been interviewed, twice. Like a full on show interview, not just a few questions and stuff, just a couple times, but it's very odd for me to be on that side, it's weird to me. So it's not a normal thing. It's just I'm used to be the ones to ask the questions, to talk and be the one. But
Dee Dee said, "Don't loop me in that." I'm sorry, you're looped into it. You brought up interview Jim. It was already in the works. So I mean, you can't hide. You can't hide from your comments. They're on the internet and they are there.
They're there forever. Forever. What happened?
Coming in, we got Rom and Bobby. Who's Rom and Bobby?
Uh-oh.
We need information on who they are. Oh,
Here we are.
We have a person.
They were kind of my last minute add. I added in there. I ran into this week. Serena Bobby has been a friend of mine for a very long time, and she's originally from What Thou Wilt. And this is now Rom Nevitz, her new husband, and they're starting a new duet, and he also has his own side band.
Okay, because I saw the guy sitting by the guitar for a second before she came in, and I thought, are we interviewing another guitar? It won't be the first. It won't be the first guitar we've interviewed.
Yeah. My guitar.
And guitars have a story to tell too. So.
Oh, they'll speak. They'll speak to you.
Yes, exactly. With wisdom and grace.
So, Rom and Bobby, tell us more about your band.
Well, we've got a thing together that we do anything from on stages to the street corner and everything in between. So we kind of
we have a trashy little act together, yes.
It's pretty tacky.
Awesome. We like it.
Yes.
Psychedelic.
Yeah,
blues mixture.
We're giving our own take on the oldies and doing. We also have originals that we're doing. We're putting together the band between that's with both of us, and like was previously said, she was with What Thou Wilt. They have a pretty extensive history in the old Pacific Northwest, and then my band is the Skyring Heroes. So we got like a few different project at one time.
Okay. And what's your inspiration and influences?
Gosh, my inspiration and influences. Lane Staley, he's really influenced me throughout my young life. Jonathan Davis from Korn. Oh my gosh, he's definitely an inspiration. Pink Floyd, Tom Petty. Tom Petty is like white magician, I just want to channel that guy. What about you, baby?
Man, I come from the old school punk rock thing. Got a little bit of political, message at all times, and doing influence wise goes, of course, Black Sabbath and all the old stuff. James Gang. I'm a real big Alice Cooper fan from the old days.
What's the band that they like to compare the Skyrim Heroes?
They say we're the Pacific Northwest Dead Kennedys.
Yeah. They said it looked like the Drake interview.
Yeah,
True.
with the makeup you got on, I can see that.
Yeah. I mean, not that it's an act or anything. This is the real me right here.
Steve's played in the China White.
I played in China White. Yeah.
Okay.
Look it up in the history books.
Hey, like I say, Chris Ness and Chronic Chris, they're two totally different people in the same body. It just depends on which one you're talking to.
There you go.
You can battle your inside demons, or you can embrace them and let them be who they need to be.
Yeah.
Amen. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you could sit down through history with any person throughout history and just pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Me? I'll go first. Ray Manzarek from The Doors. I mean, the guy could sing, he could play the bass lines, and then he could do melody with the piano all at the same time. So deep. That's fantastic stuff.
I think I'd have to get together with Ozzy. I call myself Ozzy's daughter. Like, I think I'm Ozzy's daughter, and I had this T-shirt with him on there, and he had all the rings, and I was like, I think I'm Ozzy's daughter. I'd like to have that conversation. Like, don't you remember? Daddy?
Now, going back to Ray Manzarek, and I've read a couple of different books on the Doors, and I gotta say, he gave the funniest line I've ever read about in a courtroom. When they asked if he's seen Jim Morrison's organ, he looked right at the judge and says, "No, I play the organ."
Yeah. And they were
they were something else.
Yeah, no, they were definitely a culture shock band. On top of just being fantastic stuff, they kind of came out of left field, and just had their own thing going. Fantastic.
Plus 3 hits.
That's the most important part.
What's the one album you can't live without? If you had to go to a desert island for the rest of your life and you could only take one album, what album would you take?
That's a hard one. Maybe off my mind right now, Mad Season.
Matchbox 20.
I myself, after a couple moments of, thinking about it, one of my, Jethro Tull's Songs of the Wood.
Oh, that's a good one.
Just rock's hard, and it's folky, and it's in depth, so it sort of encompasses everything.
Channels everything you're gonna need on an island.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got too much going on at once.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sending him a bunch of last minute bands that are sending me to get into this this world record interview thing.
This is the first time we've been early.
Well, thank you for being early, because we had a little bit of gap there, so we appreciate that you were able to join us. Thank you, Serena and Ron.
Thanks for
I think you
having
enjoyed your show.
He did so good up there, wasn't he?
Real quick, I was listening.
Very entertaining.
I was listening and pay attention, but my memory's not always the greatest. What was your band name?
Mine is the Sky Rained Heroes. Not Sky Rained Heroes, because it takes it into a totally different context. the Sky Rained Heroes. I gotta call people up and correct them. I'll say on the when they do flyers, it's the Sky Rained Heroes. Sure enough, Sky Rained Heroes. I'm like, no, that is not the message that I'm trying to send here.
Hell yeah.
I mean, come on, just one time. I wish we didn't have to go through this.
And then we do just our Rom and Bobby originals and covers.
Yeah, we got a whole project going on, because like I said, she had a band that was influential. We got a bunch of originals coming out from what we're doing, and we've got like all these different projects. And then on top of that, anytime we can, we'll just go down to the street corner and put out a jar and bust for tips. You know what I mean? Beer money. Help us, beer money.
Please help us.
There you
Praying
go.
for beer and more beer.
Oh my god, I love you guys.
Okay.
You guys are fucking awesome.
Hey,
Yeah.
thank you for you. What's our tagline? Tell them our tagline for Rom and Bobby.
Spilling cheer and spreading beer.
That's us.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome. No, where are you guys? I'm sorry. I was trying to pay attention and get some more bands for this world record here that we're trying to break.
There's
But
the
where are
link
you
for the
guys from?
interview. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss you guys. We've had a lot going on today.
Hey, no.
No.
We live in Puyallup, Washington now, but this guy's from California. Can't you tell?
Don't tell anybody.
That's where you get the guy liner from, huh? California thing.
TSOL. I'm a TSOL disciple, my friends.
Oh yeah.
Dion. And you guys never forget Dion. Dion with Casey Royer from he played drums for the Adolescents on a groundbreaking historical blue album.
Well, it's all about you now, baby.
Gotta take them up.
So what do you guys got coming up? What with your band? You guys are you going on tour? You guys cutting new stuff? I want to hear more of your guys' stuff. I mean, I don't have anything. So if you want to send me any of your music or all of your music, please, AsgardRadioOfficial@gmail.com. Please send it to me because I love you guys. Freaking awesome.
Yeah, we will send it up. Thank you.
Yeah. We're just,
tell him about your upcoming shows. He's got a couple upcoming shows.
We got one up in
May 15th.
Tony V's in Everett.
No, hold on.
Yes.
May 15th first.
May 15th, yeah, or at Tim's Tavern. And a little quick backstory is that's the first time that I'm going to play there because our drummer used to do booking all around, but he was like the door guy at Tim's Tavern, and he died in a house fire. So this is my first time going back to that venue and playing and that was 6 years ago.
Oh dang!
So you might see a tear go down the side of the face.
I hope that's waterproof.
Hey, that's okay, because I always say if there isn't any emotion involved, is it really music?
Yeah, amen. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, Brom and Bobby, we're making a channel, so we're gonna have our own channel that will be launched here. We're still putting in deadlines on that, so we've got editors in the works.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be everything from just reality and music and
good times trying to create kind of a hub for the old music community that people can check in. We can promote other people, promote our own stuff, and just everything across the board. Just
I want to have a word of the day and shit. I want to say
pancakes.
The word of the day is
pancakes.
Pancakes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually just reverted. I think we already did that once this morning with the word pancakes. But
we're giving away Sonic Temple tickets, and that's what we've been doing. Is the word of the day, and the first person that gets us, that messages us with that word, they're put into a hat, and then when are we drawing? When?
April 16th. It's a Thursday. Jim's going to be doing Throwback Thursday. I'm going to link up with him the same way we're doing right here now. Jim's going to be live on AsgardRadio.com while we're going to be live on Twitch, YouTube, and the Asgard Facebook channel to pull the names out of the hat.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice. Include us.
Yeah.
Oh,
want
yeah.
to be
Okay.
One of everything large for me, okay?
Oh yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Let us move around the room because we got a bunch of people popping in, and I have a feeling we're about to get a bunch more coming in.
Yep.
This is fantastic.
Hey, thanks,
Thanks so
guys.
much.
Thank you for joining us.
We'll keep you informed.
All right. Now I've been intrigued since this guy popped into the room here. Honey Bunches of Death.
Hey, man.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Who do you play with?
So I'm the founder of Honey Bunches of Death in Denver, Colorado.
Okay.
We're comedy metal, so kind of a mix between Pantera and Tenacious D, Weird Al and Slipknot kind of thing.
A little bit of like Psycho Stick, Green Jelly type shit.
Yeah, but I don't know. You have to listen for yourself.
I definitely will. I love comedy metal.
Yeah, thanks to our album. Our album dropped January 6th. It was our first album. It took me 22 years to finally find some people and make it.
Wow.
And I mean, hopefully the next one will be less than that. But we're on Bandcamp. I just released everything to DistroKid yesterday. So we'll be on all the streaming services, I don't know, within a week or however long that process takes.
Oh, right on.
Very freaking happy to be part of something like this.
Who's your influences?
So, geez. I mean, obviously, like Weird Al, Tenacious D, Gore, Flight of the Conchords, the guys from Mighty Boosh, and then obviously Slayer, Metallica, Anthrax, all the 80s heavy stuff. Is really what I grew up on and was influenced by originally.
Okay. What's your dream venue? The one place in the world you would just love to play?
So for right now, I want to be on 70,000 Tons of Metal.
The cruise, yes.
Yes, I want to play on that cruise.
That would be awesome. I would love to go on one of those.
Yeah.
Mega Cruise, yeah, Steve Unger's going on that. Steve Unger's autograph bands on that.
Yeah, that's the mega cruise. He's talking 70,000 tons of metal, which is a totally, it's very similar to the mega cruise, just different bands, same genres. Because there's a lot of them. They got Knotfest at Sea, Rock the Waves or Rock the Seven Seas or something like that. There's a lot of kick-ass cruises going on right. If you could sit down through history and pick anyone's brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Any musician?
Just anyone throughout history. Be a musician.
Why don't you narrow it down a little bit? Oh man, what the hell? First, I'd like to sit down and chat with Steve Martin. I've always thought his comedy from the mid '70s into the '80s was just spectacular.
Hey, he is one wild and crazy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, cat juggling.
Yes. Yeah, do a little karate.
King
Stay away
Tut.
from the guy with the iron balls.
Hell yeah. What's one album you can't live without?
Bro can't find his truck. I'll listen.
Yeah, great freaking questions. I'm gonna go. I have to pick a tie. I know it's a cop out, but it's Master of Puppets and Rain in Blood.
Hell yeah. All right, man. I appreciate you answering the questions. Feel free to hang out, and when we get through our guys here, we're gonna open up and have a little chat while we're waiting for more people.
Awesome. I'll be happy to do that, and thanks. Good luck.
No problem. Who's on the iPhone? No. Black shirt, blonde hair. Yes.
That guy?
That guy.
Yeah, iPhone.
The iPhone.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Single solo guy sitting there.
Me?
That you there we go. You were
Yeah.
next. You were next in the room. Sorry, I'm going by order of when people pop into the room.
Yeah, see, like I'm down here in the right corner.
Oh, okay. It keeps.
I saw somebody else that said iPhone, and I was like, huh?
Yeah, I'm just going by what it says on the screen. Your iPhone, their iPhone too.
Right.
Who are you with?
I'm with Graypuffer.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Can you hear us? Are we? Are we? Is this thing on?
Yeah, that thing's on.
All right.
You're good. Let me ask him his questions real quick, and we're just moving around. And then when I get done asking everyone their questions, if no one else has popped in, we'll just sit here and have a chat until more people come in, if that's fine with everybody.
Yeah,
good.
Tell us a little bit about Gravehuffer. What are your what made you decide to become a musician?
Oh man, I could probably say that growing up in a household that I did, like my parents were like huge into metal and stuff, and like my dad he named me after Richie Blackmore, 'cause my name's Richie, and from Deep Purple and Rainbow, that kind of stuff. And I was digging through his records when I'm like 4 or 5 years old, and I see Judas Priest Unleashed in the East, and I see the band up there, and I'm like, whoa, these guys look wild. This is like 1979, 1980. And, I saw KK Downing with the Flying V, and I was like, holy shit, what is that? And so immediately I was like, that's what I want to do. And so yeah, I totally blame it on Judas Priest and my parents.
Okay. Who's your influences?
Starting out with that like 70s hard rock and Priest, Purple, Zeppelin, Sabbath, obviously, going into like your 80s thrash, the big four, like your Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, Exodus, Death Angel, all that shit. Kind of working through into death metal. Morbid Angel's a big one. They kind of changed the game for me, I would say. Getting into stuff like Godflesh, and then going through to like black metal and stuff like that, Emperor, and then even kind of going back again into like 60s psychedelic rock, and we just kind of all over the place really. And then hell, even getting into punk rock like Ramones and the first Suicidal Tendencies record, and the list goes on. Honestly.
Right on. If you could sit down with anyone through history and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
And probably Eddie Van Halen. I feel like he's kind of really changed the way the instrument was approached, and I feel like he kind of threw the guitar into where we're at now, and he did it all on his own. He built his own guitars. It was just like the ultimate DIY punk rocker doing heavy metal, And I feel like that's kind of what Gravehuffer is. So yeah, I'd have to go with Eddie.
Right on. What's your dream venue? The one place when you played you'd be happy?
Probably the Budokan in Japan. I'd say that goes for the rest of us, honestly. Like, there's so many like classic live albums recorded there, like Cheap Trick's record, Deep Purple's Made in Japan, and everybody's got their live at Budokan moment, and so it's just kind of an iconic venue. And we're hoping to actually play Japan next year. Probably not Budokan, but yeah, we're planning on playing in Europe and Japan next year. So we're talking to some booking agents about that right now.
Right on. Last question to make it official for the record here is, what's the one album you could not live without?
Man, that's tough. Wow. Just off the top of my head, I'll just go with Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance.
Oh yeah, kick-ass album. All right, well, we appreciate it. we're gonna come back to chatting in just a little bit here, but we got to move over to Love the Hate. We got Jacob on one end, and I'm pretty sure the
Thanks,
other
Remy.
three guys are the rest of the band.
What the fuck is up, Asgard?
What the fuck is up, brothers?
What's up?
What's happening, guys?
So are you three on tour and you left the other guy behind, or what's going on here?
Jacob pissed us off last night. We left him at the venue.
Oh.
Yeah, how you guys doing, man? God damn, it's been a long time. How's everything going?
Pretty damn good right now. We've got a lot of stuff coming up, some big stuff that we're excited about. Got new music being released next weekend. Playing Club LA and Destin next weekend.
Yes, how we been?
You know,
We're good. We're fantastic, actually.
So, hey, you gonna send this music in to play or what? What the hell?
certainly, we definitely will.
Yes, we will.
We got we got an exclusive next week. FM station in Panama, 97X. They're releasing our song on theirs, and then after the weekend, we'll be sending it out over the weekend to everybody else. So
Okay.
So yeah, we got all kinds of fun shit coming up.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah. So
Chris is gonna go ahead and make this official for the world record with his questions, but yeah, it's great to talk to you guys, man. Man, it's been a long time. Wait, Jacob, you got George Face behind you. What's behind you? With your,
This is our just our spring schedule. It's not an official tour. We're gonna go out on an official tour in July. There'll be another post and another flyer like this. This is just everything we have coming up over the next month and a half or 2 months here, man. We've got a pretty good spread over the entire Southeast right here. All the way from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, all the way
Tennessee,
from Pensacola down to Tampa, Tennessee. That's right, man. This is just us trying to.
Where at in Tennessee?
Knoxville.
Did you say Nashville or Knoxville?
So we're in Knoxville next week with Icon for Hire.
Oh.
Okay.
And then we're back in May in Knoxville with Born of Osiris.
I like that.
Then we're in Nashville in July for 2 straight nights. Technically Nashville and Murfreesboro. So.
Okay.
There you go, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'm looking up. I'm looking up the location and dates right now, and let's see, because I'm actually only an hour and a half from Nashville.
We're losing connection on our end, I think.
Volume.
Yeah, we lost volume.
Here we go.
Yeah, we've got an official tour schedule that'll be released after CPR Fest coming up. We're playing there with Breaking Benjamin and Bush.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right, Chris, go ahead and ask the official questions for the world record, and I'm gonna go see what the hell my dog. If the dog actually caught the rabbit out back, or what the hell he did.
All right.
He's nuts. I'll be right back.
What's your guys' influences?
For me, it's a lot of Joey Jorgensen, The Rev, Lars Ulrich, a lot of pop funk as well. I could stand here all day.
For me, it would be Pantera, got the Dimebag Darrell, and I'm also a huge Alice in Chains fan.
Me, it's really cool because, like I just said, we're playing with Breaking Benjamin. Ben Burnley's actually a huge influence for me. Jared Weeks from Saving Abel. But I can go back to like Freddie Mercury being, just stage presence, the way he worked the crowd. That kind of stuff. It's all a big part of what I do, I guess.
For me, other than drummers, it'd definitely be Elvis. All day. Yeah.
Man, I'm all about dude. Justin Chancellor is probably just that's the number one bass player I try to emulate, man. Jason Newsted, Robert Trujillo, Alice in Chains, like Frank said, man. We're all. I think that's what makes this band work, because we've all got taste in great music.
Right on.
And Dr. Pepper.
Yes. Can't be without the doctor.
Oh, there you go.
What's your dream venue? The one place you would love to play?
Dream venue.
Madison Square Garden. I'm saying either the O2 Arena or now the SoFi Stadium out there in LA. Freaking massive. WrestleMania's out there right now.
Mine, it doesn't matter where it is. It's Super Bowl.
Super Bowl?
Super Bowl.
That's cool.
Hey, that's a venue.
It is.
It's
They never let rock bands do it.
Shit.
They'll let some shitty band do it.
Oh no, Aerosmith played it.
It's been a while. Yeah.
But
it's more of an attraction than it is a
I don't know.
show.
I think if we're doing like realistic venues that we really want to try to get into as close as possible, I mean, we all want to play at the Machine Shop. I want to play it with Coco.
He said dream.
The Machine Shop in Michigan?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I love that place. And a couple weeks ago, actually, at my job, I took my computer into work and we did an Asgard show from a machine shop here in Kentucky for kind of a radio first. And I said, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're live from the machine shop and we're not talking about the venue in Michigan.
Hey, what part of Kentucky you guys from?
I live in Central City, Kentucky. I'm originally from Iowa, spent the last 20 years between the south side of Chicago and traveling around the United States. Met my wife 13 years ago, and we decided to move to Kentucky 3 years ago.
I got you. I'm a big Kentucky fan, so.
So is everyone else down here. Piece of advice, do not wear an Iowa Hawkeye shirt to your local Legion in Kentucky. That's a real quick way to start a fight.
Right?
Well, if you can fight, then it's all right.
Well, the thing about Kentucky here is everyone's carrying a gun.
AK-47 is still legal.
We're in Alabama. We have guns all over the place.
Oh, okay. So you know exactly what I'm talking about being down in Alabama. I mean, dude, I go to work and there's more guns in the building than there are employees. One day a snake came into the building and the boss started yelling, "Don't nobody shoot it, just get it out of here."
Fuck that, kill him.
If you could sit down with anyone throughout history and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Robin Williams.
Good one.
I love fucking Robin Williams, and I really think he was a genius.
He was.
Yeah, I'm still sad about that guy leaving. Yeah, I love Robin Williams.
Yeah, he was.
One of my
It's crazy because you think about it, like how influential he was on like our generation in our childhood. You know, I mean, who doesn't know Mrs. Doubtfire?
Right. Well, and it's not just our generation; it's our parents too. I mean, Mork and Mindy.
I mean, Good Morning Vietnam. I mean, Bicentennial Man. You know, Jack. I mean, the genie in the Aladdin movie. I mean, like, there's just, yeah. I mean, but he was just, even his stand-up was incredible, and I would love. I mean, I think sitting down with him, just having a conversation, would probably be the best fucking conversation I've ever had in my life.
Yeah. The Birdcage too was fucking hilarious.
Yes. I think if I had 5 minutes with the guy, I'd die laughing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would have to say Vince McMahon.
Okay.
Really?
I mean,
and what would you get? What would you get from Vince McMahon? Would you go for the business side, or would you go for how he picked the money?
The swagger.
The swagger.
All of it, all encompassing, all of it. I'm a pro wrestler also, so.
Okay.
I've watched wrestling my whole life, so yeah. And I'd love to get high with him too. That wasn't your question, but.
For me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just going to say, I think Vince McMahon is one of those guys I'd be a little scared to get high with. I mean, how do I not know he's going to turn green?
Yeah.
Because he's a damn good character. That's how you know he's probably a cool dude to hang out with.
Right? Yeah, that's
He's
true
he's
too.
a genius.
Yeah, that's true too. Jacob, who would you want to hang out with?
I mean, he's got a whole world in the palm of.
He does.
Man, I probably like Joe Rogan. If we're talking about just having a conversation, I mean, that just seems like the coolest dude to just have any kind of conversation with. You know, and I just gotta also say for myself personally, I'm also a professional race car driver and an amateur tattoo artist. So, Rob.
Woo! Ricky Bobby! Came first or last, boys.
Jacob, is there anything else you do that we don't know about?
What is one album you can't live without?
The Michael Jackson Thriller album.
Really? Beat Boys Millennium.
That's cool.
Oh, that's cool as shit.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hell yeah!
Like all time or just right now? What I got going? Oh, that's hard to answer. That's really hard.
All time, if you were stuck on a deserted island and you had a choice of one album to take with you, what album would you take?
Ooh. Man.
Yeah. How much time you got?
I got time to hear one.
And I really don't know.
I'm lost right now. There's so much music. I don't know if
I'll put it this way: any Elvis album.
Okay.
I couldn't live without a Perfect Circle, man. 13th Step is probably the best one. I'm at, Mare de Noms. Like, that's just, anytime I have to drive at nighttime, that's what I listen to every time. I mean, it's just, like, my playlist is all it is. Like, I don't really listen to a whole lot of music, man, because, I mean, every once in a while, but, dude, that's my go-to. So, yeah, I couldn't live without a Perfect Circle.
Oh, man. I guess I'm last, huh? Man, I don't know. I listen to so much. I'm so diverse with what I listen to. One minute it's Sinatra, the next minute it's Tchaikovsky or Chopin.
Michael Bolton, Time, Love, and Tender.
I would probably say the Phobia album that Breaking Benjamin did, because, like I said, I'm a huge, that's been one of the biggest influences on me musically since the song Polyamorous ever came out.
All right.
They were great.
Awesome.
They came to Seattle last year for the Pain in the Grass tour. We have a great big festival here called Pain in the Grass, and this year for a 5-day event, it was 500,000 people attended that event.
All right. Well, real quick, the last thing, I got to get all of your names. I asked 5 questions, and I got 4 different answers for all 5 questions. So, besides Jacob, who all do we have here?
Rob Cabela, I play drums.
Frank Killian, lead guitar player.
I'm J. Rod McClain, and I'm the vocalist for the band. Our other guitar player is also missing. His name's Marshall Mears, which he didn't answer my questions, but he's still with us.
That's okay. We appreciate you guys joining us today and answering the questions and hanging out. And feel free to stick around. I got to ask Chris from Iron Kingdom the 5 questions real quick, and then we can just sit here and chat until more people decide they want to sit in the hot seat.
Yeah, well, thanks for having us, man.
Oh, yeah. Cool, man. We appreciate it.
We definitely appreciate y'all having us.
Oh, we appreciate you guys too, man.
Absolutely. Let's do this again.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving around the room, we got Chris from Iron Kingdom. Tell us a little bit about your band, Chris.
Hey, my name's Chris. I play in a band Iron Kingdom. We're like Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, 80s heavy metal.
Okay. And we're real quick. I got to double check because I think you guys are located in Canada.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. See, my brain's back to firing on all cylinders again. Who's your influences?
Oh, buddy, where do you want me to start? I don't know. Saxon, Halloween, Scorpions, Judas Priest. Everybody from the 80s. There you go.
All right. What's your dream venue? The one place you could play on a Friday night, and if you died Saturday morning, you'd be happy about it.
Hammersmith Odeon.
All right.
Where's that at?
In the UK.
Oh, okay. I thought that was in Toronto.
No, Hammersmith Odeon. It's like that's when Iron Maiden was basically just starting to get big. I guess you could say. They were selling it out and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Oh yeah. If you could sit down through history and pick anyone through history's brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to? Who?
Ronnie James Dio.
Ronnie James Dio. Man, I'll tell you what, I feel bad for that man. He died and they still made him go on tour. But it was the coolest thing because, a couple of years after he passed away, they actually had a 3D hologram going around as a Ronnie James Dio tour, and it was almost a real life experience from what I've heard.
Yeah, I heard mixed reviews on that one, but I know the guy himself. He was very stubborn, and he forced the tour to happen. He was like, "No, we're gonna do it." He was like in the hospital on his deathbed, and he was like, "I'm gonna write another album."
Yep. The man, dude, was one of them musical beasts. What's one album you cannot live without?
Well, there's a lot, but maybe Keeper of the Seven Keys by Halloween.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now, feel free to plug yourself. Where can we find you and find your music around social media?
Well, we've got www.iron-kingdom.com. That's our main website. You've got the shop on there, links to everything. But obviously, we've got a Facebook, Instagram, Bandcamp, all that other stuff too. Go to the main website and check it out there.
So I got a question that we get from a lot of listeners and fans of bands, and I was going to ask the other guys this as well. Where did Iron Kingdom come from? How did you get that name?
Oh, do you want the real story?
Well, I'd rather listen to an honest asshole than a nice liar. So if we got the true story.
Okay. It's kind of lame. I literally read the dictionary, and I came across the word kingdom. I thought it was cool. And then, the story was, we told each other, we said, when we're looking for a band name, there's two words we can't use. The first one is black, and the second one is iron. And I came back with Iron Kingdom, and the guys were like, oh, come on, man. They're like, but it's too cool, so they went with it.
That's awesome. Darn it, and Love to Hate just jumped out, and I was going to ask them to plug themselves for social media, as well as Honey Bunches of Death. We need to know where we can find all of you guys on social media so our listeners can download and listen to your music.
All right, so let me pop in for Honey Bunches of Death. We're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and our album right now is on Bandcamp. And it will be on Apple, Amazon. We went through the process of uploading it, so now it's just a matter of time before it becomes available. I don't know how long the process takes. It's my first go at it, so.
Thank you guys, with all four of you individually.
So where did Honey Bunches of
We
Death
appreciate
come
you
from?
guys so much. Thank you for
So,
joining us. We're going to contact you to join us later on.
Somebody's talking to a phone.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep my voice as quiet as possible. I prefer the voice to text. It's much easier.
Yeah, so Honey Bunches of Death actually came from Mystery Science Theater 3000. I have a cousin who's in TV, and he used to work with the guys from Mystery Science Theater. And one of the taglines in one of the bad movies that they were riffing on, the character's tagline was Honey Bunches of Death. Like his exclamation of surprise, or, And my cousin says to me, hey, you should call the band Honey Bunches of Death. And boom, it just locked in. I sketched out the logo the next morning. I thought of the very first song called Ooey Gooey, which is a heavy, punk driving metal song with all baby talk. Talking about kitties and puppies, and that was in 2000.
That is hilarious. All right, so we still have more people joining in here.
Eventually, we have a miscount. I'm at 53, Rebecca.
What?
We hit the record. I got a. Rebecca said she's got a count of 57. I got 53. But either way, love the hate there. They just put us over the record. But you know what? We're gonna keep going.
So I'm assuming there's going to be a big party. You guys are flying everyone out for ceremony and distribution of the Guinness Book and all of that.
We got to see what we can plan for this.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
if we get recognized by the people that keep count of all of this stuff, you know, we're gonna do something. Maybe have another show where we get everybody in and just we did it.
And awesome. We will post an official like certificate or whatever, you know, they give us, and we're gonna name every band that came into it, and we're gonna tag everybody. We're gonna make sure everybody gets mentioned, and
that's super cool
because it takes now. I started. I know a lot of you guys don't know who I am. I own Asgard Radio. It's one of my businesses that I own with media, Asgard Media, and Thunderbird Productions, under my LLC. And I started it for the bands out of Chicago, and then it just exploded. And today is actually the 13-year anniversary of when I started it. And when Chris said we were doing the world record on April 2nd, I was like, dude, I've got to be 50. I said, that's our anniversary. That's the day I went live in 2010. So it's perfect to this now to where everybody is doing this. And it's just, 13 years ago, I would never have thought. I would never have thought I had 12 million listeners. I would never have thought that, we were in 70 countries, talking to people all over the world. This is just like a dream come true. Listening to new bands, new songs, talking to the people all over the world. It's great, and I love it. I started it for the local independent bands out of Chicago, and now we do it for all the local. What we say is, the local independent bands, no matter what local you're from, because we rock in every language. And we have bands that sing in just about every language. Now I know Chris, when I asked Chris where we were starting today, he said we start in Saudi Arabia?
We had Saudi Arabia this morning. We had Finland, Sweden. We've been to Australia twice today with Ben Albert and Lisa Perry.
Okay.
So I mean, we've literally been around the world today.
Yeah. So if you guys send us your a tour date or new songs or new albums, send all your music to Asgard Radio Official at gmail.com, and we'll get it on air. We'll play it. Like I explained, I told Chris when he jumped on board with us, as long as it rocks, I don't care. I don't care what you play, as long as it's in the rock genre with any class you have. So all the DJs, do a great job, and we're just here to promote the little guy, for whatever we can do.
Except for my 3 days a year when my genre is actually patriotic.
Well, yeah, 3 days. Me being a combat veteran, I open up the genres on Memorial, Veterans, and 4th of July. As long as it, what's that?
I was gonna say, so on those 3 days you'll hear some Toby Keith, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, some John Anderson, Proud to Be an American, some Merle Haggard, Fight Inside of Me, just to give a little dedication, a little tribute to the military, and I gotta say, I try to find some of the most patriotic, freedom-loving songs I can possibly play on those days. And it's always fun, and that's why I've said, many, many times. I've been with Asgard for 2 years now. Jim, you know, I was in radio in high school in Iowa way back in the day and had to leave it for personal reasons and was never able to get my foot back into the door. But Jim gave me the opportunity 2 years ago. About a year ago, I had an offer from another station that wanted to pay me, and I says, you know what? Where were you when I was trying to get in the door? I'm sorry, I'm staying with Jim. Everybody that said no to me, Jim was the one that said yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I told him, I said, as long as you play rock music, shit, you know, don't talk about politics, don't talk about religion, and everything's fine. And that he came in and just fucking took over, and yeah, he came in as a DJ, and now he just runs things because I work I'm a cook at a restaurant, so I'll call Chris, you know, 2-3 times a week and say, hey, what's going on this week, guys? You know, and I always say, Chris runs the station, I pay the bills. That's it. We have nobody pays to get their music played. Nobody pays to do anything with us. It's all out of pocket. It's all self-funded, and yeah, Chris.
We don't have no corporate sponsors, no sponsorship advertising. It's everything for the station is out of Jim's pocket. Everything I do for the Twitch and my little what I got going on here is out of my pocket. So
you do have Amazon Prime is doing on Band Wars. You do have a little baby advertisement there with Band Wars.
Yeah, right.
Okay, well, so what if it's a comedic look at religion? We have.
You know why all the women? You know why all the women love Jesus? I'm going to hell. They heard he was hung like this.
So we have one of our songs is called "God is Going to Kill Us All," which is basically everyone argues about religion and it doesn't matter because all the gods are going to kill them anyway.
I might need that for my church and music on Sunday.
Okay, go to Bandcamp or I can shoot you the codes for downloads until it's available.
And I seriously, for Sunday Fun Day, I do have a real quick church and playlist that includes Lamb of God, Elvis Hitler, Jesus Built My Hot Rod, or no, Elvis Hitler, 10 Wheels for Jesus, Reverend Horton Heat, Jesus Built My Hot Rod.
So let me tell you just real quick off the top of my head. So we've got God is Going to Kill Us All, which is about 2 minutes, 2.5, 2:40. Kind of a rockin' like a 1950s rock and roll formula, but a much heavier, obviously. And then we have I Don't Believe in the Devil, Devil Believes in Me. And it's all about the things you would do that would impress the devil.
Nothing. He'd take one look at me and be impressed.
That's what I mean. Those would fit well in that format.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you now. Yeah, when we're done here, I'm looking up and finding as much of Honey Bunches of Death as I can.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'm 52, so you know I don't really have a lot of time left to pay my dues. So any shortcuts, any blackmail, dirt you can give me that I can use against anyone is completely acceptable.
Well, I got some dirt on some people, but I don't know if you want it because it's the Clintons.
Hey, if it propels Honey Bunches of Death forward, I'm all about it.
Shit, and I probably shouldn't have said that. So people, if I don't wake up tomorrow, you know why.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm 54, so I'm right there with you, brother.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, anymore, it's hard to find good comedy metal bands. I mean, like I said earlier, I'm a big Psycho Stick fan. I used to actually play pool with Matty Moose, and that was always a good time.
Yeah, I've been trying to get those guys out to Denver. I want to put together because we're the Mile High City, and we're 420 friendly. I want to do a comedy festival of comedy music, and it's just kind of it's really loose at this moment. But trying to get the names of people who are kind of demented and screwed up like we are, and get us all to Colorado for a day of total freaking debauchery.
Hell yeah. I'm excited to see them because I know they're playing Full Terror Assault this year, which is only about an hour, maybe hour and a half from me, over at Cave in Rock, Illinois, which is going to be a hell of a good time. That you can actually, at Full Terror Assault, you can pay to camp out in the mosh pits.
Wow, that's cool.
Ooh. Oh, now.
So.
You guys ever considered to travel to a tour to Washington State by any chance? If you do, hit me up and I'll get you a venue to book you in. I have several.
That would be awesome. Are we friends on Facebook?
I don't know. I have 750,000 people, so maybe.
Just under your name? Rebecca Kelly?
Yep.
Rebecca Kelly Hartnett, or you can find me at legacyentertainment.com.
Okay.
But best to go.
Yeah, it's always most of the guys in Honey Bunches of Death, me and the other guitarists and the bassists are all 50 plus. Our drummer's 22 and just has a burgeoning career that he's embarking on, and the singer's behavioral analyst, so he's kind of like got jobs and stuff, and so travel's just hard.
Well, Chris, did you and Jim we do that Asgard Direct Connect for touring by any chance yet?
The Asgard Connect?
Yeah.
I believe Jim said when he gets the new website, we're going to redo the whole Asgard Connect and make it more user-friendly and stuff.
Okay. Well, when we get that, that would be really good because it helps the bands tour across nationwide. We have little hubs.
That's awesome.
Oh, because there's been a bunch of people that are interested in signing up for it that actually have like spots with a couple acres where the band can just pull up their RV if they want and have a private spot off all by themselves in the middle of their field. Or if they want to come and hang out and have a host for the night, they can do that as well.
I'm going to get everything together and get it, hopefully soon we'll get this, we'll get it launched, because it's just been, it's just been, money-wise is what the issue is, so we're gonna try and get it up real soon, and then we will have the Asgard Connect on there, and you can. And what's going to be good about this too is that it's not only going to give you the person, but it's going to give you a map. If the person gives us their address, not just their contact, we're going to have a map on there to where you can find how to get there. Just give them, a little notice. Give them, a couple days notice and say, hey, we're going to be in the area. Can we stay? And then hopefully, we can. We'll be able to get to a place to stay and hopefully we'll wash clothes and get some food and stretch out to sleep.
And that's another thing I was going to say. At Asgard, I've mentioned before, we don't have paid advertising or paid sponsorships. But what we do have, and I don't like bringing it up, I don't like asking, makes me feel like a beggar, but it is something that helps Asgard is the GoFundMe page. Feel free to donate to Asgard's GoFundMe page so we can get the new website up and going. And at the same time, we're always trying to do stuff for the independent bands. We want to have a music award show for the independent bands to give them a platform for an award show on a Grammy level without the Grammy people involved.
Right. I'm trying to find more pictures to put it on my background now that I know how to do it.
Also,
I know it's fun. It's fun playing with it.
you guys go to YouTube and look up Gargoyles Graveyard. It has 2 R's. Gargoyle.
Okay.
He interviewed us. We did an hour interview with him. He's super cool, independent guy, just like yourselves. He loves to just promote local bands, do interviews, and
Right
just
on.
talk music. Super, super amazing guy.
All right. Well, let's check them out.
See, and I always say that word interview. It just sounds too professional and too formal. I like to always say, we don't interview. We sit around and chat like old friends catching up. Granted, today's been kind of a bit different. I've been going into interview mode, coming in and out of it, and I told Jim for a minute there I was on autopilot asking the questions because I was asking the questions while messaging 5 different people at once. So I was just, I don't know how I'm managing today.
Yeah, he's been on since this morning. I just came on after I got off work. So, yeah, it's he's been doing this literally all day.
Yes, I finally wrapped up and made sure and was happy that I had everything perfectly right at about midnight last night. So I finally went to lay down, fell asleep at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and then of course 6 a.m. the cat's gotta come on and feed me. Come on and feed me. I know you got a can for me.
Yeah.
and speaking of cans of cat food, I gotta admit something to Jim while we're here. I threw something out there the other day. Stupid people doing stupid shit, and then on air after talking about this dumb thing this guy did, I played the "Dumb Ways to Die" song because this guy, he actually posted, I put my cans of cat food in the microwave for 5 seconds to warm them up and get the little frost off them, make sure it's warm for my cats. Some of the cans spark. When they do, I throw them away and get a new one. Why do these cans spark? So I was talking about it on the station. And I'm like, well, you don't put metal, for example, tin cans in the microwave. With your dumb ways to die. And that goes back to what I always like to say. We need to just say fuck it and take the warning labels off of everything and let the stupidity weed itself out.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
But it was funny. I had a good feedback on it. I had a bunch of people texting me, dude, that's too funny.
Oh my God.
Hold on, back up. I'm trying to see an album release party. What do we got going on here?
I was trying to figure out a way to share this there, like doing the weather. Okay.
Yes, over here we have.
So anyway, let me figure. I selected it as a background, but I can't figure out how to display it so that everyone can see it. But we're having an album release party April 15th at a place called Trailside Saloon in Colorado. And we've got freaking one of my favorite bands. I can't believe they're not world famous, called Seeds of Dissent, is supporting us, which feels kind of stupid because they're so amazing, but they're opening for us. That we have Space Corpse and Among the Bodies. Tickets are $10, and you can go to our Facebook page, event page, and the ticket link is there. We are going to try and film it. I don't know if we're going to be able to stream it. Maybe someone in the crowd will Facebook share it. Who knows? Anyway. Yeah, just calling out for attention, I suppose.
Hey, whatever you gotta do, you get Sorry, I'm talking to another band that could possibly be coming in, hopefully. Send Chris the info there, but there we go. All right. So what do you do, like, if you're not doing music, and you've got downtime? What is there any other, something that you do? Is there a hobby you got or anything, or or is it just strictly music that you do?
It's pretty much music. I do, I don't know, I like TV like everybody does, but I work on guitars. I like to take old crappy guitars and rebuild them. I like doing setups on my own guitars and changing out the pickups and things like that. And yeah, it's pretty much music related. My regular career is working on corporate and private jets. I do electronics, radios,
Oh shit.
anything electrical on those types of planes is what I've been doing for the last 20 some years.
Oh wow.
But
how did you get into something like that on corporate jets?
so the funny part is that it involves bowling. So I was switching careers. I was in casinos, working in poker rooms, and was a blackjack dealer up in the gambling cities of Colorado when they were first born. Wanted to get out of that environment and thought, well, I like technical stuff. I like figuring things out and math and stuff like that. So I thought I'll go into drafting and do AutoCAD. I'll learn AutoCAD, get a degree in AutoCAD, and I'll go do that. So I signed up at a school to do that. Then realized it was going to conflict with my bowling league at the time, and I really didn't want to quit my bowling league. And so I did some more research, and I found out, avionics, which is aviation electronics, had more jobs than applicants. So I thought, well, that sounds promising, and the standards will be low enough to fit me in because they're desperate. So,
Hey, take over for a minute because somebody's here. I don't know who the hell it is. Hold on a second.
Don't take any candy.
Someone to join in on an interview. Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be saved. I remember answering the door one day. So after partying all night, of course. I know it's hard to believe that I would do that, but
no.
I got up, just staggered to the door. I think I had this torn up Slayer shirt on and just barely made it up to the door. I was like, open it, and there's two guys in ties, and do you need to be saved? I'm like, oh no. You have any Advil? That would really save me right now.
It's Pediasure.
No, I'm okay, man. You guys have a good day.
See, now what I'm really waiting for is the day for the guy to knock on my door and I answer, and it's some guy in a nice black coat, suit, tie. Looks like it would be Jehovah's Witness, but hello, sir. Would you like to talk today about the power of Satan?
Yeah.
Whoa! Okay, come on in, Jehovah.
Yeah, no, Satan relies on word of mouth. He doesn't have to go door to door.
And he does not listen to metal. He listens to smooth jazz. The fact that he listens to metal is just a myth.
But then again, wasn't that what he'd want you to think?
Actually, technically, I think he might listen to the blues. Just ask Robert Johnson.
Right. I think it's probably pretty.
They say Robert Johnson sold his soul so the devil could help him play the blues. I say the devil gave him that gift because he needed something to listen to. Just throwing that out there, people.
All right, that was my food that was here, so I got food I'm gonna eat.
DoorDash.
All right, well, I got to run, so thank you so much for having us. Good luck.
We appreciate you joining in today, brother, and we're definitely going to be throwing your music around.
Yep.
Can't wait. Good luck to everyone who's part of it.
All right, thank you.
Hey, thanks for coming
Yeah.
on.
See ya.
All right, well, what do we got on the menu, Jim?
I have a gyro with fries.
Fuck you. You know how hard it is to get. Oh, you know how hard it is to get a good gyro down here. You can't.
No.
We can't get them here either unless you go to the fair. We have like a really good berry village one.
I mean, you can get one from Arby's, but it's not the same.
Oh, no, hell no.
Close.
No,
I like the ones there.
We don't get gyros. We don't get the good Italian beef. Can't even find it. The one place that has Chicago-style food, allegedly, does not have a Chicago dog on the menu.
That's so bad.
I mean, how can you say you're Chicago style and not have a Chicago dog, a bottle of Malort, and a can of Old Style?
So how many? So what's the count? What do we have here? I know you said you and Rebecca were on two different numbers.
Yeah, I'm on 53. Unless there's a band in there that I just counted one person and she counted the whole band, but I've been like Repent. Every member of Repent answered every question individually, so I counted each one as a different interview. Same with Love the Hate, Ram and Bobby. You know, they were all different. So
I got 56 on my count, but I could have missed it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've just been, every time we started talking to someone, I wrote it down as we were talking to them. After we're done, we'll compare lists.
Yeah, I didn't write lists. I wrote like I do when I do I did just little slats. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slat across. I didn't write names. So I'm sorry about that. I should have did that.
Oh, okay.
But I did write slats as it came. Did you get were the boys, Peter Sermon boys, able to be qualified for answering all 5 questions? The first one might not have.
They answered. Yep.
Okay, because I counted them too, because Peter kind of coached them, and they did answer me with this coaching, so that should qualify.
Well, I was gonna say, and I don't mind. I mean, they are younger, and it is difficult, and I mean, we're putting them on a spot for a very, very huge thing at 10 years old. So, I'm sure they were nervous and anxious and had the jitters. And
he always does that to those kids. They're very talented. But look at with their dad. I mean, from day one, they've been learning how to play an instrument, teaching them all about this. They are going to be little rock stars for sure.
Yeah, we've had both of them play on the show before, and man, they kill it.
Mm-hmm. They're very good. So have we heard? Well, I don't know. What time did you have Steve Unger signed in? Because some of the people in at different times than we originally had. But that's okay.
I had Steve Unger in for 9 o'clock. I thought I would have swore between 5 to 9 was when we were really going to blow up, but
a lot of the people we had from the 5 to 9 came in early.
Yeah, that's true. It was slow, but yeah, because 7 o'clock we've already had Jay Pratt and Trip the Wire. We've already had Rachel's Bully. Wow.
We had Pharmacy already. They were gonna. Well, they were already came in at 3rd time. Let me see, what did I have? The Eve Clark was going to come on at 7, and she came early. I don't know. Maybe her son. I don't think her husband could have made it, or he. No.
And I sent the link to Sons on Fire.
Nice.
And of course, I get the automatic message. Hi, thanks for connecting with us. We received your message. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
maybe,
hopefully.
a Facebook post and tell them that you sent it to them and that they should look at their messenger so they can get in on it.
Okay, well I see one of them saw it. Let's do that.
I was hoping Christina was going to join us, but she must be busy. She's a the agent for well, actually it's more a promoter. She's a promoter for like probably 80, 90 bands now. And she's one of Greg Fox's promoters.
Yeah,
I
Christina
really like
Villa.
her. Maybe just send her the link anyway, or I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I've been just kind of going into the personal PM and doing it because it seems to be works faster.
My bad, I hit the wrong one. Alright.
But we still got a couple more hours, so I'm pretty confident we're going to secure the goal, the record, no problem.
Oh, we pretty much got it. Now we're just going for shits and giggles.
Yep, we want as high as far as we could possibly get. The higher, the better.
Hey, it's Chris from Asgard Radio. We're going for the world record most artists interview day to day. If you want to join us, here's the link.
Did you start right at 9 a.m. or what time did you start?
I believe we started at like 8:30.
It was 6 o'clock. Yeah, it was like 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. 6:45 here for me.
Oh, okay.
AM.
Yeah, I was too excited sitting around in my chair watching the clock tick down. It was taking too long. Alright, Sean Morgan and... Oops.
Yeah, I know. I keep putting my device down because I'm trying to go and DM people too at this time. I apologize. I'm not on camera right now, but I'm diligently working, getting more bands for.
Yeah, I'm looking at my emails now. I'm still trying to. Okay. Alright.
Oops. Celine. Oh, we got Celine from Pharmacy.
Oh. Hey!
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Hi.
Oh, good.
Glad you were
I'm off work.
Yay! Miss you. I can't wait till you come back to Washington State.
I know. Me too.
Mwah.
Soon
How's your
enough.
van?
So far, so good. It wasn't as bad. Like, it wasn't totaled or anything. So, as soon as the insurance gets back with the check, they'll start process of fixing whatever was broken. And I think it was like a 4-day fix, so not bad.
Yeah, we made sure we put extra security around that thing for you, honey. I said, don't let nothing happen to
Appreciate it.
Yeah, please talk to Steve, the owner. I'm like, their band's all this. I go, is it okay? Because they were asking me, and they said, oh, yeah, no. So I should let Chris go ahead and get onto it.
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Hold on, because April Santos is actually watching on Twitch in the chat there. April asked her band if they wanted an interview. They were all really busy ironing out the new songs, so that's okay, April. We'll catch you guys. We're definitely going to have to talk to April Santos's band.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Because she is Asgard's own Monday night DJ with April After Dark. Kick-ass show to listen to. April has got a huge collection of deep vault music.
Uh-huh.
Dang.
So, with that being said, Celine Soul from Pharmacy. What made you decide you wanted to be a musician?
The connection I had with the music that I grew up with, how much of an outlet it was, and how you can just kind of escape. It was always there, no matter what. So my goal is to provide that for others.
Okay, and who's your influences?
It started with Kiss when I was a kid. My dad loved Kiss. He was a huge fan. I grew up on the Psycho Circus album. I replayed it over and over and over again. My mom, she loved April Wine, like kind of the softer rock. And then my biggest influences lately, like just that kind of really turned me in, like onto metal, was Maria Brink, Tatiana from Ginger.
Maria is awesome. The way she is a fantastic person just to talk to. I never interviewed her, but I did talk to her. She's fantastic. She's a great person.
Right. I've been to her show, but I've never been able to meet her, and I would probably fangirl the shit out of her if I were like legit.
I love you.
She'd call security.
When I went to Rock on the Range, excuse me, I'm trying to eat too.
Yeah, no worries.
When I went to Rock on the Range a long time ago, and she was playing, the girl that was with me, she goes, I have got to meet her. I said, well, go fucking meet her. So she went up to her, and she goes, Maria, I just want to tell you something. And her manager goes, look, she goes, look, we need to get moving. And my girl turned around and looked at her, and she goes, you can wait 1 fucking second. And she told Maria, she goes, I just want to tell you, I love you. I love everything about you. You are just the best person out there. And, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. She goes, Maria goes, oh, sweetie, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. She gave her a kiss on the cheek, and she hugged. And she was like, she goes, I know I can't stay, and they're rushing me off. She goes, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And and Krista came back, and I was like, did you like orgasm or something? And she was like, yeah, just about.
Yep, exactly. I 100% can say that I'd probably be the same way. Yeah. I know, just being on like her Wonderland page, like her Patreon type thing. Her little messages, you just can tell that she's a ray of light and always positive and loving, and it's so infectious.
Yeah, she's awesome. She really is. So,
yeah.
Chris, go ahead and do your official question.
Okay.
Third question here is, what's your dream venue? The one venue you would love to play?
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, Red Rock. It would have to be.
Damn, dude. You guys have no idea how much love Red Rock Amphitheater is getting today. I mean, of your person number 54 that we've talked to, and I think we've had about at least a dozen of them, if not a little bit more, say they'd love to play Red Rocks.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Well,
yeah, we up here in northern Idaho, we used to do a festival called Sasquatch Fest, and that's out in the mountains. And I could pretty well say that it'd be pretty similar, just to kind of have your music and your life be carried through the mountains like that. It's just epic.
Right on. If there's anyone, if there's anyone throughout history that you would love to sit down and pick their brain over dinner, who would you want to talk to? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Yeah, anybody through history that you would just love to sit down
I'd want to say. Beautiful Tragedy by In This Moment. I think that's the album. Yeah, I love their older stuff. Oh my god.
They got on stage and every guy, except for maybe me and a couple other guys, were just screaming out, "Show your tits, show your tits." And it was, I mean, I'm just like, come on, dude, let her play, man. We want to hear some music. I ain't here to see some titties. I'm here to listen to music. And she actually made mention of it in an interview just a few years ago about how, you know, it was one thing that really pissed her off. Yeah, I was like, wow, she's talking about an Ozfest I was at. And it was, I mean, it was kind of like I said, you know, I'm here to listen to some concert. Listen to a concert. Granted, yeah, seeing some boobies would be nice, but don't harass the girl on stage trying to do her job. Maria Brink, you're awesome, and we love you.
Yes. Can't wait. Hopefully one day I live long enough to meet you. Or likewise. Oh, man.
Yeah, we're doing our best to try and get out and travel a lot more. But it's just, the shit is so expensive anymore. My God.
Right. Yeah.
It's expensive.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, and now we gotta pay for, you know, gas on the airplane too now. So shit.
Yeah, that's. Jeez.
I mean, I wanted to go, because being an American, you can go to Puerto Rico without a passport. And I wanted to go to Puerto Rico, and the cost of staying in Puerto Rico is okay. And that sucks because of gas prices and other taxes and bullshit. So yeah, it's just crazy. Just trying to fly anywhere.
Right.
Hey, we got April still in the chat. April, if you do want to jump in, feel free. As you've seen how we did with Celine here, it's very painless. Just a quick 5 minutes to answer a couple of questions. Hey, I don't think it hurts. Did it hurt at all?
It's awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
No, not at all.
All right. So my question is, pharmacy spelled with an F. Where did it come from?
So we wanted to really so the best way to explain it is like a pharmacist.
Okay.
We try to have everything, and music is very healing. So we wanted to kind of just stick to that because that's kind of where most of us come from. Is just music has always been there for us, and we want it to be there for others, help them through anything they're going through, whether it be illness or loss or, you know, it's so powerful. So that's pretty much where it came from, to sum it up.
Okay. No, that's actually kind of deep. I mean, it really is. I mean,
yeah.
Very deep.
Feels a lot of hey!
Balls deep.
Balls.
You reminded me of like the Muppet Show when the Muppets were kind of coming.
Yes. Because I love Muppets, because a puppet is a puppet is a puppet, but a Muppet is exclusive to Jim Henson.
Yes, the Muppets are.
And the Muppets kick ass. Oh, sorry, folks. I've certainly.
He's been out there for like an hour just barking at the rabbit that's underneath the desk.
I was picturing a pissed off dog. God damn it! God damn it! Get your ass out.
I'll let him out. He'll come back in if I open the door, but then he'll just want to go right back out and figure out where the rabbit is. He's not too bright. So I'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
Speaking of rabbits, I just got done being like the Easter bunny for like 3 hours.
Right? Little early
It was
Easter
so
hunt.
fun. Yeah.
That sounds like fun. A lot of people up here in Washington start doing egg hunts like this weekend, and then it'll be obviously really huge thing next weekend, and all the. If you're a church person, that's one of the better church days to go to is the Easter Sunday one. I like the Christmas service too. Those are my two favorites.
Oh yeah.
But so back to now, Holly. Holly. Sorry, Selena. How's your back feeling now? When I first met you, originally, you were, oh my gosh, this woman is like Superwoman. I was wondering how that felt after the next day, after doing that intensified.
I was hanging like pretty much. At the time, we had our rhythm guitarist's wife, Ryan, his wife Jen. I would piggyback. I would pretty much just hang off her shoulders, and because I couldn't walk on my own, I just went so hard, and every time I just would get lost in the music and forget and wouldn't feel it. So I'm like, all right. Would take it easy sometimes, but it's so hard not to. It really is.
Yeah. If anybody didn't know prior that you kind of had that issue, they would never known that because you just like jumped out there with full energy and did a really kick-ass show. We love you here in Washington State. You always tell all of our shows. You literally, like I said earlier to one of the other members, is that you literally saved Chris Aldridge and my production for Kelowna-Palooza when we had a couple of bands bail because of the COVID issues.
Yeah. It's a bummer when that happens, but heck yeah. We'll always be there for you guys as much as we can, for anyone. We love coming out that way. That's such a cool stage to be on, too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Anytime we could play outside, like I've got to say, probably that was the best concert I've ever been to. Was Judas Priest. It was an outside concert. And I haven't been to very many at Northern Quest Casino, and it rained, but he kept it going. But yeah, that's my favorite, is being at an outside venue, for sure.
Oh, I love those venues. I love my favorite events out of those camp out events are definitely my favorite.
Oh yeah.
3 events are a blast.
Yo, what up, brother? If you still want to join us, we've already broken the record.
So I heard that you do have a Panaway Walk. She got to this tour. Am I correct about that? That I was able to get you on the books for Spanaway? Yay! Yeah. I thought that remember it's June 22nd, if I believe that's correct. I could be wrong. Sometime though, you're coming this summer. That's all I care about, and I'll come to see you. Oh, July. Okay.
Yep. Heck yeah, we cannot wait.
That's
all right.
Big.
I just hit up Steve Unger, and I know it's not any major sports going on today, so hopefully Steve Unger will be.
Good old Steve.
Fingers crossed.
If you told him at 9 o'clock, he won't be here until 7 probably. Our time. It's only 5:30 here now.
Oh yeah.
He had a show last night, so I don't know. He might be recuperating still. The show he had was with Shannon Dagley and Food, Nasty Habits, and Noise Pollution, which is the AC. Oh, you played with the Noise Pollution actually at one of the festivals we had here.
Oh, who was it again?
So those bands and those 2
Oh,
events
hell
that you.
yeah.
I know we had.
Recording in progress.
Songs are you writing? Are you writing ballady type songs? Are you going more metally, or where are you feeling it right now for your music?
I would say a little bit of everything, and actually, we are working on a trap metal song too, and that's very new, but it's something that I'm super excited to like dabble in.
Did Chris ask you what was?
The dog came in for a second and turned right back around and ran outside. He was like, "Nope, I'm gonna."
Ryan's gonna be on soon.
Yeah, he should be fine. I don't think Mick's coming out of these hard.
Yeah.
Hopefully. It's being forwarded to the drummer of Sons on Fire. Hopefully he'll come in. Macabre Eternal. Hopefully we're waiting for them. Oh! Darn, Macabre Eternal just said they're still at work at the day job. Gosh darn day jobs, don't they know that these people just want to rock and roll?
No.
Rock and roll!
Respect, man. I know I was supposed to be off at 4, and I got tied up too. It's just been so busy because of the holidays coming up. I work retail, so it's really hit and miss, to be honest. But and then I also had my child waiting on me. I was like, oh shit.
Well,
to go.
Between my work and my hobby, I live, eat, and breathe metal. My hobby is, of course, Asgard Radio, and my job, we build and fabricate industrial sawmill equipment. Basically, we built a chop saw that could cut my house in half if I wanted it to.
Holy shit. That's as metal as it fucking gets, bro. Damn. Right.
And the boss knows I do radio stuff, and oh, you got an interview? Oh, go ahead, take the rest of the afternoon off, do your shit.
Oh yeah. Respect to that guy.
Oh yeah.
He actually did a show from his job.
We were standing in the machine shop, and we did an Asgard show.
Wow. That's cool.
Only because this one kid didn't. I mean, and I usually carry my Asgard ID with me everywhere I go. It's attached to my backpack, and the kid didn't believe I was really a radio DJ. I'm like, okay. Went home for lunch, grabbed my laptop, came back, set it up. All right, we're doing an afternoon show. Let's go.
Yeah.
We rocked the parking lot of Walmart once for a Children's Miracle Network function. That was fun.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, it was heavy metal.
I mean, it's not hard to do the radio stuff. I mean, play the auto DJ for about 4 or 5 songs while I'm actually doing work at the work, and then when I finish wrapping up them parts, hey, cool, it's time to take a quick break here, go over, talk to the people, stop, get back over to my other job.
Yeah. That's so cool.
Oh yeah, and I love it. I'm waiting to get all healed up and stuff from this accident I had. It wasn't work related. It didn't happen at work. But I'm waiting to get back on the road again. They travel around everywhere, and the other guys, all you're doing is looking at a sawmill. Yeah, there's things to see along the way. You just ain't looking.
Yeah. I'll be sending you lots of healers.
I mean,
Healers.
my dad, he was a truck driver for 40 plus years, and he always said, I'm not a truck driver, I'm a paid tourist.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's genius.
Yeah.
That's
Getting paid to drive around the country and see things that you would only see on vacation while actually working.
Right.
Yeah. I said if I had kids, I'd probably be a truck driver because that would be fucking great.
He even said some people pay thousands of dollars to take their family on vacation to go see the Grand Canyon. He got paid to see it from the front seat of his semi.
Right. So is there anything else that you know you do other than um, music? I mean, do you have other things that you know kind of takes your mind off things when you have to like unwind from everything?
Gaming, yeah. We do a lot of Microsoft gaming on Xbox. Like I
Oh,
play
do you?
Ark, and that's my lately, yeah. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that.
What?
Ark. ARK.
I have not heard of that one, but then again, I'm still playing Mario 64 lately.
Yeah. Hey man, I can get down on Mario. I wish we had it. I used to have a retro box, but I gave it to my mom.
Now, all you got to do is go on your computer, type in smbgames.com, and it's got every single Mario hack, every single Mario ROM. It's got them all.
All right.
Now I just gave you something to do for the next 5 days.
Yeah, you did.
And I'll actually sit here and video chat with people while playing Super Mario 3 and Super Mario World.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't
entertain while you're entertained.
I haven't played a video game since the 80s, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
But you're too busy.
My son tried to get me when he was younger in his teens to play different games with him, but I suck.
Well,
I know that I struggle too because I suck at it at first, but if you stick with it, my biggest thing is I get frustrated because like Ark, the one that I started playing is a survival game and it's pretty intricate. Like you got to really take consideration of hunger, hydration, and all this while trying to build a civilization, and it is fucking hard.
Well, now
that's actually
Yeah. And it's full of dinosaurs. Yes. So I pretty much on my downtime, if I'm not doing music, I'm taming dinosaurs. Or breeding them, or
Oh my god! So you actually have to literally take care of your character while you're.
That kind of sounds like a Tamagotchi.
Wow.
Yeah. Or you also have to harvest a lot. I'm afraid with dinosaurs.
So shitty. Naked and Afraid with Dinosaurs?
Yeah.
What a great series, but screw that.
Oh my god, no, I wouldn't do it.
Naked
in real life.
That's good. No, I gotta say, I did used to play a game where you had to build a city. Something else. It was more.
Sin City.
They had like Sim City and Sim Farm and Sim World and.
Yeah, it's like all that, but it's dated way back before the Sims came about. It's you got to have the farm to feed all your people, and you got to have enough housing. But if you have too much housing and not enough people, then you're losing money because you got to collect the taxes on the housing and the people. And if there's no people living in the housing, you don't get the taxes. And yeah, it was crazy. I don't even know what it was called because it's been.
Was it called Age of Empires? Maybe.
Maybe it might have been.
Or Civilization.
I'm not sure, but yeah, it was that was fun. My now ex-wife used to play this Chinese one where you're a Chinese emperor and you have to raise your army to go take on other armies. She used to play that one a lot.
Hell yeah. Was that on a console or on your phone?
It was computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was all computer. I have no idea. Like I said, it's been shit. I left her in 01 and the divorce was finalized in 03. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was. It was after Mine was after that. Hers was before that, but yeah, mine was early 2000s that I played. But I don't. But my son tried to get me and race games and all kinds of shit, and I Crash Bandicoot and other shit. And,
what? Yes.
Yeah. He was fucking awesome on Crash. He was fantastic. His eye-hand coordination is fantastic. I mean, jumping vines and sliding through shit and all that. Man, he was great. I would just sit there and watch it. I'd be like, Anthony, you go ahead. I'm gonna watch you, boy, because you
yeah. Entertaining.
Yeah. And he never sat down. He was so funny. He would stand and dance. Like he would stand, jump up and down, and play his games and stuff. And it was just, he was entertaining in himself. So. But now he's 25 and, job and all this other shit, so.
Yeah.
That too. Yeah, my daughter, she'll be 27 in June. She never really got into games. She was more into, she liked school. She did her,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I had them both, in, like soccer and basketball, but their mother kept pulling them out because, in her words, they were spending too much time with her. She told them they were spending too much time with me. Whatever. But yeah, I had them and everything, and she enjoyed it. And she's also like me. She likes to get out there and she likes talking to people. And
yeah.
Yeah. He's very quiet, but he's got a great job and she's doing good. And then she has my grandson, so I love that.
Aww. Congrats.
Yeah. My grandson's great. He's freaking awesome.
Yes, Max is awesome. And you were talking about games, and you had me lost because I'm more into the old school games from way back when. Like I said, Mario, and I've also managed to find the Oregon Trail on the internet. For all you old Apple One people, way back when.
Oregon Trail.
No shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm throwing it back.
Hell yeah. And
that's where it all started.
And there's actually is a trick to winning the game. You be the banker and you buy as many all balls across the trail. You will beat it every single time. But yeah, I can't believe we've been sitting here.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's like going back to. I didn't have computers in my school till my senior year, and that was 86, 87. And we had the green, the big fucking screens with the green printing on it. As a matter of fact, we took typewriting class. That's you.
30.
Oh, okay. Wow, you
sorry, 31.
You still use iron sights?
I did, yeah.
I didn't think they still had them. I mean, like I said, I went in 87. So, well, yeah, RM60, that's all we had was iron sights.
No.
There was some
we had regular old, I don't even know what it used to be called, night sights, and then with our iron sight, and yeah, we didn't have anything like today. Shit, we couldn't even contact home unless they brought us back for a real shower the tent city when I was in Iraq.
Yeah.
You know, it was, we couldn't even call home like they do now. We didn't have anything back then. We didn't have computers back then.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot more psychological back then for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, you know, Battle of 73 Easton, we rolled up on the Iraqis, and they were dug in like they were still fighting in Iran. They had no idea the sophistication of our tanks and Bradleys and shit. But yeah, it's you know, everything we had. They didn't have heat sight. They didn't have infrared, night sight. They didn't have anything, and their turrets were manual, so they weren't electrical.
Really?
Yeah, they were using Russian T-82s and T-54s, so they didn't, all their shit was, you know, ancient compared to, you know, our M1s, so it was just, yeah, we come over the hill, we saw them, we're like, shit, what do we do? And we called back, and the colonel said, go get them. We're like, okay.
Send it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think the true thing I miss is just the sound of the Mike 777 Alpha 2. 155 millimeter cannon.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, no matter how sad you are, as soon as you hear that boom, it'll put a smile on your face. Man, there was times in the fields where it's like, oh, this sucks. I don't want to be here. Nobody wants to be here. I don't want to do this anymore. And then it's like, stand by, fire! And you just feel the ground shake underneath, and it's like, okay, it's a little better now. Everything's good now.
Yeah, I like it.
Soaking wet, I'm exhausted, but damn, this gun's cool.
Yeah,
I always have. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, yeah, you always have that one thing to remember that just, you know, smile. We were taking artillery one time from a mountaintop, and we had to pull back a click to get out of range. And when we did, they called in air support, and we had 2 F-14s and 2 A-10s come in. And it was just the most beautiful thing you ever saw. The A-10s coming in.
Yeah.
So we're watching the explosions up on this mountain, and we're watching, you know, the F-14s coming in, sending in missiles, and the A-10s just, you know, tearing shit off, and it was just.
Oh yeah.
When we tried to get out, one of our tanks threw track, so we had to all.
Oh
you know,
God.
Yeah, a few of us had to stop and help them because they got the through track, it broke track. So we had to put all this shit together, and oh my God. And we were scared, we were like, fuck, the A-10s are up there, we ain't got nothing to do.
Yeah, I actually, did you ever have any major injuries?
What's that?
Did you have any major injuries coming from the military?
I have, what do you call it? My neck and upper back, I have bone spurs, deterioration.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have severe spinal stenosis. And not only going down my spine, but in the middle of my back where the nerves come out the side, where it runs through like arms and there's also stenosis. So
Jeez.
I have all kinds of issues. I have headaches all the time. My neck always hurts. I'm on all kinds of medications.
Yeah.
I have serious anger issues with my PTSD.
Yeah, I was gonna say
What's
Go ahead.
that? I was having
gonna say with the.
beating up my daughter's boyfriend. One was my grandson's father, and then this last one that I'm actually fighting now for a felony is was her latest boyfriend that she broke up with the next day. So yeah, I beat his ass out in front of my house in the street because he was just. I mean, he was just a punk kid, you know. He's 20.
Just scumbag.
Yeah, he's 23 and, you know, completely disrespected my she's been with. I said, that was fucking inappropriate and fucking.
Yeah, no shit.
And he was like, I stood up to go put my glass in the kitchen because we were drinking bourbon, and he goes, I'm not afraid of you. It's like, all right.
Who cares?
You and I need to go outside.
Yeah.
So he his ass, and then he called the cops, and
It's usually how it goes.
yeah, the kids today can't take an ass whooping.
Pain's a funny thing. It makes people listen.
Yeah.
No, I definitely, coming out, I understand definitely having a hot head because you're just held to such a level of perfection throughout your whole life and little getting kind of boned out of it and having to work a job like that and seeing all these other people working this job and not realizing that it's a lot easier than you're making it, overcomplicating the job. Like it's so simple. And like they have like where I was working, it literally like they have screens for food for you to cook, and like they have stupid regulations on like how long pickles last, like how long shit can sit out, blah blah blah. And it's like I understand it. I've worked food service a lot, but working at McDonald's is a whole nother level. Like that is just there is stuff that is like full on. This is not how this was supposed to happen. Like not definitely nothing health wise, but it's like waste wise. It was like, man, you guys really like to throw away shit, don't you?
Yeah. I'm the lead cook at one of the restaurants up here.
There you go. I love cooking.
It's fucking ridiculous on the waste. Because they want to save money, so they want to do this shit daily or every 2 days, and oh my God, we're writing off so much for fucking front of house waste, back of house waste. It and me being the lead cook, I'm watching what the managers are doing, and I'm like, why are we throwing this shit away? It lasts like the pico. The pico will last minimum 3 to 5 days. Okay, it's got lemon in it. So it can last. And they want it done every 2 days. They want shit, they want when we cut tomatoes and lettuce for the day, for burgers and shit. They want it thrown out every night. Sauteed onions and mushrooms thrown out every night. Oh my God, it's so much.
Yeah, and like that's the other thing too is like with McDonald's, it's like they want quality and quantity at the same time. It's like that's an improbability, right? It's an oxymoron almost. Because it's like, so where I was working, like they were super strict about times, like on how fast food gets done, gets out, blah blah blah. And it's like you guys realize those are seconds, right? Those aren't minutes. It's like 600 seconds is 10 minutes. Like, I'm sorry, I've never been to a restaurant where I sit down 10 minutes later, I have my food in front of me.
Right.
And I just ordered the whole damn store. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
Like, and it was like, as long as the food gets made and it gets made in a timely manner and you pass it along how it's supposed to be and everyone remains calm, everything will just run smooth. You won't have anything to work out. You'll just do the job. And
I'll admit it now, and I'll be honest about it now. I was a manager at McDonald's for a while. And corporate was really big on your times and your drive-through times. And I found the way I had the fastest times in Springfield, Illinois, because at the top of every hour, I spent 5 minutes getting rid of water. And a water order counts on your time, and it takes 2 seconds to get rid of it, and drops your average time from 4 minutes to a minute and a half.
Work the system, buddy.
Yes.
I work at a restaurant where it's individually owned. It's called Industrial Revolution, and the managers there are fucking fantastic. And they don't care about time. They want quality. And we never, honestly, we've had in my 2 years of being there, I think we've had maybe 2 complaints on how long it took for the food to get out there. But people usually, if it comes out, the servers, they'll go out and say, hey, I'm sorry, we're real busy. I'll give you, we'll give you a free appetizer or something, you know, and people are like, oh, we're good, you know, we're fine, we're just sitting around, you know, kind of out, you know, for the day or for the night or whatever. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are our busiest nights, and especially Saturday. And we might have something. We're supposed to get everything out in 15 minutes or under. But when you have an incredibly, when every table is taken and you have an hour wait at the door, time just goes out the door. We go ticket by ticket. And that's what I explained to everybody. Everybody I've worked with is younger than me, by 20 years or more. And I'm like, look, go ticket by ticket. Let's get this out. Let's get it out hot, and we'll be fine. Don't worry about the times. As long as we're not giving it out in like, you know, half hour or whatever, we're okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Not doing a whole shift waiting for food.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and we have to get turnover. And like I explained to the kids too. I call them all kids, but I explained to the guys that I work with. If we get that food out, in, you know, a reasonable time, and it's good food every time, and it's the same food every time, then we can get a turnover, which would jack up our prices, and the servers will be happy because they're getting tips, and big tips because they're getting good food. I said it's a big circle. I said we get the food out, the servers are happy, we're happy, you know, because there's some girls that I work with that, I mean, literally scare the shit out of me. I mean, there's a few of them that, you know, there's one girl, I'm not going to say her name on here, but she's fantastic. She's the favorite server. And one day, which was really funny, she's, I don't know if she's vegan or vegetarian, I don't know what it is, but she gets onion soup with a handful of green onions on top of it. And one day she came in with the big to-go container instead of the little one. I said, ooh, somebody's hungry tonight. And I didn't think about it. And she came around the side of the door and came in the door by the kitchen. And she goes, did you say I was fat? And I didn't say a damn thing. I went, no. And she kept weight like 100 pounds, you know, and but she just, when she came around there, she holds nothing back. She's like a Gen Xer. She don't give a shit what you think about her. She's gonna tell you what, man. She told Joe, one of the other. Look, his thing is, I don't know why. He's 25. He always says, and thank you for flying Spirit Airlines. I don't know why. But he said that to her one day. And he was like, and I was like, I told you don't mess with her. I told you.
That's funny.
Hey,
but it's fun. I mean, we do have a really fun time with everybody. The server. What's that?
I was just gonna say, you got to make it lively. You got to have fun with it. We're Revolution. Well, I know it's starting to. Oh, there it goes again.
Yeah, you kind of got a little bit of lag going.
Yeah.
I know.
You're moving now.
I know.
You're moving now.
Okay. Yeah, it's after 12 hours of streaming and recording. It's. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of bandwidth.
Yes. But we're still on air.
Yeah, one thing that I definitely learned from the military is slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to take everything into account and take it step by step, because step by step is always the fastest way, because you can always find a faster way to do the steps. But when you start trying to incorporate other things, like trying to do certain things that need to take time and you don't take time on them, they become more of a burden. You know, it's kind of back to the 2 minutes now can save you 2 hours later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you find, the military shows you all kinds of stuff that you would never learn in civilian life. You really would.
100%.
And it's, you know, like you said, you see these, you know, these people that do things that are just like why are you doing that? What it has no, you know, like in the kitchen, you know, we got one guy that everybody dislikes because all he does is run in his mouth and he thinks he's better than everybody. And he brings his own knives into the kitchen. Now he's not even, I wouldn't even say he's the third best cook in the kitchen. But he thinks he's the greatest thing. He doesn't have to do the paperwork in the morning. He doesn't have to do temp checks. He doesn't have to do, you know, meat counting. We don't get it. You know, I do everything every day, and he wants, you know, he always wonders why he's not, you know, given more, I don't know, like responsibility like I have. And we're like, do your fucking job. You know, just do the paperwork every morning and every night. You know, do what it's supposed to be done. You're not doing it. And he comes in a fucking half hour late at least 3 times a week. So, you know, seriously. You know, I punch in every day, and you know it. If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
15 minutes prior to 15 minutes prior.
Thank you. 15 minutes. 15 minutes, always. I always punch in at 15 till every day. Every day. I'm there. I'm there before the managers get there.
It's always good because that's the thing is during work, especially being in the kitchen, there is no time for meetings.
No.
So it's like if you're there 15 minutes prior and everybody else is there 15 minutes prior, you can have a quick team meeting before you launch for the day.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their whole entire mission set out. You know, 5-paragraph mission, SMEAC, situation, execution.
There you go.
Exactly. Man, like, you know, that's the thing is like a lot of, that's why it's like I've been incorporating a lot of everything that I learned in the military, especially through Marine Corps, because the leadership level is just out of this fucking world. But between like SMEAC, AMSIS, and then 14 leadership traits and 9 leadership principles and everything that goes along with that, it's like, man, if you lived your life by all of this, you would be a great human being. Just because you'd be honest, you'd be unselfish, you would care for everyone, you would be able to help everyone along the way and help them learn something instead of just telling people don't do that. Like, make sure that they know they shouldn't do that.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, you know, when you tell somebody don't do that, what's the first? It's like a child. What are they gonna do?
They're gonna do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, reverse psychology.
Exactly. So if you explain things to them, you know, you talk to them, and don't talk to them like they're employees. They're people, you know, and that's what I had to shift from military to civilian is that I'm not talking to, you know, people that I'm, you know, going to war with. I'm talking to people that I just work with, and it's different. So I have to talk to people a different way to get them to do stuff. And like you said, it's the leadership thing where, you know, you learn to adapt to what the situation calls for, and you know, you get to, you know, you tell them, hey, you know, we got to do this today. And I never, and one thing I never do is I never pick my job, because we have 5 stations, and I don't pick my job. I'll come in, you know, I open every day, so that means everybody's coming in after me to do different stations. We have pizza, we have burger, we have saute, we have setup, and we have fryer. And the 3 guys that'll come in while I'm on, or 2 guys on Monday and Wednesday, I'll say, hey, what job do you want today? What do you want to do? You know, I don't care, because obviously I know for them all. So I'm like, what do you want to do? Well, I'll do the, you know, I'll do fryer and saute. I was like, all right, I'll do pizza, setup, and burgers. You know, no big deal. But I think I can get a lot of respect from the guys that I work with, more from, hey, what do you want to do today? You know, and it's not, you know, I'm not telling them, hey, I need you on this today. That's only on weekends. On weekends, I got to put everybody on their strong points because we need to get shit out quick. So I'm on setups every Friday and Saturday. Every Friday and Saturday I'm on setups because that's what I do best. I could do burgers but the person that set up is me. But so yeah, it's I just hey, what do you want to do? Or if I'm not opening and I have to come in, which was weird the last couple of weeks, I had to come in at like 10 and 11 o'clock. I'll come up to the guy who opened and say, hey, where do you want me today? What do you want to do today? Where do you want me? I don't care. What do you want me to do? Because then I'm giving them the control of, they opened, they're respected for opening by themselves or with another person. Where do you want me to go? And they'll say, I don't care. What do you want to do? I'm like, dude, you can tell me you open today. You got everything set. Is there anything else I have to do? Is there anything else that I need to get done? And get a lot of respect for that. And but I did have from the owner. The owner said I have too much military still in me. That's what she
So to touch base on that, that's a huge leadership thing that a lot of people don't do, especially when they get into higher responsibility positions. Because being a manager, you're not really supposed to sit per se manage how everything is rolling, and where you see empty is where you fill in.
Okay. Sorry about that.
You're all good.
I wanted to back up for a minute because I wanted to say the minute you said that kid brings his own knives from home, I thought that kid's a fucking idiot. Wait, are we still? Because I honestly, I work at, they're going to pay for the knives I use there.
Yeah.
I just kind of a thought, and
well, he keeps his bag with 2 sets of knives in it at the job, at the restaurant, and I'm like, somebody's gonna steal that. Well, nobody's gonna steal from me. Okay.
Oh, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever, Andre the Giant. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I know. And then I've had several run-ins with him when I first started, and I've had a lot of talking to about him because I'm sorry, I'm too old to take anybody's shit. I don't give a fuck. Right?
Yeah. You've gotten to the zero fuck side of life.
Exactly. And I don't care. And they're like, hey, you need to, just leave him alone. And this man, I'm like, you know what? Tell him to shut his mouth. Tell him to stop talking under his breath. Stop telling him, tell him to talk about everybody. And even if it's not about me, it's still about, everybody I work with. And I mean, we get, what does my shirt call it? Hypervigilant.
Yeah.
We're hypervigilant on our people, our friends, our family, and when I have to make sure everybody's morale is up, this motherfucker is bringing it down, and I don't want him in the kitchen. Nobody wants to work with him.
Get rid of the poison, man.
Yeah, but he's the fucking golden child, man. Nobody can fucking talk about him. Nobody can lift back to him, and
I hate people like that. They just get their way no matter what.
yeah, and I don't get it. I just don't get. I don't understand because he's like a child. He's like a 35-year-old child, and he's just ridiculous. But,
so I like to call those workers, they're the Karen of the workplace. Because they don't do anything. They just bitch and moan and get paid.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. He's been there 4 years, and he still comes to me. We run specials every week. So on Monday or Wednesday, I'll get 2 or 3 new specials that we're going to do for starting the following Friday. And then we have to run it from Friday to the next Thursday. And he still comes, and some of the stuff is we've run several times. And he still comes to me on this burger, do we do this and this and that? I'm like, dude, you've been here 4 fucking years. Why are you at, what the fuck?
Dude, I'll tell you what, we got some kids like that, and I say kids because they're 20, 21, 22, 23 years old, and they sit there and, I got worth ethic, blah, 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 blah. Motherfucker, I am coming into work with fractures in my neck, my back, and my ribs, and I am doing more work by the first break than you are doing all day long. So don't give me your work ethic bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, coming from, the Army into civilian life is just, it's such a fucking change that
It's a culture shock from hell.
It is. Yes. And I really wish, even at 54, I would have went to Warren Officer School, and I would have I'd still be in as a CW04, and I'd just be I wouldn't even fucking get out by now.
Yeah. And
if I had known coming back to civilian life is going to be like this, nah, hell.
I'll tell you what, man, and all these people that sit there and say, well, Cardi B is my role model, well, Kesha is my role model. You guys, veterans, you guys are the real role models. I mean, you guys are the real heroes. You guys protect our freedom every single day.
So, I only have one thing to say on that note. It's sad as fuck of the fact that one person in a sport that's considered, a true feat of physical excellence, a quarterback in the NFL, will make more than almost everyone in the military in 1 year.
Yeah. That is sad. And what is he really doing besides throwing a ball?
But he's an athlete. He is the premise of what everyone wants to be. I forgot that without our military, we would all not be speaking English.
Right, he wouldn't be able to play football. And once you guys finish basic training, I guarantee you have more athletic ability than any professional athlete. Your endurance, your running, your physical training, guarantee you are top notch over any athlete.
Yes, 100%. But that's mainly because of drive and determination that you learn through boot camp. It's not necessarily physical prowess. It's just the fact that you're able to control the difference between mind and muscle and ignore your mind and push past.
Yes. Yeah.
Do something.
Especially the first 2 weeks of basic training.
Oh, yeah.
First 2 weeks are fucking hell. First 2 weeks are, they really do kind of fucking drive out for week one. They really do. After the first week, it's all like D and C and and then the last couple weeks is all fun and games. It's just fucking, drill sergeant's fucking with you by then. Getting ready for graduation, doing crazy ass D and C movements and trying to get you to fuck up, stuff. And it's fun in the last 2 weeks. Oh my god. First 2 weeks are hell.
Yeah, I would say once you get your hemoglobin anchor and complete the crucible is when stuff gets so-so. It still sucks, but it's good.
Oh, yeah.
It's better than it was, kind of thing.
Well, because we know now. After the first couple of weeks, we know. And if you're in that right state of mind, when I joined junior year in the late entry program back in '86. So I was going to meetings every month and learning about military life and the Army life. And my parents didn't even know. I told them, I was in a bowling league, and I told them on Saturday mornings I was going bowling when I was actually going to delayed entry meetings. And so I had an idea, and my recruiter told me, he said, hey, if you're watching TV, every commercial, do 10 push-ups and 10 sit-ups. If you're a sprinter, I was a sprinter in track and a wide receiver. He said change from doing sprinting to long distance. So I did. I started doing, mile and 2 mile runs, because obviously 2 mile run is on our Army PT. And he said, and start thinking about, what you're getting into. He said, because I don't know how it is now. I know it's a lot more high fives and way to goes than it was back when I went in. But I don't. Yeah. It is different now than when I went in. But it's different when I went in than when my dad went in before Vietnam. Back in Vietnam days, they could smack the shit out of you. Back in my day, they couldn't touch you, but they can, they can.
Area. My dad was at Fort Knox and my uncle was at Fort Campbell, so I'm kind of right in between where they were both stationed at, and they could tell you some stories about some hazing.
Oh yeah.
They said
I
it
was
was.
I was at Fort Leonard Wood. I was at Fort Leonard Wood for basic and Fort Knox for AIT.
Okay.
I was in MCRD, San Diego, California. Great shit out there. All it is just it's like a smaller South Dakota. Like, there's just nothing there. Like you get donked vehicles with big old freaking tires and just ridiculous people. Yeah, it was a good time. I mean, it was fun for the most part. Seeing new Army recruits and stuff like that coming through. And
yeah, Fort Sill. Yeah.
Well, where I was at in Oklahoma, the only thing we saw was dirt.
There you go.
Now I was at Fort Hood, Texas for a year and a half before I went to Germany. And then I was at we called it the Rock, but it was Christensen Barracks, and we were a border patrol unit for East West Germany and Czechoslovakia down in Bavaria. And our border patrol was in a little bitty town called Hof, Hof, and we would, obviously all the units, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta Troop, we all, rotated every 2 months for border patrol. And then the border came down, and the fence line came down, and I have a Russian officer's hat. I'll go get it here in a second. That when they came down, we went across and we were talking to the guys, and I gave him my rank, and he just gave me his hat. I was like, fucking cool. So they were going to dispatch us and send us to Seattle, where 2nd ACR originated before the wall came and Germany split. But then Desert Shield came upon us, and they're like, hey, you know how to do border patrol. Let's send you over there. I was like, oh, yay! Woo!
Get all good voluntold.
Yeah. Bush Senior said, well, we're going to send second. And you know what? When he went on TV, we were watching it on Apis TV. Apis TV. And we were the very last fucking unit he mentioned. So he was like, these units are going to be deployed to Saudi Arabia for Operation Desert Shield. And he went through 30 of them. And the last one was, and out of Nuremberg, Germany, because that's where headquarters is. 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment.
Almost.
Oh my god, it was so thin.
So I gotta touch base on the Berlin Wall stuff real quick. So this is kind of, you guys are getting the exclusive on this. So as is right now, we literally have full screenplays writ out for the previous album Elixir on top of new songs we got coming. Like I was talking about how we're making a series.
Mm-hmm.
So we each have our own characters that come from different times, different timelines, meet the pharmacist, and gain pretty much special abilities, almost kind of, I don't know, however you want to play it out, whatever, MCU, DCU, or whatever. Kind of working on the superhero for cinematic value and everything like that. And the very first part of IV, the intro, is actually based on all these characters' Soul and Soul. And it's based in Berlin, against the wall. Yeah. So we got a lot of really cool visual shit coming, but it's dealing with the dough, the support, and being able to push all this stuff forward. And we've been going through lineup changes. We've been going through hard times with the new drummer and everything like that. And it's all good. Like we're getting there, but it's just one thing after another right now. We're all trying to get our characters involved and be able to have it where when we're actually putting on shows, we actually have a shtick. Because as is right now, we wear scrubs. That's about as close as we can get for pharmacy. And now it's transformed more into, I guess you could say, more Mudvayne, like In This Moment-esque, where like there's the or Slipknot even. I mean, there's the people that are on stage, but they're characters. They're not them. You know, it's like everybody has a pseudo name kind of thing, but it's close to our real name. But yeah, we got whole storyboards written out pretty much all the way up until our new song, Time Bomb, which is a pretty dope song in my eyes. It's 222 beats per minute.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Yeah, it's tasty. I was gonna say, I don't know how well, I mean, you're doing this, so you must be mildly tech savvy. You at least know how to download an app. But
yeah.
So on our TikTok, I was gonna say, it's probably on mine. I'm pretty sure I reposted it as us, but the Time Bomb solo is actually leaked on on our TikTok.
All right, what's your? Oh, hold on.
All right.
What's your TikTok?
I'm waiting. Let's do Pharmacy Band first. It should have the pharmacist logo. It shouldn't have a pharmacy logo. That's our backup.
Pharmacy Band?
Correct.
All right, I got to figure this out real quick. Jim's the TikTok guy.
Pharmacy. Oh, yeah, there he is. All right, I just followed. Yep.
Awesome.
Wait, she got green hair like women in fucking bells.
So we dyed her hair with fucking Arctic Fox, Cosmic Cowgirl, and it's UV reactive dye.
Really?
So when it hits the sun, you can see the UV rays across her hair. It was the coolest fucking thing in the world.
This yellowish green.
So it's so hard to keep up with it because it loses color so quickly. So it was just kind of like, well, it's a good idea. Maybe later on, once we're actually like doing show after show after show. But yeah, and then on my TikTok, which is Mick Madness, because I was able to get that one because nobody else had it. Thank God. I would have been bummed out if I had to put letters or numbers or something.
What is it called again?
Mick Madness. MICKMADNESS. I was going to say, and yes, Mickey is my legal name.
Alright, there's two of them, Mick Madness and Mick Madness 2020.
It's just Mick Madness.
You have...
It should be my face as the picture. It's my signature Madness face.
Yep. Gotcha.
Alright.
Yeah, listen to that Time Bomb solo while you're there.
Time Bomb leads trail?
Yeah, trial.
Or trial, yeah.
That was a good one that I pulled off that day. That was really good.
That is really good. Who built the Time Bomb?
Yep. That's part of the lyrics that everyone sings. That's the crowd interaction part.
Okay, I got you.
And then at the very end of the song, we have a they, you, we, I, and we pause on each one.
Hell
so
yeah.
It's they, stop, we, stop, they, God damn it, they, you, we, I. It's hard to remember sometimes. Yeah, we got a lot of good new stuff coming. It's just because we were gonna. So the cool story is about all this is the fact that we were supposed to be working with Sterling Winfield. If you know who that is, he was the creator of reinventing the steel for Pantera, and he also helped on with Vulgar Display of Power and all that stuff. Sterling's a really cool guy. We've been looking forward to working with him, but it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as most people know, being in a band, you don't really have much money. That's
why we don't charge anything for to play.
Heck yeah. And I mean, that's the only way, because in all reality, like, that's another thing too, is like, I don't know if you guys have a TikTok, but TikTok is massive, especially for getting people to see more things. Having short little videos or whatever is really, it's mildly easy to do as long as you know how to edit. And all of that is like really easy peasy money. Because if you make a funny sound and everybody uses it, you get paid every time that sound plays.
Yeah.
It's a great thing. Because no matter what, even if you farted into a microphone and people still use it because it was a hilarious noise, you still get paid for that fart.
Still trying to figure TikTok out.
Or anything like that, but have it to where you zoom into each symbol, tell what it means in a story, and do each symbol, and then zoom out to Asgard Radio. I feel like that could be a great advertisement video, because what you have on there is super like honor.
On there. I'll see. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Chris, I'll be right back. I gotta go check on the dog, but he's still outside barking and trying to catch it.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll be right back.
Season.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe we have been going for 12 hours now today. We got one more hour to go to make it the official 13 hours for Asgard's 13th birthday. It has been a blast hanging out with everybody today. Mick, we've been talking to you here for an hour now. We're counting you as number 55.
Hey, I was gonna say, just ask Celine. I was gonna say I never shut the fuck up.
Well, hey,
if you wanted to do.
And you know what? Sitting here, listening to you and Jim just sit here and bullshit as veterans, I could listen to that shit all day.
I know, it's the veteran thing. I don't get it. We just talk about it because we enjoy it so much. People
Right.
haven't been able to experience enough life from where they stand. I don't like. I've told a lot of people, it's like, though life is short, it's also very long. But you need to appreciate all the time, because all the time is precious.
Right, and I like I
Because,
say,
like-
I myself, I did sign up for the Navy when I graduated high school. Unfortunately, I got the F4 and was told I was unfit for service. But my father, all my aunts and uncles, my grandfather, I mean, I have our family military history going all the way back to World War One. And you know, everything our veterans do, I appreciate everything. I wish, you know, my childhood and youth would have been a little bit different and I could be in that club, but hey, not meant for everyone, I guess.
And it's one of those things, is it's kind of like liking Primus. Not everybody likes it, but as long as you like it, you know you're part of a select few that appreciate the greatest.
Hey, what's wrong with Primus?
Nothing.
Exactly.
I don't have any problem with Primus.
Exactly. Primus is great. I mean, heavy bass riffs with just some funny ass
Yeah.
lyrics. That's good
I just,
shit.
I just love how Les has fun. That's what it's all about.
Yes.
That's the thing, is like, just listening to like American Life or Too Many Puppies or John the Fisherman, like
John the Fisherman.
anything
Jerry
Primus
was a
is
race
like,
car driver.
Tommy the Cat.
Winona's
Season-
Big Brown
season
Beaver.
Oh man, my name is Mud.
Hey, all right, so here's,
My name is Mud.
here's the Oscar that.
That's
Heck
fucking
yeah.
wicked.
Yeah. That's off of Western Oxford head. And it's
Crazy.
it's so fucking small. It won't even fit on my head. He was a little
Hey.
bitty fucker too.
Big head problems, man.
Hi.
Yeah, there.
There you go.
That's so cute, Jim.
Hey, I think it would fit Max better.
Yeah, it would. It would fit my grandson a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, that was definitely the one pain of being in the military, was finding a hat size.
Yeah.
Because like wearing my dress cap and stuff like that, I wear a 7 3/8. I have like the second biggest head they sell. It's ridiculous. I feel like I have such a melon. That's why like all my hair besides the top is shaved, so I can still wear a hat if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Because my head turns into 8 inches after my hair grows. It's not fun. Like when the hat when I get a hat that says one size fits all, it needs to say most.
One size fits most, right?
Yeah, because like my buddy, I used to be really big into sports. I kind of got away from it just because I got bored of watching it. But he bought me a hat for just kind of a gift, whatever. Because we both like the Patriots, so he got me a hat, and it was a stretchy, real fit, whatever the hell, one size fits most. And I put that on my head, and I could just feel it crushing my head. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't fit, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'll put it on a watermelon for a week, and I'll stretch it out. Then I might be able to wear it.
I was gonna say, try giving some of that one size fits all shit to Andre the Giant or the Great Khali.
Yeah, no kidding. Exactly. There's starting to be so many people with big heads. It's going to start to become one size fits some.
Right.
I'm also a comedian. If you couldn't tell.
But I was gonna say, going back, we were talking about Primus, and the one thing I really love is you can just watch them, whether it's doing a stage show or a music video or just listening to a song. You can tell that they're just out there to have a good time and have fun playing some music.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ryan, they went and saw Primus last year in Montana, and man, he was just telling me that it's like he had some video, and it's like, man, it's just crazy how perfectly precise they are with everything that they do, and yet there's so much craziness going on in between.
Right on.
Hello, 181.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who do we got calling in? That's an Illinois number.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's going on? Somebody calling.
What? Did I hear the word Malort? Yeah, did I hear the word Malort?
No Malort.
No Malort. Who we talking to?
Malort.
Jelvin.
That's like black licorice and ashtray.
Who we talking to from Illinois?
Jelvin.
Say that again.
Jelvin.
Jelvis. All right.
So, Jelvin, where are you from?
Where are you from?
Yeah,
where am I from?
Yeah.
New Lenox.
New Lenox, and who you with?
I know where that.
What do you mean, who am I with?
What band are you with?
Green Jello.
Oh, okay. I know who we're talking to now. Okay, yeah.
The Jello family.
Oh yeah, dude. Give me 1 second. Let me back up here a second. If I'm correct in saying so, that would be Craig, guitarist from Green Jello.
Yeah.
All right. How the hell are you, man?
What's going on?
Oh, not shit. Just going through.
Pretty good. Busy day.
We're going for the world record here for most artists interviewed in a day, and I thought, I did try to get Bill.
It just moved into 2 spots, so I'm sure they're getting that all going.
Right on. Oh, Craig, how did you get to be playing with Green Jelly?
It's funny. I actually I knew the drummer that used to play with them, and I actually turned it down 3 times because I was busy. I was running a company, and I was working for a company, so I was working 60, 70 hours a week, and I couldn't do it. And then finally, I went separate ways with the one company, and I was back out on my own, and I seen him at a gas station. And he's like, "Come on, man, last time." I said, "Let's do it." He goes, "Cool, you got a week to learn 10 songs." I'm like, okay. So, and then my first gig was April 1st at Reggie's in Chicago.
Right on, right on. And who's your influences?
Oh, as far as guitar, Randy Rhoads, Jimmy Page, Jeff Beck, guitar player from Circus Maximus. There's a lot of guys. Billy Gibbons. Crazy Guns.
Okay, just a wide range there.
Yeah, I mean, it gets further now for you.
If there's any venue in the world that you would love to play, what would that venue be?
In the world?
Yep, any venue in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I would say Whiskey a Go-Go. I've played it, though. So maybe somewhere in England. We haven't been to England. At least I haven't been to England. I would like to go to England and maybe play, if the pub is still there, the first pub that Jimi Hendrix played. So that's another big influence, Jimi Hendrix. Or the Beatles, a Cavern Club, if that's still there. That would be kind of cool.
Okay. If you could sit down with anyone through history and pick their brains over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
As far as musician?
Anybody.
No? Jimmy Page to Elon Musk.
All right.
That guy's pretty smart, so.
Yeah, I think he might know a thing or two.
He might.
And
the Joe Rogan show with him on it, and and some of these other shows, and just questions that they've asked this guy, and the insight that this guy has. So.
Right.
And where you guys at?
Say what?
Where are you guys located at?
I actually used to be in Dwight, Illinois, but now I'm in Central City, Kentucky. Jim's in northwestern Indiana.
Yeah, I live about 40 minutes from Chicago.
Okay.
And I'm in Washington State. I'm Rebecca Kelly Hartnett with Legacy Entertainment Bands for Bands International. You've actually tried to come and do a couple of my events, but the pandemic kind of wiped you out on a few of mine, or there was a double booking issue, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, get a hold of Bill and let's set him up. I was looking to get out there.
Last question, Craig, to put you down and make it official in the record books. I got to ask everybody 5 questions. What is one album you cannot live without?
Ooh, that's a tough one. There's so many good ones. Let's go with Zeppelin 4.
Okay. That's a, yeah. We had a few Zeppelins tonight.
Yeah, Zeppelin 2 from, what's her name, from Australia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I like I said, I wish we could have had Bill Manspeaker or Dakota or a couple other people from Green Jelly in here, because I've been listening to Green Jelly since the mid-90s, and it was making me laugh then, it's making me laugh now, and I want to know where the fuck does Bill Manspeaker come up with this shit?
I sometimes ask myself that. He's a kid at heart. I mean, besides the music business and all that other, happy horse crap, he's just, he's a kid at heart. And he just having fun,
Hey, you gotta have fun with it, or what's it for?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
For me, joining Green Jello, I've got to do things that I probably never would have did in my life. Play the whiskey, play the the rainbow, do the Kiss cruise, do Sweden rock, all that stuff. Tour Europe, just great things that when you get older and when it's all over, you can look back and go, sweet. I actually did something that's worthwhile, that's worth talking about.
Hell yeah, that's why I say, I've kind of been blessed. I've been able to travel around the country. Granted, I never got to be in a band or be a musician, but I if I died tomorrow, I'd say I lived my life and I had a good time doing it.
Right, yeah, and I think everybody needs to do that. I know a lot of people that don't live to their full potential, or they're sad, or they work all the time, and it's tough. I mean, you got to make a living, but at the same time, you got to have a little fun too.
Yes.
You do. You
Yeah.
do. I always say I have lived a great life. My parents let me do anything I wanted to do for extracurricular activities: baseball, bowling, football, track, basketball, soccer. And then I got to live history twice when I was in the Army and I was on the German border. When the fence line came down and the border opened up, we were the first unit there. And then we fought in the biggest tank battle since World War II in Desert Storm in 73 Easting, the Battle of 73 Easting. And now I have a radio station that I've had today is 13 years old, and I could not, like you said, you can't look back in your life and say I coulda or I shoulda, and I don't. I've done everything I've ever wanted to do. I have 2 grown children. I have a grandson. So yeah, I've had a pretty great life.
That's awesome. That's good to hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, find me on Facebook.
Oh hell yeah! Oh, but yeah, I already got you on Facebook, and it's already known. At times when I like to get a little goofy, I'll play Electric Harley or the Bear song, just to have a good time. Cause why not?
Right, exactly. Why not? You can take it serious, but at least have a good time taking it serious.
Oh yeah, and like I said to everyone else from Illinois today, Craig, next time I'm up that way, I'll hit you up when I head to the Top Fuel Saloon. Meet me up for lunch.
Yeah, heck yeah, do that. Same with everybody else, find me.
Oh yeah. Most people know when I'm up in Illinois, that's where I like to hide out.
Ah, very cool. What do you usually do?
Usually I'm just up there hanging out anymore when I go up to Illinois. I was a cook there for the first 2.5 years they were in business. And it was a blast. I gotta say, I've had a lot of jobs, but working for Top Fuel Saloon was one of the best ones ever. You never know who was gonna walk through the door. I got a different concert every single weekend. I got to cook for so many bands, and it was a blast. I couldn't think of I can't think of a better job I've ever had, where I literally got paid to hang out with rock stars and just have a good time.
I thought you were done at 8.
We're finishing up. We're going to be done at 9:30 to make it an official 13 hours for the 13th birthday.
Okay. Did you have pizza left?
Yeah, there's a little bit left. Oh, okay. Sorry, folks. Talking to the wife real quick. I've been in this room, in this chair, all day long.
Same here. My husband.
Jumping jacks, man.
Great.
Huh?
Do you want to keep it or you want me to put it in there?
Put it in there. We're going to be done in about 45 minutes here. It has been a blast hanging out all day with everybody. The number to beat was 49. Craig made 56. So, yeah, we're going to send this in. We're going to send this in tomorrow to the people that do all the official counting, and can't wait to hear back from them.
Well, I'm glad Pharmacy could be part of it, man.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm
Thank you. Let's make music history here.
Yes, I'm glad and
gotta be in the history books now.
Right? Hey, and I've always said, ever since I was a kid, I'm like, I'm gonna get in the books. I'm gonna find a way.
So I'm a carpenter by trade, so I do a lot of interior trim and new construction, kitchen, bathroom remodels, basements.
Okay.
So, and play guitar. That's what I do for work. But free time, going to see bands, hang out with the girlfriend, go and see stuff.
Right on.
That's pretty much about it. Usually work takes up a lot of time. I come home and I'm tired, and I sit around and hang out with my animals and, play guitar or talk to Bill or talk to any of the other guys.
Right on.
I'm trying to work on an album. It's been tough, because I just don't have a lot of free time, and I've been slowly putting stuff together.
Now, you're in New Lenox. Is that where you're born and raised, or is that where you ended up?
No, that's just where I ended up.
Okay. Because my wife...
I was born in Blue Island.
Oh, Blue Island. So you're still suburbs.
Yeah, still suburbs, and then spent most of my time in Riverdale and then Hazel Crest, and then came out to New Lenox about 8th grade.
Okay.
And then been here ever since.
Okay, yeah. My wife used to live right next door in Lockport. That's where she grew up.
That's where my sister. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're a carpenter, you might have my brother Guppy, my brother-in-law. They call him Guppy. He was a woodworker for the longest time. He's an IT guy now, but for the longest time he was a cabinet maker up there.
What cabinet company?
Oh, I couldn't remember to save my life right now.
Yeah, that's how I got my start. I got my start drilling holes in the frames, and then became a master builder, and then finally after so many years I was like, okay, I gotta get out of here. I'm not making any money. If you're not the owner, you're not making money.
Right.
And luckily I went to a car show and seen a guy from school, and his dad kind of taught me the ropes and became a trim carpenter.
Right on. Yeah, when the boss makes $1 and you make a dime, you got to take a shit on company time because something ain't right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's how it was. I remember the supervisor in my department. I'm like, hey man, how long you been here? He's like, 20 years. Okay, cool. I said, do you mind me asking how much you make? He's like, $18.50. I looked at the clock that wasn't on my wrist and when I quit. Give him my 2 weeks. I'm out of here.
Right. Well, and the place I'm at now here in Kentucky, I've only been there for a year, but in that year, this company has taken good care of me. So I plan to retire from there, if they'll let me.
There you go.
If they'll let me.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of companies, they're not true to their workers. They're just another number.
Right.
Everybody gets,
I wasn't even there 3 months when they included me in the Memorial Day bonuses, the same as everyone else. I was like, cool. And since I've been the last year, I've got 5 bonuses. January 24th, I had an accident, and my boss, here, we're gonna help you out and give you a little bit each week for you to be able to pay back. Nothing too extensive, just pay it back when you can. So like I said, if they'll let me, I plan to retire from Bruco.
Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds like a great company.
It is, and like I said, I can't wait to be 100% healed up and for them to let me get back on the road.
Heck yeah.
Because we go around to various sawmills and we do the assemblies and the installations of the equipment we build. And all the other guys are like, oh, all you're doing is going from one sawmill to the next. Well, I'm sorry, to me it's like being a truck driver or being a band. It's not about the final destination necessarily. It's about what you're going to see along the way.
Right. I'm in a house for a week or two, and then I'm on to the next job. There's no way I could work in a cubicle or at a desk looking at a computer.
Right.
That to me, that's a tough one.
Sitting here today doing this, this is the longest I've ever sat still. In about half hour to 45 minutes when we're done here, I swear I'm going to get up and run 20 laps around the outside of the house.
You're stressed out.
I shall run and jump into my hot tub. I'll be ready for that. Same here. I'm not used to sitting this long, but that's okay. It's been a great show. Everybody's doing a good job. Thank you, everyone.
I may do the same thing, but the only difference between Rebecca's hot tub and mine is hers is located in her back porch. Mine's in my bathroom.
Yeah. That's all the time. You know, your muscles.
Same thing.
Awesome.
Who do we got popping in? Brett Gibbs.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
We can't see you though, but that's okay. Who are you with?
I'm with the band Medieval from Vancouver, Canada.
Say that again.
I'm with Medieval from Vancouver, Canada.
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for the world record of most artists interviewed in a single day. So basically, we just got to ask you 5 questions real quick to count you in for an interview. How's that sound for you?
That sounds great.
All right. Well, what made you decide you wanted to be a musician?
I heard Linkin Park one day, and their guitars going, and I was like, I want to do that.
Oh, right on. And
that was pretty much it.
Who's your influences?
These days, I would say Meshuggah, Tool, Haken, Steven Wilson.
Right on.
Yeah.
If there's any venue in the world that you would want to play, where would you want to play?
I'm gonna go with Vakken Open Air. That would be bucket list right there.
Oh, right on, right on. That dude, I mean that, just to be able to go and be in the crowd at Vakken would be a dream come true for me.
Totally.
If there's anyone through history that you could sit down and pick their brains over dinner, who would you want to talk to?
Oh God. That's a good question. Let's say Nikola Tesla.
You and me are the only people on this show that have ever given that answer for that question. This guy is fucking awesome,
Hell yeah.
people. Nikola Tesla, radio genius, electrical genius, science fiction was popular. Last one, or Brett, what is one album you could not live without?
Totally. I don't think I'd understand his answers, but I would ask him. One album I could not live without?
Yes.
Probably Catch 33 by Meshuggah.
Okay. Awesome. Hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Slider came back. Slider, you missed it. We got Craig from Green Jelly, Brett Gibbs from Medieval from Canada.
Under my deck, there's a rabbit. My dog keeps trying. It's one of those. When I bought it, so it's not wood. It's that plastic.
That vinyl stuff.
Whatever the hell it's called. And we have it underneath the deck. Yeah. So he's trying to dig and fight his way through this to get to this rabbit. And every time he chases it in the yard, he jumps like a rabbit, chasing it instead of running. So it goes under the porch, and then he comes, or on the deck, and so he comes on the deck, and he starts sniffing, and his face gets right up into it, and he's barking at this thing. So yeah, I had to try and, I don't know, I had him out there. I went out there with him, and he was literally showing me where this animal is, and he's barking at it and pawing at it, and then he looks at me like, will you get this thing for me? So yeah.
Oh we're gonna start calling his dog Elmer Fudd because he really wants to kill the wabbit.
Yeah, he wants to kill the rabbit.
Oh,
but it's funny, he prances when he's trying to get the rabbit, or he knows it's there. He starts hopping, and I'm like, oh my god, you are, either slow, simple, or stupid. I don't know what's wrong with this dog.
Oh, hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have talked to 57 people in 13 hours today. So, yeah, bright and early tomorrow, I'm going to send this off to the people that hold the records, and hopefully we'll be in the books.
Well, hopefully.
Hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:03 Central Standard Time. I done said we were going to go from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. To get 13 hours in, to get as many artists as we could talk to. I'm sure we could have talked to a lot more people. We did have kind of a lag throughout the day. It was really slow. I'm not sure if everybody that we had hit up for this was prepared for it, and a lot of people like Craig and Brett, you guys came in on the fly. A bunch of other people came in on the fly. I mean, I hit up Craig 3 hours ago?
Yeah.
So I mean, I appreciate everybody coming and joining us today. Everyone that tunes into AsgardRadio.com, that has been tuning in and will keep on tuning in for another 13 years. Ladies and gentlemen,
13 years, Asgard Radio today. I went on air 2010, April 2nd, and been growing ever since.
Hell yeah. And I honestly, after 13 hours, my brain is just kind of melted inside my skull. I really don't know what else to say other than I have had a blast today hanging out and talking to everyone and doing this thing we're doing today.
Well, I will say thank you guys for having me on, and good job on lasting this long.
Thanks to everybody that's come on today. Thank you guys for showing up even at the last second. Really
Thanks for having me.
I started this 13 years ago and never thought we'd be doing anything like this, interviewing so many bands in so many hours, and being as big as we are now. And it's really appreciated. It's all the listeners and the fans that have given us a chance when we started, and all the bands that are talking to us now. So I do appreciate everybody.
Yes, and
awesome. Yeah, having fun.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Like I said before, 2 years ago, Jim gave me the go-ahead to do my first show on Asgard, and now I don't. You like I said, you couldn't pay me to stop doing this with Asgard. I had an offer, and I said, nope, where were you when I was trying to get my foot in the door? Now you hear me doing something and being happy and having fun with it. Nope, I'm good. I'm staying where I'm at. I can say fuck on the air.
All right, guys. I guess this is it then, huh, Chris? We're
yeah, pretty much everyone who joined us today. Thank you. I'm Chronic Chris of Asgard Radio. Slider, the owner, the man, the guy who without him, we wouldn't have Asgard Radio. So big thank you to Slider. Happy birthday. Big thank you to Rebecca Kelly Hartnett for continuing to help bring bands into the show and bring bands into Asgard and into our network and into our family. And everybody out there from Brett Gibbs and Craig to Johnny Chadwick and Ben Albert and Dusk and everyone who joined us this morning from the other side of the world. Thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us, and we hope for you guys to be in our family for a very, very long time.
Heck yeah.
Anything else from anybody else?
No, good luck, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, until we get together next time, everybody, keep it rocking, keep it rolling, and you know what to do with it after that.